The bot is working. Hello, everyone. We are joined by Runon. How is everyone doing? How is everyone? Hello, First Penguin Lord. You're no relation to someone who used to call themselves Sen Penguins, are you? Because if you are, I still haven't had a firm. I still haven't had an answer as to whether or not to send the chocolate. It's the chocolate ones or the flightless ones that are required.
It's possible that they received their penguins, and now that's why they're the first penguin lord.
Possibly. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing today? How goes the world? So I've got things running away.
Yeah, I need to set up the stream together.
Lots of fun going on. Yeah.
No, Twitch. I just wanted to open up the stream together window, so I didn't join the call.
Okay.
The software.
Oh. It's all fun.
But yes, in case anybody's wondering, I did get my box of shouldery boys this weekend.
Okay. All right, so we've got plenty of questions coming in. Lots of questions coming in.
Now, Doc, when you say the bot is working, does that just mean that Paul Amos was able to show up today?
No, it means the bot's actually working at the moment.
Okay. You should have a active stream together link in your possession.
It has just arrived.
Ooh, the bot is working. See, guys? The bot is not vaporware. It does actually exist. Twitch, why do you do this to me? Stop doing this, Twitch. No, I don't want to remove him. I just want to mute him because I don't need to hear him in triplicate. It's bad enough I'm hearing myself in stereo.
Alright, Ramal. What if the British Pacific Fleet was the one that carried out the airstrikes against Yamato and Harris or Sadakanawa? Can you easily sink all the ships, unlike the USN? Well, the USN could have sunk all the ships, and so could the British Pacific Fleet. Both of them have sufficient air power there, and sufficient nasty air power to do it. The thing is, realistically, at that point, there's about 3 different carrier fleets which actually have their capabilities. Yeah, this is weird. Today we're not joined by Dragon, Foxo, or Fleet yet. For Dragon and Foxo. They might be coming, might not be coming, I'm not sure. Fleet's not coming today. He's busy with work stuff. And the bot's now working. So I don't know what to say. Is the bot choosing to work because there's no one else here other than you and me, Runon, or is it just the bot just being as mercurial as it normally is?
As far as the bot to YouTube interface is concerned, that's because, again, this is who I blame for the bot on so many levels. Pirate Software, love him, hate him, want to burn him as a heretic, whatever, is on vacation. So he hasn't been streaming. So that means that the demand for Powder Monkey's API is
low.
Is not as high as it typically is. As for why the bot is now seemingly playing nice with your network, which seems to be the issue, I can't answer that question. Maybe your network, now that it knows that it's on the chopping block to get replaced, is deciding to act perfectly, so that it can extend its existence.
Turned off. Back, yeah. It could be, but it does realise that as soon as the check from the taxman hits my bank account, the new router is on its way because I'm getting a rebate from the taxman.
Has
That's a nice thing.
I dread to ask, but has a certain chief petty officer gotten back on to communications networks? Hey, Kelly. Sally.
Yeah, broadly speaking.
Okay, good.
Broadly speaking. Now, Mark Harkness. There are lots of questions coming in, so I will say this, if you put the question in as for the bot, it will come in the bot. If you heard any cannon noises, that's because there are sound alerts set up on the Twitch that includes a cannon which goes off when people subscribe to say, hello, they've subscribed. No. No. You know. I know you want them all to put PT in the chat, but no.
Yes, chat, just in case you didn't know this, you have absolutely trained the poodle that whenever Dr. Clarke appears to be live,
yes,
that there's the opportunity for treats, a nearly unlimited supply of treats because, chat doesn't have to live with him.
Yeah. Chat doesn't have to pay the bills for the biscuits.
Yes.
And he goes through...
Then again, neither does the FRA, so...
No. Oh, good lord, don't go giving him a nickname. It's bad. He's bad enough as he is, Mark Harkness, with a fluffy research assistant nickname. Do not go giving him another nickname. His ego will know no bounds.
His ego knows bounds now?
No, it doesn't, not really. Mark Harkness, you're transported in 1922, the day after the Washington Treaty. You find yourself in a position to implement changes in the design of the underweight Pensacola's. What adjustments and changes do you make? Hello, I introduce you to the concept of an armoured belt and some subdivision, and can we please, for the love of all things holy, actually sort out these guns? I like the Pensacola class. They have a lot of interesting things, but as I said in the video about them, they are designed as reconnaissance cruisers. If I appear in 1922 and I am... they're laid down, of course, in 1926, and I'm allowed to, given all that time to make those changes, then frankly, the first thing it's going to be is, no, they will get 9 8-inch guns in 3 triple turrets, not 10 in 2 twins and 2 triples. Inverted, that's just weird. Okay, it's amazing what you do once you cut off one of those turrets. And, yeah, we're going to try and have a consistent belt the whole way along. Because if I cut off one gun plus its ammunition, I can make sure that they have a 4-inch belt the full length of them. And I can give them slightly better, how do I put this otherwise, the 5-inch AA firepower and probably some better, so probably add in some torpedoes somewhere if I can get a chance. They've got the 6 21-inch torpedoes, I know, but I would try and make it up to... probably try and make it up to 8, or try and suggest a bigger torpedo, a 24-inch torpedo. Imagine if we could get the Americans and the Japanese to be building dueling 24-inch torpedoes.
Pensacola shipped with torpedoes?
Yeah, they shipped with 6 21-inch torpedoes, 2 triple launchers.
Oh, interesting.
But if I go in 2022, then I have enough time to make that change. I also hopefully have enough time to ring up the UK and tell them, F3, F3, Free 15-inch 50. Why? Otherwise, I come over there and I reveal exactly what you've been doing to your scullery maids.
Kenneth, if the poodle had his way, the poodle would be majority biscuit by every conceivable metric.
Yes. Michael Cooch, female deal. D. Is there a role for a modern version in today's Royal Navy? If you were designing a modern version, what would they be like? Characteristics, weapons, equipment. I suppose you'd be taking something like the Combat Boat 90, CB 90, and probably making it uncrewed and arming it with something like naval strike missiles, something like that. Um, Fast, agile, unarmed. Fast, agile, maybe heavily armed with guns as well. If it's effort. You see, the thing is, we have been looking into these craft for two reasons. One, patrol vessels to do inshore patrols, etc. Extra security in close-in waters. So when you're going through things like the Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz and those sort of waters. And the third area is escorting of landing craft. And all of those have been looked at. And the honest answer is, the conclusions keep going and come back the same, is usually it would be very nice to have, but it doesn't at the current time represent value for money, which is code for we don't have the budget for that and there's nothing we'd like to take off the budget to pay for it. At the moment. So basically the moment you had enough money you get it, but you're not going to get it, you're not going to sacrifice something to get it you are getting now at the moment. Poseidon 70307. Can each of the panel pick... Well, I guess that's me and you, Run on a mode. Each of the panel pick one thing to change about the Washington Naval Treaty, and with this new treaty, speculate how it might change naval procurement afterwards. Do you want to go first?
No tonnage limit, just hull limit.
That's a good idea. Interesting idea.
It automatically forces you into a qualitative race, not a quantitative race, because you could only build so many. Mm-hmm. And it probably takes some of the pressure off of Japan, even in a a 7-5 scenario, where because they can then build the best battleship, not the best battleship on 35,000 tons.
Yeah, I would say taking some idea, but I would if I'm going to make one change, I'm going to have it as an ongoing building instruction. So you're only allowed to build 5 in any 5-year period, and they basically have to serve out their life. So basically, if a battleship is supposed to serve 20 years, you can only replace it after it's 20 years old. And you're not allowed, if you're Britain or America, you're not allowed to build more than 5 in any 5-year period. But you're also, if you're only allowed 15. If you build them all in 15 years, you're not going to be building any battleships for 5 years. So you probably won't do that. You'll probably spread it out slightly more. Probably build something like 4-4-3. 65 questions in queue. Oh, cool. Is it terrible to say I don't want to turn the bot off in case it doesn't connect again? But I will do so to hop the questions.
Well, just hit index. Just index it.
Okay.
Don't close the program.
So, questions? Pause for a bit. Okay. Stream Deck's still not working that well. There you go. So, basically, my suggestion would turn it into definitely a qualitative race on the tonnage of limits allowed. But instead of them feeling like they have old ships, they'd all have new ships. So for the Royal Navy, they wouldn't have to worry about building 5 ships. They could build 5 ships after World War Two if they after World War One if they wanted, straight after, or they could build 4 ships. It's a case of this is your tonnage. You're allowed to build 15 ships, 35,000 tons, and you can replace these ships in a nicest way at the point as you want along there. But you're not allowed to replace the new ones for 20 years. And you just keep build. You just it would keep a cycle of construction going. It would keep you building at least a battleship a year for 15 out of 20 years. So you probably build for 4 years, take a gap for 1 year, build for 4 years, take a gap for gap for 1 year. And considering it takes roughly 2 years to construct them, you probably end up stretching out and basically doing batches of 4 over a 4 year period, and then gap, 4 year period, gap, 4 year period, construction. And you build 4 in those 4 year periods, or something like that. Something to get it. As I said, that does work out at roughly 16 in a 20-year period, but you can probably fudge the sums a bit. Thanks to aircraft carriers and things like that, you can fill in those gaps quite easily. So, what happens if the Japanese win at the Battle of Coral Sea?
Cool. The war takes longer. Has the same result.
Broadly speaking, yes, but if they win at Coral Sea, they might manage to expand slightly more territorially. They might feel slightly more confident, but ultimately, that Essex swarm is coming, and that's the point. This is the problem for the Japanese ultimately in a war with Britain or America, the British Empire or America. You can win as many rounds as you want at the beginning of the war, but as long as they keep fighting, their infrastructure is going to get to the point where you are going to be fighting 10 to 1 odds in numbers. And I realise in movies when they go, oh yeah, we're outnumbered 10 to 1, and they cock their guns and go, yeah, that's really cool, let's go. In real life, it isn't like that. I mean, okay, there was that incident with American Special Forces versus Russian, not Special Forces in Syria, but
Didn't
it's
they
not
have
supposed to be like
AC-130
that.
support for that?
They had everything in terms of support for that.
That's not really a clean 10 to 1, then, I'm sorry to say.
No, it was a case of, it's 10 to 1, yay! And we are now going to farm you for XP, because we've got all the fire support, and you've got you. Pretty much, all 32 Essexes and all of the Midways get finished, probably in that scenario.
You might see the Montanas get or at least some of the Montanas get finished. It depends upon how long the IJN has battleship support. If the battleships degrade as historic, or if they're able to get more of the Yamatos into service and keep some of their pre-war assets afloat.
Gastonea, how advanced were the plans? Oh, sorry, Karen.
Yeah, essentially, the only way to have a meaningful impact on the war once the U.S. is involved is you need to give the Axis a reliable way to strike at U.S. manufacturing. If you don't give them a reliable way to strike at U.S. manufacturing, great, you've just added months, a year, whatever, to the war. Or U.S. willpower. I'm done.
Pretty much. How advanced were plans for relief at Wake Island before the island was taken December 94? Pretty advanced. They had worked out which forces were going. They were starting to bring logistics and things together. They hadn't really executed anything more than that, but yeah, they pretty much advanced them along. It's about as advanced you get before you start actually doing the operation. Rick Vasawa. Our Canadian PM has 9 billion Canadian dollars to spend by April 2026. What should he be buying? Basically, go through every program they're currently doing, including the Harry the Wolf class, and just ordering more. Okay, let me explain that. You see, one of the problems you have today is usually when you have extra money, people go, let's go start a new program. No. The problem is that the current programs aren't being procured in enough numbers. And before you start going hunting for new capabilities, as necessary they are, you need to make sure you actually have the depth of capabilities you need. So realistically, the money should be being put into the frigate program, into the fighter program, into their patrol vessel program, into the existing programs to make sure they get enough of those in the first place before they start adding on new capabilities. It's not sexy, it's never the cool thing, but every time someone turns around in the UK and says, what do we need to spend money on? If we have extra money, I usually go, well, let's just invest in the programs we're already doing. And let's make sure they're properly funded before we jump into something brand new and go, "Oh, we cannot fund this properly as well." And it's never sexy, and it often gets me into trouble because you go, "But there's this new shiny thing," and I go, "That's great, I'd love that." But there are these things we're already halfway through procuring that we already know we're not procuring enough of. And a good example of is if you go back about 15 years and you have £1.2 billion, you could pick up an extra 6 Type 45 destroyers for the Royal Navy. Now, would that have been more useful than spending £1.2 billion 15 years ago on a different program? Which would have been more useful, ending up with 12 Type 45 destroyers for the Royal Navy, or ending up with only 6 Type 45 destroyers and a whole load of extra stuff which you might not need and might cut later? And by the way, we can actually do this because you can go back and look at the time period and look at the money they freed up, and they did actually have an extra £1.2 billion. And what did they spend it on? Not the Type 45s. They spent it on a program. And by the way, that particular program, that particular drone system, which was for the army, has been cut completely because they didn't procure enough of them. So, yeah. I'd rather, the most efficient thing you can spend money on is something you've already researched and you're already procuring to grow up. That will give you the most results. Apparently, Dragon has joined us in voice chat.
Indeed,
Yes,
I have.
yes.
You have. I hadn't noticed
I've actually been here a few minutes.
You've been here a few minutes. The icon took a while for it to show up, and I hadn't noticed. I was going out. I was trying to say hello.
It's been there on the stream for a bit, so
Yeah,
I've been keeping quiet partly because you've been going well, and also a case of something's really disturbing the puppy. So
disturbing the puppy. Oh, how is your?
Yeah,
puppy?
apparently it's been happening all. Apparently it's been happening all day. There's some sort of noise it keeps picking up on, which is causing it to bark. Like, so something's making her unhappy.
Because we have fun in our road in that the dogs at either end, if they start barking, then a couple of doors down start barking, and a couple of doors down, then I'll start barking, and then it goes the whole way down the road. And we decided our dogs the dogs in the road have a unbroken chain of doggy chat going, and it just goes backwards and forwards. Unbroken chain of doggy chat.
Yeah,
So
it's why we're just trying to figure out what it is, but...
So instead of chain home, it's chain dog?
Chain woof.
Definitely, chain woof. Hello, Dan.
And then there's also chain woof low for the corgis.
They consider it chain woof royal because, after all, they're regal, not low. They rebranded it a few years ago because low sounded like it was something that wasn't them. They're only small to your eyes. They're not small in reality, is their view.
As the saying goes, it's not the size of the dog in the fight.
Yeah, the trouble is the corgi's bringing a fight the size of Jupiter, crammed into
Only the size of Jupiter?
crammed into a planetoid the size of Pluto.
I thought it was a fight the size of the volume described by the Oort cloud.
Wait, was that Orc Cloud?
Sure, why not? I meant to say Oort. I'm pretty certain I said Oort, but
Came
if
out
you
Orc.
heard Orc, I mean,
Yeah.
I just thought it sounded good, better for something like this.
imagine an
sorry,
Orc cloud though. Imagine the wog that could produce.
It's
What?
just the physical embodiment of WoW. Sorry, I was waiting to get home and catch up, buy some bits and pieces from the little shop across the road, and I'm now sat down. My laptop is back up and running from my trip to Dorset. All is good.
Actually, speaking of that,
Well,
there is an
that's
interesting theory that what they called the the things that could wipe out the entire of Warhammer 40k, the ones that are not arachnids, they're Tyranids, yes, Tyranids. They're actually running from one of the last remaining original high evolved formations of high evolved orcs, and that's why they're doing their attack. They're running from Crocs, and that realistically behind the Tyranids is coming this Croc war.
This reminds me a bit of the Vasari lore from Sins of Solar Empire.
I mean, it could be
Did
worse.
they ever expand on that?
Being updated, it's being expanded in Sins 2. We're getting a full faction for them.
Oh, cute.
But currently, it's effectively been known as either Nalithotep or Cthulhu has been hunting them down. They disturbed something in the void, and the void decided to say hello back.
Yeah,
and was not kind.
It's always worrying when the void says hello back. Anyway, Bone Mill Boy, had Dr. Clarke considered doing a video on the voyage, interception, and aftermath of the Arrogante? Yes, but I'm not going to go further than that because every year it seems to make it into the list of potentials for a Christmas series, and it doesn't get done.
Every year it doesn't actually get there.
No, every year it makes the top 100, and then of course I have to narrow it down to roughly usually 86 video topics for that period. This is what people don't realize, is that to make sure there's a video that goes up every single day, I record roughly 90 videos for that period. So to cover that about 10-week period, about 10, 12-week sort of 10-week period, I record, a huge number of videos.
Raptor Rat, to my knowledge, that lore has neither been confirmed nor denied by the lore masters of GW.
Which bit of lore is this? Sorry, there. Tyranids running from something is old lore. Crocs are.
Yeah. Oh, let's be honest, it'd be the coolest thing to do, because let's be honest, we'd all like to see the fight of Crocs versus Orcs.
Oh, Crocs win. Like hands down, the Crocs win.
But that doesn't mean the Orcs don't give it a all.
No, you are right there.
And love doing it.
The Crocs might win, but the Orcs will be in denial of that.
And the Orcs now have gods on their side.
Look, Gork and Mork, the gods of, what is it, devious cunning and cunning deviousness.
Brutal but cunning or cunning but brutal.
Yeah.
Cunningly brutal or brutally cunning is normally the ones currently used.
Now, Channel, what do you think if an American 5-star admiral were to demand to speak with the Captain General de la Armada? Then that's about two roughly equal ranks talking with each other. That's OF10s. Having a conversation.
I mean, they probably have the good sense not to include a journalist in the WhatsApp group where they're arranging it. But they're probably on WhatsApp terms.
To be fair, it's probably their wives are on WhatsApp terms. Knowing most of them at the moment currently, that there are a couple in that rank range who are female, but there are one, as far as I think one of those I know does actually also have a wife, and the other one I'm not sure if they have a husband or not. But leaving that to one side, and usually when this is gonna sound terrible, but usually it's more often than not it's the families making arrangements to get together, and then they find each other socially at the same event, going, "Oh, you're here. We spent the last 5 days arguing. Yes. And now we're at a social event. Yes, because our wives like each other, and we now have to be friendly. So, how's the barbecue looking? Yeah, let's talk about cooking meat, because we can do this. It's a fun life.
Dragon, is that some joke about the UK not having 50 denomination notes that I'm too American to understand?
No, working. There we go. No, that is a joke about how if you try and use a £50 note to pay in a shop, you'll usually get the words, "Let me go speak with my manager," or "I just need to go and check with this."
Because it's so rare that anyone actually uses it. I know.
And also,
because here's the reason I'm jumping in. Guess who used to be very cruel and would withdraw the money? If I was going to pay my mum back when I was at university, and I was paying her back to make sure I paid her, because she didn't do online banking at the time, didn't like it, so I had to give her the cash. Because she made me do this. I went and made sure and asked for it in £100 notes and £50 notes. Because there are £100 notes as well.
Yes, there's also £1 million
My
note.
mum hated me
They're not
at that point.
They're not allowed out of the Bank of England.
Mm-hmm. What's the most bizarre question you've ever had? Have had this week? Okay, I'm not sure if he's watching. It is going to be referred to in a what's it called? Scuttlebutt. But actually, I think and I will say Portis, I would say, I think one of quite our regular commentators, and usually a very nice person who goes around commenting on lots of things, Flash Gordon, might not have realised what he wrote when he sent a message, because he put a message to me. Let's see if I can get this response status. I responded. And scroll down till I find it. What if the Spanish landed at Cornwall and captured Plymouth and captured the Isle of Wight? And I said, well, Plymouth is in Devon, and responded to that because he did just a quick sort of message. It was a couple of lines. And my couple of responses: Plymouth is in Devon. Crossing the moors is a good way to lose troops, and Cornwall is surprisingly well fortified and armed. Because I took that as meaning Spanish have landed at Cornwall and then have gone to capture Plymouth, because that was how it was written. Literally, as I said, what if the Spanish landed at Cornwall and captured Plymouth? There's no comma. There's no Oxford comma. There's no separation. And then poor Flash then went off. I never said that Plymouth wasn't Devon, but da-da-da-da, and all the things. And I understand why he got annoyed. But the thing was, and the reason I bring it up is, I can only read what's written in the comment. I don't know what's in your head when you're asking questions. I know I talk a lot to you all, and we talk, and it goes back and forth, but I'm still not able to read any of your minds. Trust me. Otherwise, I'd be in Dan's mind currently at the moment going, so when is he going to be coming to visit me next? Because I need to schedule stuff like taking him to St. Maur's. I'd be doing that sort of thing right now and scheduling these things. I can't do that. So, I sort of, Flash, your comments are wonderful, usually lovely. But in that one, you got annoyed with me, and literally the response, and then you said sorry at the end because I think you realised what had happened. But the point was, you literally put no comma. Spanish landed at Cornwall and captured Plymouth.
For me,
how am I supposed to read that that's going to be a multifaceted operation, which you then listed out in your next comment of them landing at multiple places and moving on? You literally just put landing at Cornwall and captured Plymouth. I'm sorry, but those were the only 2 points you gave me.
For me, I'm sorry, Knight, but it's got to be. I can't tell you which question it is explicitly, but it's definitely one of Knight 6831's questions. You have asked some oddball questions, some really oddball questions.
I know, but I tend to pick out. I'd say I tend to pick out when I'm asked these questions. I tend to pick out the ones which are for funny reasons rather than not. And literally, with Flash Gordon, if he'd stuck in an Oxford comma there before the and, I'd have probably come up with an answer similar to what he was saying. But there's no comma there.
There will be no Oxford comma. We will use the Cambridge colon only.
Look, both will work, frankly. I will accept both. I've taught at both. I will accept both. What is your thoughts on the J288?
The what?
The JU288. Junkers 288.
Oh.
Which one? Hang on, I gotta look that up.
That's the one which looks like someone's had a bright idea. Has decided that the French flying greenhouses were a sensible idea.
No.
Is this the one I think it is?
Is it the Hoche of...
No.
It's the Germans thinking the French had a good idea again. I'm going to drop it in the text chat for the stage.
No, I'm not putting this picture up here because I'm fairly certain that YouTube will mistake it for something else.
It is exactly what I thought it was.
If you look in the text chat for the stage, you can also see the delicious burrito I ate last night. And I'm very glad I don't live next to this eatery because I would be as large as my car.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are we talking about historically or in modern media? Because in modern media, it is one of the worst things to exist. Can I please shoot it?
It's...
Yes.
Let's put it this way.
Historically...
It's a nice idea, very badly executed.
So it's German.
Yeah. Runon?
Yes?
Just a small question. Has Powder Monkey got a new image?
Does it have
symbol?
For me, it's
don't get me started on that, Paul.
It looks like it's a undead fighting of some kind.
That's a new one.
Yeah, just saying. Anyway, Ramol, what if the Royal Navy had Chuck Adams class for their Type 42 in counties and the Falklands, for the Type 41 DR and had OHPs? Were they able to shoot down incoming threats much better? I think I've answered this one before.
Alright, who's in chat that has a StarCraft emblem?
Why?
Because that's what that is, and
Powder
Powder Monkey is supposed to scrape the profile picture of the submission, and attach it into Discord.
Yeah, it's just taking everyone's.
Oh, wait a moment. That's Zeratul.
Yeah.
That's Zeratul versus Kerrigan.
Oh, yeah, it could be worse. Anyway, well, they've got Tartars and then later stat SM1s. They're not... How do I put this? It's not going to be a bad mix. Is it going to be better, worse? It's going to be different, and they're probably going to handle it differently. One of the things you're going to run into is that I don't think the standard missile in that period is really well designed for the operations which the the inshore operations, which some of the British systems find themselves doing, and that's more of a problem. But the Chuck F. Adams do come with 2 5-inch guns, which give them us some firepower in dealing with that threat. And the Oliver Hazard Perry, if I'm not mistaken, has an Otto Malaria 76, which is very nice for dealing with some of those threats. So, yeah. I'm currently getting mobbed by a poodle. He's on the floor grabbing my feet and playing my feet.
I spent 5 hours yesterday pinned beneath a cat.
Yes, it happens.
I guess I'm the heartless one that's going to get the RSPCA after them because it's like, okay, cat, I need to move now. So I'm moving.
Yeah, RSPCA from a cat? You'll be lucky. The cat will deal with you themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've currently lost my chair to my cat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, he is literally looking at me right now and slightly purring. So,
Team U, no, I don't have an F-250. I have an F-150, which is currently inoperational. 2, Paul Amos, my waist size is completely dependent upon what type of pants you're buying, not even what manufacturer of pants you're buying or what fit of manufacturer pants you're buying, but the material of what pants you're buying.
Okay,
Trousers.
so no Eagle jeans. Anyway, Stafford Thompson, cruisers and carriers aren't limited under naval treaties. How does that affect World War II? Well, the Royal Navy's probably ordered about 2 of the Ark Royals, and the sea is currently probably covered in town-class cruisers. And I do not mean that in a good way for anyone else. The Royal Navy will have basically been in the 1930s. They'll have just gone cruiser construction. Yes.
Print.
Carrier construction. Hello, because when the moment the Royal Navy realised the best answer it could make to to getting the fleet's air arm back under its control was to make as many carriers as possible and have as big an air arm as possible, they would have gone print galore in 1930 when they learned that news. When the argument started to be made, well, the reason you can't have an independent air arm is because it's not going to be large enough, the Royal Navy would have gone, and we can only count aircraft which we can put on a carrier, right? Right. Meet our 27,000-ton Ark Royal design, fully armoured. By the way, we're building 10 of them. Each one can carry 96 aircraft.
Also, we've been talking to those nice people at Vickers, and they tell us they can do a folding wing version of the Wellington.
No.
Yes.
Why would they want a
You just
folding
need to
wing
make
version of
sure
Wellington?
Why? Because it can carry 2 or 3 torpedoes.
but why would you use the Wellington for this job?
Because it'll annoy the RAF.
Questions
Okay, that
closed,
is worth it. That would
questions
be
are closed, Wayne.
That would be worth it. The questions are closed at the moment, but they will be reopened, and the bot
Alright,
is working.
Team
so
U,
far, I think.
First off, the F-250 is not the best-selling pickup truck in the United States. That is still the F-150. And 2, it's not built Ford proud. In the U.S., it's built Ford tough. If you're going to insult me, do it properly. Additionally, the F-150 that I own is older than I am, and it was my first vehicle.
Can I just say I'm worried? I'm seriously worried about when you come to the UK, because you're going to find it very difficult to have a pickup truck over here that's a Ford. You can get some decent pickup trucks in the UK, but mostly they're Toyotas.
You guys have Rangers.
Yeah,
It's also
Ford
the whole
Rangers.
thing of-
Ford Rangers here are a good reason to not have a car. Their reliability is such that it's basically a case of, oh, it's working today. What happened? Is it a full moon?
I would also say you will look upon the price of fuel, and you will go, Oh, I'm suddenly getting a Fiat 500.
I drive a Fiesta. Why do you think I would change that?
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Enjoy. Michael Cooch, if Hosh were converted into a carrier and equipped with Blackburn, how bad would the ISA damage be for anyone who witnessed her launching landing of her flock? I can't believe you just made me read that out. That's giving me psychological damage just saying that.
Okay, no. What if we?
And without fleets
what
here,
if-
we can't really be as rude about the Hosh as we normally are because it just
Yeah,
feels like
what-
hitting down.
What if we give it the Hosh with the Blackburn as the scout and dive bombing complement, and then we give the French strategic bomber designers the blueprints for that Ju-288 and tell them to Frenchify it and make it fit on a carrier?
Oh yeah, yeah. There are many people who are saying that actually what you need in the UK is an estate. You get an estate car.
I don't know what an estate is, but okay.
it's a what do they call them? Station wagon.
Yeah, in
Okay.
America. UK, my drive out there currently has 3 Volvo estates sitting on it.
So the Swedish have invaded?
No, it's just those vehicles are essentially indestructible.
Yeah. There's mine, my sister's, and my mum's. And when you fold their back seats down, they're basically a van.
Yeah, they are used a lot by people who need to move around a lot of kit and stuff.
Listen, I don't need a vehicle to make my status bits bigger. I am not that
No,
shallow.
I was mainly thinking about moving all your Warhammer models from match to match.
Okay,
He's got a point there.
I can fit them in the size of a beer suitcase.
Not once you're in the UK, it ain't.
How many suitcases? And also, just remember how close you're going to be to Warhammer World.
Okay, listen. It's not my fault that after saying that they didn't exist for I don't know how many years, GW finally released Shouldery Boys.
Anyway, I never did send you that I've actually got the box set, did I?
Runon keeps
picture of it.
claiming it's not her fault, but she's the one who bought them. Now, Black Horse, what would happen if the Navy's got more involved in the battles of the First World War? They tried to get as much involved as they
Shouldery
could
Boys.
be. But basically, anytime navies get involved in land battles, usually you find a lot of heavy artillery showing up. And I did once have this discussion, and people were going, oh, what about the Royal Navy Division? That was Churchill's idea when the army were short of people, and he went, well, we have a surplus of people. And then the Royal Navy later on in the war, when they needed to suddenly to find people because they were trying to grow up their escort forces, which they've been trying to do the whole war, had to point out to the British government that the forming of the Royal Navy Division was why they hadn't had enough crew to form up escorts earlier in the war. Because instead of them being a crew for, well, let's be honest, you need about a couple of hundred of personnel per escort at that time. And if you consider the few thousand involved in the Royal Navy Division, it's about 25 escorts could have been procured earlier. Now, that might sound like a small number, but that works out quite a lot when you consider the early submarine operations and early submarine experiences. And the fact that that's about extra 5 convoys being escorted in that time period. And yeah, well, yeah, usually it's artillery if navies get involved.
I feel the need to highlight one of the late day biplane's most devoted supplicants. The bald parakeet is currently sewing a plush of a Blackburn.
That is very nice. And I think that should probably go to Dan rather than to me, as he's the high priest.
Yes, but you are the prophet.
Oh, good lord. I'm still waiting for my emotional support missile. I've signed up for an emotional support missile and it hasn't arrived yet.
I missed the window for the emotional support missile. I do not feel emotionally supported.
I had
I've
in the
been
nicest
trying-
way. Me and Drac were competing. We're literally watching the site, going, "Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first?" And yeah, possibly, yeah, that was just us being us.
I've been trying to figure out how to go about getting plushy warships made, because they literally nowhere makes them.
Actually, I can tell you how we can get plushy warships made, because I've had this conversation. If I can get roughly 9,000 more subscribers and get to 25,000 subscribers, I'm a big enough YouTube channel that at least 2 of the different plushie making sites will do a pre-ordered plushie for me. So where people will have to order it and then they'll make them to order in a batch.
Yay!
And I've already worked
Come on,
out,
everyone.
of course, the first one will be a plushie tribal class destroyer. But I'm open to suggestions for the subsequent ones.
It would have to be.
But this might also be why I'm making chibi pictures of tribal class destroyers, because it's easier to turn a chibi picture of a tribal class destroyer into a plushie than it is an actual tribal class destroyer.
Just be careful about the IP rights and all that jazz.
I know. That's why I am going to be. That's why once I've got an idea, I'm going to go to an actual proper artist and get them to do it properly. I'll probably have a conversation with Sol. Hosh has to. I will freely do this. Hosh is for when
That's Fleet's problem.
when Fleet gets to 20. And in nicest way, I've already told Drac about this. So in nice way, if he can decide if Warspite's going to have it done or not.
So
I will do plushie Rodney. I will be happy to do plushie Rodney. Maybe a plushie U-class submarine.
So this is the thing. So I want. So the Nell rods have a sufficiently distinctive appearance that they're worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
You want a quad turret design like Warspite for a battleship.
Mm-hmm.
You want a nice destroyer like a tribal, and or possibly a daring class, and then you need to kind of lease out or release the rights to those to the museums, which have got them, and also possibly the Maritimen for their destroyer, and then the other thing. But yeah, so Nelrod, but then also it's got to be an Isle class, and probably an Essex class.
Tempting.
Because the American museums can then stock them.
Yeah.
And I want to see Ryan Szymanski with his emotional support plushie Iowa class Battleship New Jersey. And the one he'll get for his dog.
Yeah. Oh. So what is the fastest ever built surface warship ever built? Okay, in actual declared speed, it's probably still the Manxman class. But let's be honest, there have been enough large nuclear-powered cruisers built over the years that, frankly, I wouldn't put it past any of them.
I
assumed Productions, that's very kind of you, and thank you.
There's
an annoying question loaded in the chamber. I'm sure it won't be annoying, but thank you for that.
I'd assumed that what they meant by that question was, what's the fastest somebody's ever built a ship? Which I think goes to one of the one of the American yards. They did a competition and they threw together, in the same way they built a
Liberty class. They threw together one of the Sumner class, Allen and Sumner class together really quickly, didn't they? It was a Sumner class.
It was a Sumner. It was one of those types.
It was a Sumner. I remember because it was Sumner because it's one of the baby destroyers they have, the escort destroyers.
Yeah.
No, the Freedom class are really not. The Freedom class again. It's one of the jokes I have leveled against the literal combat ship is that the Americans spent so much money to develop a ship which is still not as fast as the Manxman class. Mine layers of the Royal Navy in official speeds. Hello, Foxo.
Heyo,
How you doing?
How are you doing?
I've managed to dig myself out of the autism pit for a while.
Well, that's good.
That's always fun.
I've just been looking at the developmental history of the American 75 and 3-inch guns
Very
for
good.
armored vehicles.
Isn't that like in the
Tasty.
first section of those sources? She's found basically a massive list of various different sources for different things. I'm waiting for her to get to. I think
Yeah.
it was the 4 points. It was either 4.7 or 4.5 inch gun development.
Leslie, but just a quick thing. Leslie, you're quite right. In current in-service, it is just Skjold class Corvette in service. But the maximum could go faster. They're weird. Would leave that to one side. And Foxo, if you're going down that range of guns and the 3-inch guns, there's a book that the chieftain recommended me. Let me just try, look it up, see if you've got it.
Didn't it basically go from the Americans had to get a whole load of kit off the Allies, and so they grabbed a whole shed load of French 75s? Isn't that like the short version?
That's what I thought, but it turns out that 3 separate development lines for 3-inch guns that predate it.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's
So they
conversion
knew that they liked
development.
the
Because the 3-inch anti-tank gun you see in World War II is actually development of an anti-torpedo defense gun from coastal force.
Yeah.
Anti-torpedo boat, sorry. Which was also an anti-aircraft gun at some point.
Yeah, basically it's like, oh, we have a high velocity gun.
What can we
Quick,
use
let's
it for?
point it upwards. And oh look, it's anti-aircraft. This is at a point when aircraft generally went slower than my car. And probably slower than a maximum class mine-laying cruiser.
Most things go slower than that. It's one of those. It's one of those things that you really just that. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I've been being nagged to get this book by Chieftain.
Which book? I don't have the video feed up.
Don't worry, I'm not showing the video. I'm at the moment. I'm just gonna send it to Foxo, and then she can decide. Because it's For Want of a Gun by the Sherman tank scandal of World War II. And I'm just gonna do quick disappear of that, and but it's a good book. But it was recommended to me because I was asking questions.
Ooh, thank you.
That.
What? Have you found it?
Yeah.
It's only 456 pages long.
That's like 2 sittings.
That's
a
2
short book.
settings.
It's a short book.
And they're claiming it's in English. The recommended retail price is apparently £80.99. And they've got it for £56.81 on Amazon.
Alright. It's a good book.
Hmm.
Wrapped up for the Year of Leadership. Panels pick mediocre officers that deserve a place in the annals of history due to their excellence in mediocrity. Let's start off with Foxo. She hasn't answered a question yet.
1 minute, I'm about to spend money, so get this one for me.
Okay. Dragon?
Part of the problem here is if they're excellent in mediocrity, they're kind of not the most commonly heard of one, so I genuinely don't know who I would put forward. I know it's a boring answer, but I actually have no clue, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone who I would pick out and go, oh, they were profoundly mediocre. There are people who didn't get opportunities to, shall we say, shine. There are people who I can't tell whether they got given a sort of slightly duff assignment or created duffness with what was given to them. And the reality is that I mostly know about people at a fairly high level of command where you have already whittled away most of the people who aren't any good. So yeah, I can't name any.
I'm going to go for... there are two actually working together in my mind who are really not anything spectacular, but they do fairly good things by being solid. And that's Harold Alexander and Mark Clarke.
Yeah.
Because they're running Italy in World War II. Neither of them is really something which people are going to go, oh, wow, that was a spectacular maneuver. But they don't make many mistakes. They're fairly solid. They're not inspirational, but they're solid. They're good quality leaders, and they keep their troops going. They're not a Patton. They're not a Montgomery. They're not going to have the dash of brilliance, but they also do what they need to do.
So I've just been listening to a load of the podcast by James Holland and
Al Murray?
Al Murray. Yeah. And they were slating Oliver Leese for being just not very good in quite a number of occasions. So him maybe.
But there again, I'd say that's more. No, that's trouble. That's going to get me. So I'm going to move on. What is the panel's favourite third-rate ship of the line? HMS Africa. 64-gun third-rate ship of the line that solos the Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar. What more could you want as a third-rate ship of the line?
I've got a really soft spot for the one that survived till after World War II, and whose stern is still at the Naval, the Maritime Museum in Greenwich.
Intrepid, wasn't it?
Impetu?
Maybe Impetu.
Yeah. Yeah, she was she was a good ship. Yeah. There were a lot of good 74s. I mean, you know, there was a war spy. There was all kinds of things. Yeah, just so many.
What if the US fitted their Sherman tanks with torsion bar suspension from the start? Does it help the tank in combat or during battle damages? Foxo?
That is incredibly complicated.
Well, whilst you're getting into that, I'm going to use the chance to go and get an Iron Brew, because I looked at that question and thought, I can go get another can of Iron Brew, because Foxo will answer that one. This is why
I'm
we're
definitely
fighting
gonna.
like
I
that.
definitely want to weigh in on this one, but Foxo probably knows more than I do. So, have at you.
Well, as of right currently, no, it wouldn't really have an effect. Because, well, it depends.
Oh, I like an it depends. That gives me time to open the can of Iron Brew, not just get it.
Because we're talking about the original M4s, the M4 A1s, and arguably the M4 A2s, then it wouldn't have really had an effect. But there's a good argument that's put forward that for the up armored Shermans, especially the up armored 76 mounted Shermans, that were getting overweight on their suspension, the torsion bar suspension would have been better because it would have been more mechanically reliable.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, at that point, you've only seen advantages so late into the production run that the Sherman tank's already being replaced. And consider that. Oh, go on.
No, sorry, I was going to make a wisecrack in chat, but I'll send it by text. Don't worry.
But considering the Americans' experience with torsion bar suspension and the fact that the suspension that comes with the M4 is based off the M3s and uses parts they're already producing largely, especially for the original M4s, it wouldn't have helped the Sherman.
No.
Because it would have delayed its entrance into combat, and the Sherman was already arguably late.
Yep.
Because
Go ahead.
you've got to remember that the M4 that you think of, the late war Shermans, are not the same beast as the early war Shermans with the castles.
All right.
Yes.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer, Fox. There you go. Chandler.
Dan, I have. Hang on, Dan. I have server muted you because you're getting a lot of feedback. Ramal, the volute suspension systems they're complicated, but they're not. As a module, they're complicated, but they can also just be dropped in and dropped out as a module and then sent back to higher echelons for repair without having to take the entire tank back to the higher echelon. You might have problems with a torsion bar Sherman doing rapid field repairs. I'm going to go back to the kitchen, so if Dan needs to get unmuted, somebody else has got to do it.
Okay. How would the Ottoman Navy have evolved the Central Powers had evolved had the Central Powers 101? However that happens. Well, it actually does depend on how that happens, because let's say the only scenario where the Central Powers really have a chance of winning World War I is if Britain stays out, Italy goes neutral. And basically it's a Russia and France versus Austria-Hungary and Germany. And they manage to win. They probably crush Austria-Hungary and they crush Russia, and then they have a negotiation with France. Because the reason I say that is because the moment you've got the British involved, the amount of resources that Britain's able to mobilize from its wider empire, and the fact that that means that Italy, instead of going neutral, joins, which opens up another front, joins the Allies. Italy doesn't join in a scenario where Britain's not fighting. Italy just goes neutral. They don't want to be they don't mind fighting the French. They don't want to they don't want to fight the British. But they don't want to be involved in the war for what they see as a stupid reason. So they go neutral, and then the Ottoman Empire comes out on top. In any scenario where the war involves all powers, it would be a sort of you'd have a victory, maybe have a victory, but it'd be a Napoleonic War style victory where everyone's declared peace, but it's the kind of peace where everyone's rapidly rearming, and war's going to come again within a matter of months, if a matter of years, if not months, and they're not going to have much of a chance. But how they develop is honestly they just keep buying equipment and keep trying to grow. In any scenario, they try and keep growing, and they try and invest in infrastructure and keep their infrastructure up. But the trouble is for the Ottomans is that the central government was quite so weakened and quite so corrupt by this point. Now, Stafford, my dear Stafford. Okay, for starters, the TCG Andalo is a modified Juan Carlos design, aka Spanish box with an island on top. It's the same as the Canberra class, in other words. So, not going to learn much from that. The fact that they're commissioning it, they're calling it a drone carrier. They mainly trained it to a drone carrier because they couldn't get F-35Bs because they got kicked out of the F-35 program at one point. But the thing is, the drones they're carrying are useful. But honestly, it's going to be something the British are going to be paying attention to. And others are going to be paying attention to it. But the scenario that's probably coming along is the British have been already looking at this for quite a while. Drones and uncrewed area vehicles have been part of the Queen Elizabeth class design and planning since pretty much the get-go. I remember writing, and I think the paper's somewhere on my old blog, amphibious.necessity.blogspot.com or .co.uk, I can't remember. And it's a really old blog. And I think you'll find on there an AEW paper, which was written about, decade and a half ago. And that's talking about drones, and that's using what was publicly declared at that point for airborne early warning and support. And the thing is, the British have been looking at it for a lot longer than realistically the Turkish have been. The Turkish were forced down there by the F-35 decision. The British have been heading down there for a while. Black Horse. What would happen if Saratoga was not as much of a torpedo magnet as historically was in World War II? Then possibly a lot of other ships die, because let's be honest, Saratoga not only is a torpedo magnet, but she lives. Saratoga is a torpedo magnet, but, she's perhaps more available. She spends more time being available, but she lives. So she's a torpedo magnet, but she's not sunk. Now that's the important thing. She's not sunk. Now, Steve Clarke, if Paul and I are both are off and the boss is broken next week, how knackered is Dr. C? Well then I have Leslie, Runon, Megan, Dan, Stafford.
Just I guess in case of an emergency,
Dragon,
I've done it with Fleet. I've done it. The Foxer wouldn't do it, but I've done it with Fleet.
We'll see. Basically, I won't be knackered. You have to remember, I used to do it before the bot wasn't there, and I basically did it. Look, and that's the way the questions. I'm gonna spot the questions in the chat and try and scroll down them, but that means I'm not going to keep up the chat. I'm going to be keeping up the questions and working through the questions. It'd be fun, but we'd do it. We do it. Marsh Shaw, what would the effects have been of having containerized shipping for World War II and World War I? Not as good as people often imagine. People often imagine it's going to be a great system which is going to enable you to free up your logistics, But one of the problems with containerized shipping versus the shipping stuff they have in Model War 2 and Model 1 is that whilst it does standardize and make logistics easier to sort and organize, it also makes it more fragile because it requires more specialist port facilities. The port facilities and port handling you have for containerized shipping versus to be able to use it to scale and volume, which actually makes it useful, are far more specialized and reduce the number of ports. And the trouble is in Model 2 and Model 1, reducing number of ports is the worst thing you can do because of the amount of mines going around. Even today it's a problem. But, the thing is now, but they like to pretend they've got a solution to it somewhere.
And also one thing I would point out is that with break bulk shipping, it's a whole lot easier if you need to get one pallet of high density, but high density, low volume supplies to one place. If you don't have that, you have to not only load the container at the source port, then load the container onto the ship. You also have to offload the container at the destination port and then break apart the container and send it to various different locations. So it's more efficient as a predictable system. It's less efficient on a acute needs system.
Yeah.
Mo, wait until we reopen questions, but that is a very fungible answer.
Yeah, there are lots of options for that one.
Stupid.
Mo's have been asking
I
a few
don't know
questions
what
like that in the chat, and I'm going, yeah, I'll answer them, but wait till we open the questions. It's easier then. Dan?
I was just saying I don't actually know what fungible means.
Is HMS Unicorn an aircraft carrier?
She's a forward.
And if she isn't, is she used as an aircraft carrier? But if she isn't, does she count as an aircraft carrier for the purposes of Mo's question, or does she not count as for the purposes of Mo's question?
And then you have the
You
Mac
can
ships,
squash, stretch, and manipulate.
and you have all the catapult ships, and all the other interesting things the British do.
Yep. Are seaplane tenders aircraft carriers? They can carry aircraft from point to point to point and launch them.
It gets fun.
If I get a whole load of sailors and they pick up a Blackburn, are they an aircraft carrier?
Exactly. I mean,
The answer is the British had the most aircraft carriers of any nation during the interwar years, and that's usually where I find I have my most problem with people when they start clearing things like battleship admirals, because it's just
Stafford, better.
One of those things which comes up and it's just not backed up by the evidence. It's a post-war analysis, and it's usually based on the idea of Britain doesn't do any carrier battles during World War II. Is the first book which actually had the accusation in also declared Britain fought no carrier battles during World War II. And you sit there and go, what about all the convoys for Malta and all those things? But because they weren't carrier, it doesn't count as far as they're concerned.
That second question from Stafford, that is an example of fungibility. Or in your own work, it's when you open up a research study, and it's like, okay, you're characterizing these results as this, but you're kind of coloring the truth a little bit here, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what is your opinion of the interstate TDR drone? Interstate TDR drone.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be intestate, in which case it would not have a last will and testament.
That was the American the assault drone they're developing in the late 1930s, early 1940s, and flew in 1942. It was basically the US Navy. So it's basically the US Navy version of what I was talking about. The Royal Navy was looking at for the Queen Bee drones. It's an interesting idea. It has some options. Lots of those things. They have options.
Do you have to be this polite, or can you just go ahead and blast the bejesus out of the design if necessary?
Oh, I regularly do blast the producers out of design, but in nice way, the interstate TDR, it's a case of they've got some good ideas and they are developing it at the beginning, and it's one of the things of I have a policy whereby if it's the first couple of designs or something and they're developing it, they don't really have any idea what they're designing yet. They're trying to see what technology works, so I'll give them a bit of a. If it's an actual operational design that they're actually going to implement, then it's more problematic. But it's a good idea. To be honest, it's the American going with the American equivalent of what for them would have been their equivalent to a kamikaze system. That's what they're doing. It's their equivalent of kamikaze. It's just the Americans and the Brits were going the high-tech route of radio-controlled aircraft. The Japanese went put in or squidgy organic bit.
Squidgy organic bit. If you get the diet right, may actually weigh less than the radio control equipment.
They do. That's the disturbing point. Mark Harkness, the text of the Washington Naval Treaty says no vessel of war exceeding 10,000 tons, other than a capital ship or carrier, shall be acquired by or constructed by. Does this mean existing vessels are not included? No, it didn't include existing vessels. It didn't include. Basically, that was talking about new builds, anything you could build from this point. Everything else is included. And to be honest, there's an informal thing of what are exceptions, what aren't exceptions. If it's a capital ship, if it's a cruiser, what does it fit in? These things, and it's the Washington Naval Treaty is fun once you go for its phraseology and inclusion. And you have to remember the important parts of the Washington Naval Treaty are not realistically written down. That are bits which are the decisions and analysis going into it from the various nations about how it applies to them, and how they're going to apply it.
Interpretation.
Oh, yes. Bowman Boy, did naval trawlers, drifters, manned by naval crews ever carry out fishing using their trawlers' drift nets? What did they use to fish for if they did? Usually eating, but yes, they did often carry out. If the naval trawlers and drifters tended to be used for either ASW operations or minesweeping operations. And they'd often be using nets rather similar to their own fishing nets, so they often would bring in a haul of fish, or something, and they would basically just go about it the normal way, divvy it up with the rest of the Navy, or their own families and people. Because often the crew of trawlers were literally, this is the normal trawler crew, and here's an officer to command it, and some extra naval ratings to man the guns.
And in the case of the ones that were deployed to the Gallipoli campaign, having been reading Cunningham's autobiography, they had a top speed which was about a knot faster than the 2 or 3 knots faster than the current going through the channel.
Yep.
That they were expected to be sweeping, which made it interesting when people started shooting at them. And it was like, we're not technically standing still, but we are kind of
functionally.
The easy setting in terms of targeting problems.
It gets even more fun when you realise that actually the maximum sweeping speed you could be dealing with in terms of differential was the reduced that advantage to 1 knot functionally above the currents.
Yeah,
it's fun times.
And the crews were mostly still basically civilians.
Yeah, with get put in uniforms. Black Horse, have there been instances in the Navy that warships have completely run out of fuel and have to be towed back during war? Officially, no, because it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Unofficially, ships have developed engine difficulties and have had to be assisted back.
Were the engine difficulties to do with lack of anything to burn? Or is that merely a vicious rumour?
Vicious rumour.
Jolly good.
So for this question, would it change if you expanded it out to include ships that have damaged fuel tanks and can't use the fuel that got on board?
Well, you see, in this way, that's again, they've run out of fuel, but they've suffered damage. It's not their fault. It's not bad design. It's not that the captain's made a mistake. It's damage. Usually, again, put down as engine damage.
Okay.
BOTBS. You said there for BOTBS. You said there were talks of newer steam-powered ships. Is that steam retrofitted ships and liners in the Briggs did a lot, or Brits did a lot, or more advanced HMS Warrior-style vessels? Bot BS. Battle of the Burning Sea?
Battle of the Sea?
Pirates of the Burning Sea.
Or is it
Burning
Battle of the
Sea.
Barents Sea? No,
I
it
think
can't
it's
be
Burning
Barents
Sea.
Sea.
I think it's Burning Sea. I think it's. I think again. I haven't been the one who's had these conversations, so I'm repeating them literally. Someone else has been having these conversations, and I'm repeating what they've told me. So this is the definition of Chinese whispers. But from what I've heard, there is steamships potentially coming. I have no idea if they are going to be retrofitted ships that align with steam engines, or if they are going to be HMS Warrior style vessels. If they did include Warrior style vessels, yes, I think a level cap would be necessary. I'd also say I would be having fun. Oh yes,
Do you
Frank,
think HMS Warrior
I do
Pirate
agree
is
the
not
10-gun arrangement is better for the Kamaradski Islands. But for most other things, for ship design and for practically sorting out the armoring and the protection of that ship, a 9-gun arrangement would work out fine. What's the problem, Dan?
I'm just thinking how cruel it would be to give pirates HMS Warrior type ships and just the crash building program of superior things that would then result to then take them out.
Oh yeah.
And what that would do to naval technology from about 1860 onwards. I mean, I don't want to say that it doesn't bear thinking about, but my goodness, I think that they would quickly dispense with some of the ideas they had with pre-Dreadnought.
Me and Track are talking about doing a video because we as you know, for when the website launches, when I've got all the details and I launch the website launches for Japan. We've got a series of videos to come out. And those videos are going to be about me and Drac talking about dreadnought construction, dreadnoughts which weren't built, and battleships which weren't built in the past, they could have gone away. And it's spread out over 2 videos. And there's a third, which we've said in that if people like it, we'll do a third, which will be a live video. And there's a reason it'll be a live, and it's explained there, what it'll be. But the thing is, we also were considering doing a video at some point about the ships which were almost built of the ironclad era from about 1850 to about 1900. And the one which interests us most is interests me most, and I think to an extent interests Drag most, is if they do go for the 2-gun deck HMS Warrior. Oh my lord, does that ship get scary. That ship gets very scary. And that changes a lot of the analysis for a lot of different nations.
I was...
and there's also the fact that blows completely out of the water the Gloire. It just basically makes the Gloire look like, oh, you really? You were, what were you doing?
Gloire was a stepping stone. And it was attempting to fit vaguely sailing ship-based things onto the kind of armoured barges they used for some of the sieges in the Crimean War, wasn't it? and handled about as well as you'd expect for that. The thing I was thinking of, having just seen a video, because I've spent most of the last week watching stuff about Star Trek and catching up on Strange New Worlds, is
You poor man.
oh no, Strange New Worlds is good.
Strange New Worlds is acceptable.
It's good fun. About thinking about the difference, how you would lay out a bridge for Star Trek properly to actually function. And the different
Nowhere like the way they actually lay out their bridges.
Yeah. And then can also think about it from a yes, but it's actually a film set point of view as well.
Yeah.
A bit
And
like
they make more concessions to it being a film set than it being a bridge.
Yeah. A bit like with the Last Supper, where everyone is sitting on one side of the table, and it's like, really? You wouldn't spread yourselves around the table on both sides? Really? Lads? I mean, I know there's 13 of you, but, you can spread out a bit more. Could have invited some of the girls? No girls? Okay, so patriarchy says no girls. Sorry, this is getting religious.
Yeah.
It was just the other example. That was it was the other example. Yeah. But no, Strange New Worlds was good, and yeah, I liked the idea of the thinking about kind of what you want to actually have in your starship and things, especially if you were going on a 5-year solo mission. Other than I'm taking another ship with me, possibly another 2 ships or 3. But yeah, that's a different thing.
Steam, Poland finds the this next question is going to be fun. Poland finds the oil in the Baltic in the 1920s, not 2020s, and manages to exploit it somehow. What do they do with their funds, and what are next changes to Europe in 1940? I'd say if I was Poland and if I was going to be reinforcing my security in any way, shape, or form, I'd be buying artillery. Because if you think about it, if you buy aircraft in the 1930s, that's not going to help you much. If you buy artillery in the early 1930s and you increase the funding of your armed forces and prepare to buy aircraft and other things go on, but you can buy artillery in the early 1930s and it's still going to be very much useful into the 1940s. And if you buy enough of it, then you can make, in the nicest way, when the Germans start trying to cross your border, you basically just make them see, well, they will have a choice: the taint of Satan or the fist of God, the face of God. Either way, it's going to be they're not going to be rolling any further.
Do you mean it's something along the lines of, oh, hello, welcome to pre-planned fire position 12.
Yeah.
Hi. We have ready zeroed in all of our guns. Sorry, I misread that. We have pre-sighted all the guns on you. You mean all the guns?
Yeah.
All the guns. What if the Russians turn up? What if we turn up? Don't worry, there are plenty of guns for you too.
And we can move the gun. We can have a full artillery division per border. Well, Tanaverka, as I explained about the air power thing. Any aircraft you buy in 1930 are really not going to be much help by 1940. So you start off by buying artillery, and you buy a lot more aircraft later. I'm fairly sure I explained that. If I didn't, then I thought I did, and I apologise.
That's the kind of the weird thing with the Maginot Line worked fine. The problem was the other stuff they were supposed to build around it.
The problem was that the Belgians didn't want to pay for it on their bit.
And they dropped out of the agreement so that the French couldn't forward deploy properly and set up fixed defences along that bit of border, which was the plan until the Belgians decided to go, no, we're neutral. It's like, really? You think that's going to help you? When you neutral in 1914? Yes, but this time we're super neutral, and the Germans are so much more trustworthy now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not get started
Yeah.
on Belgium's foreign policy acumen. It really doesn't end well. How might naval nuclear power propulsion change British ship designs and refits from 1922 to 39? Well, you have to first think what's going to get nuclear power. It's probably not going to be destroyers. In a nice way, they're too small. It's things like cruisers, carriers, and battleships. And realistically, if you have got nuclear power, the density that's going to give you and the range it's going to give you is going to be interesting. It depends how you fit it.
You want to give Warspite a nuclear heart.
Yeah. You're functionally giving them as much makes no difference, infinite range in terms of fuel supply. So logistically, that's very nice. Speed-wise, that's very nice. Everyone else in the world is worried. You also have to probably design a system whereby you can dump the reactors in the case of too much damage, especially if they're on battleships. But you can stick them in place on a battleship where they're unlikely to get hurt.
Warp core breach. Oh god.
Yeah. Ramol, what if the US had AIM-66? Air version of the RIM-66, just like in today's RIM-1714 during the Cold War, as a competitor to the AIM-54. Would it have anti-service mode as well? Well, if you got it, probably yes. Probably. It makes sense to. Not sure. Does the infinite range end up being a distraction when you lose the fuel storage for destroyers? No, because probably you turn every one of your capital ships and carriers into basically a supply ship for your destroyers. So pretty much every one of your carriers will now carry fuel, literally to refuel their destroyers. Listen, what's the upper limit of PT? Do you mean poodle treats or torpedo boats? Torpedo boats are allowed to be up to a fat.
Poodle believes that there is no upper limit to poodle treats.
Yes,
poodle treats.
For torpedo boats, theoretically they were allowed to be up to, I think it's 500 tons. I think it was 500 tons.
You mean in terms of the treaties?
I don't know, but usually what we consider them, their maximum sort of max out of 500 tons. Black Horse, did the Royal Navy ships really have have so much fuel problems they couldn't travel long distance like in the Pacific? No, the Royal Navy didn't have fuel problems with their ships. The Royal Navy ships were designed for the Royal Navy operation criteria, which, as I've talked about before, the Americans are thinking about going across the Pacific. The British are going up the South China Sea and across the Indian Ocean and these sort of things. So the British fuel, the amount of fuel they tend to carry versus their American counterparts is different because of the ranges they need to go. The standard British range these days is they've got to be able to get to the Falkland Islands. Those days, the longest range was that from Suez, basically in the Suez Canal, to Singapore. So across the Indian Ocean. Plus, the way the British did have fuel supply ships and did have tankers. This is one of those things which is often forgotten. The British had built them in the interwar years. It's just in the beginning of the war, someone had a bright idea that how about we're not going to need these ships to fight a European or Mediterranean conflict. So why don't we convert them to amphibious warfare ships and use them to take our landing craft around, and then we can use them for opening a second front in Europe. And Winston Churchill thought that was a great idea, so that's what they started doing them. So this is why the Royal Navy's fast tankers, when they're being used, are doing things like having a gantry with a load of landing craft on and being used for the Madagascar operation, Operation Ironclad, and a few others like that. And it takes time for the Royal Navy to build up a tanker force again. Basically, someone has a bright idea. Bowman Boy, what happens at Midway if the Devastators are equipped with 100-pound high explosive bombs and sent on low-level bombing runs? They cause absolutely no frigating damage. I'm presuming you mean 1,000-pound, not 100-pound bombs. But as you realize, 100-pound bombs is just no. That's an ASW bomb. And even the British admitted that wasn't really going to work against submarines. Zero questions left in the queue, Paul.
Ooh,
That's surprising.
No, there are still some left in the queue.
They're appearing.
$20. Ah, that makes more sense.
That makes far more sense.
We'll wait till it gets down to 10, then we'll open the bot again. What do I type into the thing to get the bot to start again after putting an index?
Open. Exclamation point open.
Yeah. Haven't used it in such a while. If you had to, not sure, if you had to go to see with an admiral from history, who would you pick? Ooh, there are a few. I'd like Geoffrey Hornby would be fun to learn from. Admiral Duncan would be fairly cool. I'd love to see Henderson when he was developing the multi-carrier tactics the Royal Navy didn't get to use till the end of World War II. Yeah, there's a few options of what I'd like to see.
Can I tag along with Michael Clarke?
Oh, that's fun, yeah. Michael Clarke in the Falklands War. Although he hasn't got much space in his flagship, so he'd probably go, why do I have extra people here? You'd end up doing Ewan Subby Taylor and sleeping in a bathtub.
Yeah, I'd also probably end up finding myself responsible for doing quite a lot of staff work or something.
No, you're a medic.
Yeah.
There weren't enough of them down there, so you would be...
Okay.
You'd be joining Rick Jolly in the Red and Green Life Machine.
Okay, I can live with that. Would be an honour.
Go on, Cameron. If the British UK government decided to fund a much larger navy, where do you think the RN would build or reopen bases? In the nicest way, you would take a lot of construction before you filled up Plymouth, Portsmouth, and Fowles Lane. It would take a lot of construction.
Gibraltar and maybe the bases in Cyprus?
No, you tend to base them in the UK and then send them abroad for they deploy them abroad. So it would the vast majority be in the UK. So the next one after that is probably going to be Merseyside. If they're going to open a new base, it'd be Merseyside because they've already got a massive facility there. So that's the obvious thing to put something in. But that it's in the nicest way. You would have to do so much construction to fill up Portsmouth and Plymouth and Fowles Lane. It would be it wouldn't be a problem you'd have to be thinking about for at least 20, 30 years. Alpha Aurora. Speaking of the British Pacific Fleet and the Pacific, will you be revisiting an Undoubtable Force Z and what happens further along after the initial engagement? Possibly I'll do something, but I tend to not do, because I tend to do alternate histories to the point of view of this is as far as I can go before I'm getting into entirely fiction. And I've had this recently because I recorded the video which is coming up, which is on what happens if Force Z survives. What happens if Force Z survives if they don't get sunk on 10th of December 1941? And that's an interesting question, but pretty much as far as I can get is February 1942. I can get you to February 1942. Why can I get you that far? Because that's the point at which there's the Darwin raid, and that's as soon as the Japanese have available enough carriers to send down the carrier force they do to do the raid on Darwin, etc. And if they're going to send that many carriers down, they're probably going to send them down to engage whatever force is at Singapore. And there's going to have to be a battle. And there is two options. There's either a pair of British carriers and some fast capital ships taking on the entire Japanese fleet, or there's a pair of British carriers and a pair of American carriers combined together taking on the Japanese fleet. And yeah, the thing is, interesting thing if Force Z survives is the odds are that Singapore doesn't fall, at least not at the beginning of February, and possibly not even as early, and not even have the Malaysian line fall as early as it does. And again, I explained this in the video, but basically it comes down to the Royal Navy aren't prepared to risk their R-class battleships because they've lost the fast capital ships. So they don't even do shore bombardment on the Indian Ocean side of the Malay Peninsula. When you realise that 80% of the Japanese logistics has to be brought along the coast road in the Malay Peninsula, along the Indian Ocean. If you brought the R-class battleships forward and been bombarding that road, you'd have wiped out their logistics line and basically stopped the Japanese advance in its tracks, because even the limited logistics they do get through would have been stopped. Does that mean the British can retain control of Malaya? Probably not, but there's probably enough space that Singapore might stay, and that means instead of setting up Perth, you set up Singapore as a submarine base, and all sorts of interesting things can happen there. Hello, Poseidon 730. Hello, John Shea. And that means you probably never get the Indian Ocean. Never get the Indian Ocean.
That will have deeply interesting effects on the submarine war, because it means that the submarines with the effective torpedoes will not have nearly as long a turnaround time as they have historically.
And also, how do I put this politely? The Americans will be going into a fairly big base of the British, which is fairly pre-war, which has quite large stocks and interesting engineering capabilities, and going, so our torpedoes aren't working. Really? How many torpedoes do you have? We have a lot. Shall we see what we can do? Some Heath Robertson, Chief Engineer, Chief Petty Officer stuff later. Oh, we have torpedoes which work from our submarines. And a whole new interesting history of American submarines gets written.
Which could do interesting things. When were the main landings in the Philippines?
Well, the Philippines would happen historically, but the interesting thing is the Dutch East Indies might not fall. So if you don't take Singapore, it's very difficult to imagine carrying out an invasion on Sumatra. It's very difficult to imagine successfully trying to take Sumatra. And if there are all sorts of, if the Dutch East Indies don't all fall, then A, Australia isn't as exposed, but B, the Japanese are fighting over Borneo and other places. It becomes a very interesting situation. And Walter Brothers, no, Singapore doesn't have to fall. As I've said many times, there are various ways to defend Singapore. The trouble is the nicest way. There were issues with the generals in command of Singapore. They were war broken already before they even got there.
There were 3. Well, I think the guy who's in charge of the army there was a lot like was the Duke of Medina Sidonia. Basically, he was a good admin guy, but he wasn't who you wanted to be leading.
He was a fine admin guy.
Right,
he wasn't.
He was the one who worked out how you would invade, which is exactly what the Japanese did several years before. He was not the person to be opposing it.
Yes, he was the great chief of staff you needed. He was not the commander.
Yeah. But no, I think Singapore falling is one of the 3 points where you get a very much a, for want of a nail, from a British side. The other 2 being Norway and Crete.
Yeah,
they are the we lost. Other people got lucky. We rolled natural 1s. They rolled natural 20s.
I'd say Norway, it's more the Norwegian government than the British, but we'll leave that to one side.
The British could have done things better, and it wouldn't have taken much to kind of have people say friendly hellos with 15 and 16-inch shells to a number of German ships that would have been fairly decisive in the more northern bits.
Yeah,
We are stopping We are stopping the invasion of your territory. Please do not resist.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, it's one of the things of, if you have 4Z still around, they cause too many issues for anything. And when you consider the whole story of 4Z and how it gets sunk, and literally that the Japanese aircraft are running out of fuel, heading home, have no defensive armament on board because they needed to carry maximum fuel, and the Royal Navy ships are heading home and they are moving. Yeah, it's just... And there is a lot of logic which goes into it and works it out. One of the things you have to remember again is there are defensive lines. They need time, they need to organise, and they need supplies, and they need reinforcement. There are lots of issues with the fall of Singapore. There are lots of issues with the command structure in Singapore, but mostly the biggest one is the fact that the army's collapsing and the Navy was supposed to be doing it, and the Navy has been annihilated. You have to remember the biggest loss with Prince of Wales and Repulse is Tom Phillips and his staff. Losing that staff, which was supposed to be the coordinating body for the British part of the world, yeah. And that's the thing. So, I'm not wishing for new leadership in this scenario, but in this scenario, Phillips is there and still alive, and that's the point. If Phillips is alive, then Phillips is the general's boss, basically, and will be telling him what to do. So when I say telling him what to do, what you'll have is the general probably going to Phillips going, "These are my options, which do I do?" That one. And then he'll go execute them well. The problem with the general in charge of Singapore is he's not bad at coming up with ideas, he's bad at deciding between ideas. He needs someone above him to basically go, that one, do it. And that's the thing. If that was what Phillips was supposed to be there for, and Phillips had gone off with his ships to do it, he should have probably sent rulings, but he didn't. He went himself. And it's just, yeah. It's a whole thing, and as I said, I've done a whole video on it, so that explains it all. And goes in. There's lots of videos on the fall of Singapore. Opinions on the Megami class frigates. Do you think the improved Megami design is a better frigate design, more capable than Type 26 class? No. Nicest way, if I remember correctly, though, they're built with a different different requirement. The Megamis are about about half the displacement of a Type 26. They are not built to the same role as a Type 26, and yeah, I don't know why you're comparing. You're comparing apples with oranges. That's... Yeah, they are good frigates, but they are basically, in the American terms, they are destroyer escorts. They are small frigates. They are what you use for escorting convoys and for providing force. They're basically, their comparison in British circumstances would be the Type 31. That's the similar role dimensions who you're talking about. And then, again, it depends on what you want. Ethan Yang, are any thoughts on the Italians' pursuit of SMR reactor technology? Small modular reactors? It's interesting. They've got some interesting ideas going on there. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in Britain in 1939 suddenly had all their battleships and facilities for said battleships become HMS Devastation clones from World of Warships? Okay, I sub in Foxo and Dragon.
Sorry, say that again?
Recovers. What if Britain in 1939 suddenly had all their battleships and facilities for said ships become HMS Devastation clones from World of Warships?
GG.
I mean,
So,
yeah.
So HMS Devastation is the super ship of the British battleships line. She's armed with 16. Yeah, it's 16.
16, yep.
16-foot guns.
4x4.
Yes.
Yes, and apparently she's based off a Lion class. No.
Talk to me, Foxer, what are you thinking?
I'm just trying to stretch. You answer.
Right.
Well, 16.5-inch guns and 30 knots.
Let alone her AA suite. Like, because she has the improved 5.25s. She gets
8 of them in total, yeah.
She gets. Wait a moment. Is this the one which gets what I think it is? Okay, right. No, she at least doesn't. Does she? I'll boot up the game at the moment. Right? I'm pretty sure she at least doesn't get the Ottomaleras, but she does get Tiger's 3-inch. Yeah, that's what
yes.
She gets. The Tiger's 3-inch. She also gets the
11
40mm Bofors. She also gets the 40mm 56 Mark III Bofors on Mark 7 mounts, which are pretty good Bofors as well. 30.5 knots, as said. Her armor belt's also pretty reasonable. Like, in general, everyone will be looking at this ship and going, "Where did you get that? And what was this about treaties? Sorry, where were you hiding this?"
But paradoxically, it's probably made the Empire much harder to defend.
In some regards, yes, because I don't know where you are putting these.
Well, no, you've got all the facilities for them, and you've updated all the ships to them, so you've got about 16 of them.
If you've got the facilities for them, then yeah, what are others meant to do against this?
Well, basically, in the nicest way, Bismarck and Tirpitz and Scharnhorst and Eisenhower now need to die, because in this scenario, Renown will be one of these when she finds Scharnhorst and Eisenhower, wouldn't she?
Also, the home fleet sortying is much more likely to catch them.
Yes.
Also, again, while these aren't fast, 30.5 knots is fast enough.
Oh,
30 and a
yes.
half knots with that hull is going to go fast enough in the absolutely atrocious weather that you had in that bit of April in the North Sea when you're sortying, what was it, Rodney, not Vanguard. Where's my brain gone?
I'm just thinking of the Battle of Matapan, when you've got the fact that now Warspider's not being held up waiting for the other two Queen Elizabeths. They're all caning along at 30-ish knots. The Italians aren't getting
the Italians
away.
might actually notice them. Like, because as I said,
It's
well,
not
what
so
this
much
is, these are big ships as well.
Yes, and they might notice them, but the thing is, with their 16.5-inch guns, they'll outrange the Italian 15-inch.
Oh, definitely.
And with the radars
And
that's
radar
bringing, and the full radar fire control, you've got 3 of them at the Battle of Matapan. That's annihilation of that fleet from the Italians. And then you've got 2 of these sitting you've got Prince of Wales and Repulse sitting together in 4C, and they've got enough air defense and air firepower, enough gunnery in their stuff that I don't think those bombers are getting through. Because the radar-guided 3-inch autos, okay, yes, they do have issues, but there again, you've got 11 of them.
Yeah, as I said, it's kind of what do you do against this is a better question.
I think at this point, the Americans are the ones who possibly are crying, but we'll leave that to one side. For the Japanese now, when Yamato and Musashi are announced to the world, everyone's going to look at them and go, yes, you've got 9/18-inch guns. We're proud for you. Have you seen what the British have got over there?
You are now, theoretically, the best contender against them.
Yes!
But you've got 9/18s.
And you've got 2
They've
ships.
got 16 and a half.
Yeah, they can bring 6 of them to the fight. To say hi.
Oh, and they vastly outspeed you.
They have a 3.5 knot speed advantage, because they are fast battleships. Which means they can decide the gunnery range and the full engagement line. It's not nice. It's not nice at all for them.
But it would be amusing watching people still try to claim that Bismarck was a super battleship and could clearly beat all of them if she hadn't been nerfed by insert X.
No, in this scenario, the ones who are really interesting to watch are the Soviets post-war, because the lesson from this will not be this kind of World War II will not be the same as it was historically. Because if Bismarck gets annihilated at the Battle of Denmark Strait, if Scharnhorst, well, it probably wasn't happen if Scharnhorst and Eisenhower are annihilated by one of these. It's going to set a tone of the war that, okay, alright, if you bring a lot of aircraft, you can win. But especially if 4C survives, etc., and these things survive in the face of massive air attack, the battleship is going to look like, well, yeah, they annihilated the Italian fleet. They did this, they did that. The list of what the battleships do in World War II is going to be quite great. And that's going to be the history of it. Yes, Callum goes back to just point out 11 twin 3-inch autos with VT fuse. Ouch.
Yeah, the Japanese are not thinking Force Z.
No, and you have to remember there are 2 ships armed with that at that Force Z. So there's actually 22 twin 3 inches with or 3-inch autos with VT fuses.
Yes. What will be happening there will be the destroyers will be running around like crazy trying to pick the Japanese who've had their planes shot down out of the water.
Yeah. That's the kind of out of context problem. If you have it, okay, that's changed things.
It would be very interesting to see how it impacts the Pacific War start date, because if part of Tokyo's rationale for kicking off a war is that there is no better time than right now to try and fight a war for a negotiated peace. If in 39 all of a sudden the British are leapfrogged, what, a generation, 2 generations ahead in battleship construction, and it's their entire battle line fleet, first and second rank battle line fleet, as well as their scouting arm. While Japan has 2 Yamatos, if I'm being generous, because frankly the Congos aren't going to count in this universe.
The Congos, quite a lot of their battle line aren't not going to count.
The Congos will count as target practice.
I was going to say they will count when you stencil that outline on the side of your stack or bridge.
I was going to say they probably don't engage in the standard manner anymore. It's at best these are used to support cruiser fights.
Yeah, it's like, how is that going to affect Tokyo's decision making? Because now, instead of being within shouting distance to a close peer or an equal peer, at least on a pound-to-pound basis, they're now utterly, hopelessly outclassed. I don't think it really is going to impact Germany much, because Germany is realistically always planning for a land war. It might impact Italy, because Italy no longer has a speed advantage, let alone a firepower advantage. It's going to be interesting to see how start dates get shifted with this.
It is.
I mean, Mutsu isn't a joke, but what are these? You said these were 12 16s or 9 16s?
16.5 inch.
16, 4x4.
16 16s doing what? 30, 32?
30.5.
30.5.
Okay, 30 and a half knots rated, and if they're rated for that, they'll probably do 32 under wartime conditions. Mutsu's just going to get clobbered. Like, I wouldn't even want to be on a Yamato against 1 or 2 of these things. I want to be, like, up the Mississippi River, as far up the Mississippi River as I can get. And even then, I'm still scared of these things.
To be honest, you kind of should be.
You could put me in the mountains of Appalachia, and I'd probably still be scared of these things. So, anyway.
All right.
I'm ordering dinner. Y'all want anything?
Ooh, always tempting. But, Channel, Spain intervenes on Garibaldi's exposition in favour of the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. What happens next? Probably Garibaldi waits for a bit longer and then launches again when Spain's forgotten to intervene. The Italian unification is not going to stop. And they can sort of intervene with the trying to take Sicily. The southern Italy part of it is going to be slightly more difficult. And the thing is, they're going to be dealing with the fact that quite a lot of locals support the unification of Italy. Quite a lot of locals do. So it's going to be basically a complicated mess, which Spain is not really in a fit state for at the time. So Cavden, how would IJN ships fare in the Atlantic, and how would Italian ships fare in the Atlantic and Pacific? In the Middle Atlantic, they'd be fine. In the North Atlantic or the South Atlantic, I would not want to be on some of the lightly built Japanese ships. Some of their ships could have increasingly interesting stability issues. But they're good ships. They're well designed. They're a well designed navy. In the Atlantic, they would still have space to operate. For the Italians, the Atlantic and the Pacific could prove interesting because they are in many ways Mediterranean thoroughbreds. They are very good in the Mediterranean, but they are Mediterranean thoroughbreds. Some of the seakeeping issues of the Littorios and other ships would show up. But their subs did okay out there, and I have no doubt that they would find a way to make their ships work because they're very professional and they're quite a capable navy. Again, as I always point out, until the Japanese enter the war, the most powerful Axis navy and the most professional Axis navy in terms of largest volume and experienced personnel is the Italian, the Regia Marina, not the Kriegsmarine.
I'm trying to work out if it briefly. Would you put the Finns ahead of the Germans at certain points in 41, or has the German U-boat arm become big enough?
The Germans have battleships. That's why they're ahead of the Finns. Black Horse. Did the Tribal class destroyers have trouble crossing the Atlantic without refueling? The unrefueled range of a Tribal class destroyer is 5,700 nautical miles. The distance from Rosyth to Halifax, which is the standard crossing distance of the Royal Navy across the Atlantic, is 2,600 and something nautical miles. So there you go. They can cross there and back from the Scott of Rosyth to Halifax without refueling. So the answer to that, Black Horse, is no. They didn't have trouble crossing the Atlantic. They didn't need to refuel across the Atlantic. The thing that uses up fuel is manoeuvring and doing operations in the Middle Atlantic. That's the issue. Malaga, what was the reactions of the afflicted nations to the 2nd Pacific Squadron sinking fishing boats in the North Sea, and what kind of apology compensation did they get out of Russia? They did get an apology. They did get some compensation, and the reaction of the British for their boats being sunk was pretty much the fleet was preparing for war, and if the Russian diplomatic team hadn't moved quickly, they would have been in trouble. They would have been in real trouble. We're almost at the point, where I open again. Almost at the point. Don't put in questions till I actually see the system actually opening up.
Patience,
Please.
people. Patience.
Yes, patience.
You will get a message in the chat when it's reopened.
Is the bot going to work again for this evening? I've put it in both systems to see. I've said open in both systems.
Robert, your memory glands, calm them.
You need to start. I don't know if it's working.
I think it died.
Yeah, this is why I didn't want to shut it down earlier. Okay.
Well, technically, you didn't shut the program down. You just told it to stop receiving. It should still be scanning chat. Oh, there it goes. It woke up now. I don't know what you did, but you woke it up.
I
You've
turned it
alerted
off and
the
on
hive.
again. I turned it off and on again.
Huzzah! Defibrillation. Yes, that is when we turn your heart off and on again to make
I
it
thought-
work better.
I thought
Now
that was
saying questions
atropine.
the questions are now closed already. Question
Well,
received. It's saying it's receiving things. Let's just ignore it, be, and let it be. Okay, it says it's working. It's receiving questions. Just yeah. Questions are open.
Stafford, I just want you to know that you have successfully ADHD sniped me, and I find it very annoying. But I'm now trying to figure out where does the Mississippi River end?
Okay. Shaw.
Did Runon just meow?
Yes.
I did
I'm
not
sure
know
it's
how.
meowed.
Yes,
What?
yes, she did. So just move on. We are moving on before Runon turns full cat mode. Okay. Moshaw.
What?
The Mississippi
What ship
River
design
ends-
do you look at and say, I can't understand how they managed to do that?
Burn.
No, Burn, I can understand.
No, Burn, I can't understand how they managed to, for want of a better phrase, keep digging in making it so bad. It's like, there's bad. There's very bad. There's, that really wasn't a good idea. There's, have we actually thought about what we're doing? And then there's Burn as operational.
Okay.
I still go
and
for
I'm
the
trying-
Glomar Explorer because that is just such a feat of engineering. It still to this day makes me intrigued into its capabilities and what it actually
Okay,
achieved.
I've got two. First one's the Seaways Giant or anything on that scale, because that's just hard to comprehend how you build a ship that big.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, it's the French pre-dreadnought Danton. How do you fail that badly?
Simple. Be
I
French.
know the
Be
good answer
French.
to that one. It's because the answer to that one is because you have made a deal with dark satanic powers, and they have come to claim their pride. Claim their pride.
You are a doctor. You are a man of science. Stop putting everything you don't like down to deals with dark satanic powers. It confuses everyone.
Yeah, but it's so poorly designed, it would confuse a demon. It would confuse Cthulhu itself trying to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I stand by my statements.
Bowmill boy, what happens at Midway if the Devastators use 1,000-pound skip bombs and carry out skip bombing attacks? Are they better or worse than low-level bombing runs? They're better. They're less likely to get damaged. And more likely to hit their targets because they do a more difficult route to track in and kill with the weaponry the Japanese have at the time. So they probably cause a lot more damage. Senator, what is your opinion the best story about a ship's mascot? Unsinkable Sam, who possibly survived so many sinkings the Royal Navy stopped allowing him to go to sea.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
a good
saying that the Royal Navy took an official position of
We don't know if
superstition?
you're a Jonah and in Jonah in cat form, but we're just stopping taking the frigating chance. Free ships. Free ships.
To be fair, I think I know a sailor who had the same thing in the Falklands.
There was that one nurse that survived the Titanic and then like two others.
Yeah.
Unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah.
Con Cameron, We know that in Trek, TNG Utopia, you probably live your best quality and the safest life. But what sci-fi universe do you think you would have the most fun in, and what job do you want?
I go to
Okay.
Star Trek, thanks.
Star Trek is quite a lot of fun to be a historian in. And I can probably have a very interesting ship and go off historianing in a very interesting personal little ship to go off historianing. But leaving that to one side, honestly, it's gonna sound strange, but the thing is about Starfleet is I quite like the role of the diplomatic captains and going off and solving problems around the universe. I'd probably be aiming for that kind of role and avoiding being an admiral or anything like that. I wouldn't want to have the Enterprise because that'd be far too much pressure. Frankly, I don't feel like that. But, you see, I once had an interesting conversation with someone because he's another military historian profiling the various people doing the leads. And he was telling everyone what their different roles was, and mine was, he decided, because I hadn't asked to be part of it at all, but then someone said, so what's Alex? And he said, quite simple, Alex is the guy you put at the end of the absolute supply run in the back of Beyond, in a position which you don't want to lose but can't support, and leave him alone. And he'll quietly get on with his own business and sort himself out. And when you go there, you'll either find that the enemy has experienced 3 new forms of interesting, possibly now going in the Geneva Convention as things not to do to people, or alternatively, the enemy is now having a conversation with you and is no longer your enemy and is turned into your ally to fight the person who was in the other areas you were engaging. Because Alex has found a way to make them into his friends. By hook or by crook.
Makes sense.
I'm going with Castle Federation because, one, I get the hardware in my brain that balances out my neurotransmitters, which means I don't have the disconnect between the I need to go do something and actually getting up to go do this thing. That, I have because ADHD is fun like that. I also will always wake up on time and actually be awake and alert. And no one gives a hoot about whether or not my firmware matches my hardware.
I'm going to go for if we're going Glyn series, I'm going Peacekeepers of Sol. Mainly because they actually have corgis on their warships.
Right, question. Can we choose what our job is?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
a
the whole
bit
point.
down.
Yeah, the whole point was what science fiction would you want to do, and what would be your favorite thing to do there?
Rogue Trader Heiress. Is all I'm going to say.
Ooh,
That doesn't
brave,
surprise me, but
but
you would
fun.
enjoy it.
I make the
I'll take just being an electrician somewhere in the Castle Federation Navy because why not?
And I would put the caveat that in this case, I want to be dead before I have to succeed the Rogue Trader. So I get all the perks and none of the cons. Being
Nah.
Rogue Trader.
I'm sorry, I'm going to make sure you're a favourite of Robuta Gilliman, so you can never die. You just get brought back to life.
I just want to go around nicking artifacts off people.
I know.
Oh, you work for the British Museum too?
Let's put it this way.
So wait, are you
What's
saying
the
that
one
Dr. Clarke wants
organisation
to
in the
be
universe
Trazen?
that Trazen is scared of? One organisation in the universe that the British Trazen is scared of. The British Museum.
I founded the British Museum.
No, what's the only organisation which is trying to install Trazen as its own exhibit? The British Museum. Oh, I will laugh if eventually it's found out that the real people conducting the war in the era of 40k. It's Trazen versus this organisation which has been going on for centuries, called the BM. No one's sure what it means, what the name is, but they collect things, and they've been trying to collect each other for millennia. And eventually they realise that actually all the Tyranids, everything, are just collectors for the BM organisation. And that's what the Silent King found in the darkness. He found the headquarters of BM and realised that they had a plinth ready for him with a little display and note, and has been running from it ever since. Because it has him positioned below Trazyn. Because in the BM's opinion, Trazyn must be a higher person than the Silent King, because he's a fellow collector.
What just happened? Something just happened on my stream. Oh, okay. So you just followed. Psionic, thank you for the follow. I now have 69 followers.
Niggas.
Very cool.
On a similar note, I'm not allowed to say I'd like to be in Star Trek, and what I'd like to be doing is Esri Dax.
What is Fox
We've been over this before.
What is Fox?
That one wasn't Foxo.
That was
No, Fox was saying something earlier.
Foxo?
I suppose
Apparently, Runon was saying you apparently were trying to make a comment on something.
See,
I thought you'd finished, but
Get going.
See, the only thing that would actually make Esri Dax even more of a character to attract Dan is if they'd gone with the other option for her casting, which was a short redhead.
Dan.exe has shut down.
Yes. Dan
Does anybody
never
know a
got any
good,
homework done when DS9 was around at all.
Knight, you ask some very, very esoteric questions historically.
Yeah. I have also been enjoying other bits of Star Trek, but so at the moment I'm in a Star Trek mood.
Does it? Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, Babylon 5 is also good, although a bit bleaker. But I suppose it was very much the same time as DS9.
Beat! It's canonical, like, 9 times out of 10, Babylon 5 dies. Like, the entire universe is just done.
Yes.
So, I would say it's more than a bit bleak.
Okay. YouTube, let's move on to the next question to have some fun. This is going to be this is going to be a happier question.
But before we click to that, just immediately, does anybody have any good ideas as to who makes PCIe USB expansion cards? Because I need more USB handling capacity on my machine. Why? Nice some lag there.
You want a PCIe USB expansion card?
Yes.
There's like
because it keeps shutting down my USB devices, and I'm currently getting we do not have enough resources to run all these USB devices. Which sounds like a skill issue, but you know.
I will send you a couple of links because I've got some for my own computer.
Thank you.
Excuse me a second, everyone. I'm just going to quickly make my thing disappear.
There it goes. Wow, that's a hell of a latency. Excuse me, but it's very weird latency. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a different latency between what's appearing on.
No, I'm looking at Powder Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the one I was looking at. Okay. Fair enough.
I've got two of the USB, the USB 3 and USB Cs. I've got two of them in my PC because that just works.
It just works.
And that's the
Oh, no,
entire
here we go
criteria as
again.
far as I'm concerned.
Hey, I'm not starting in on the whole thing. I'm just saying it just works.
Not again. Not again.
Oh, things will be a lot better for me once I've got the new router. Admittedly, then I'll spend 300 quid on a new router, but you know, I'll have a new. My internet will be working at at somewhere approaching full capacity, and the jank will not longer be carry on again.
I've just got a quick shower thought question for Dan.
Hmm?
What would happen if humans could spit like llamas?
Llamas, they can spit basically the same as camels, can't they? Because they're
I think
actually.
better.
Not a huge amount, I don't think. I don't think it'll make that much difference.
Mating rituals could be very, very interesting, very, very different. So
Yeah, just because also we don't have the stomachs to be able to be bringing cud up to chew on and then projectile launch at people with pinpoint accuracy. We don't have the right stomachs. For starters, we only have one instead of about three.
Okay, to YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what in your opinion was the worst heavy cruiser in history? Poor armor, little to no subdivision, and too top heavy.
That's not a fair question. There are too many competitors.
Oh,
It should be answered to be easy. It's the Nuremberg class.
They weren't heavy
they're not
cruisers.
heavy cruisers.
I didn't hear heavy. Sorry, I thought you
Yeah,
just said
yeah.
cruise.
No,
And also, even the Nurembergs are
oh,
bad, but I don't know if I'd say they're that bad.
they don't have.
Japanese
It's like
howlers.
normally when I'm asked bad heavy cruisers, I sit there and go, well, pound for pound, the poor hippers just suffer in comparison to everything else because they're such an inefficient design, considering what you get out of it versus what you put in. But that's just the issues that with Nazi Germany, it's a procurement process. This is the trouble. They go for a lot of things that they can never make a decision on anything, so they have to include everything. Which is again why you end up with those strange guns on the Grau Zeppelin, etc.
The mini counties, maybe.
No, counties are pretty good.
I said the mini counties.
The Yorks.
The
I would still say
cut-price
the York,
counties.
but just because they're...
It's the Japanese, or possibly...
No, the Japanese just cheat.
the early French
They
stuff.
don't cut subdivision or armor really in comparison to their counterparts. They just cheat. It's the same with the Italians. They just cheat.
Yeah. Some of the early French stuff.
I'm sorry, it's probably gonna have to be. It's probably gonna have to be the Northampton class. Because they take some of the ideas of the Pensacola and they make them worse. And the trouble is, again, they are technically heavy cruisers because they have 8-inch guns, but they are actually built as scout cruisers. So they weren't built as heavy cruisers. And that makes an important distinction in how they're designed. And it's one of the reasons why later American heavy cruisers are so friggin' good, and people go, well, how come there's such a differential? And you go, well, because these cruisers were designed as scout cruisers, not heavy cruisers. They had no idea they was going to become a heavy cruiser. It's just, these are scout cruisers. It's like the county class cruisers are designed as light cruisers, not heavy cruisers. Because you have to remember, the Hawkins class, which the treaty limits were based on, were a light cruiser. They weren't a heavy cruiser. Yeah, it's basically the only time in history, the treaty period is the only time in history where a designation for something got smaller than the previous generations, because it's only in the treaties that you start off with light cruisers being 10,000 tons with 8-inch guns. Then 1930 treaty comes in, the first London Treaty, and they're now 10,000 tons, but they're limited to 6-inch guns. And they're now called they're light cruisers, and the heavy cruisers are 8-inch guns with 10,000 tons. Same tonnage, maximum. And then later on they make it in the second London Naval Treaty, they make it 8,000 tons for a light cruiser. And that's the only time in history where designs haven't crept up and got bigger and bigger as you've been attempted to do more with them and wanted to include more in their design. So, yeah. With that being said, Black Horse, what was the weirdest thing that dive bombing actually managed to hit? The question is, do you mean on purpose? Because, technically, a dive bomber hit a gnome factory. Or rather, a China ornaments factory. And I like to think that they were dive bombing gnomes.
Boxer, your opinion on dive bombing gnomes?
The world has made a grave error in not dive bombing them. They will come here, and they will kill you all in the night. They will surround you, and they will follow you. Totally not because you're sleep deprivated. They are following you.
Foxo, remind me to never introduce you to one of my friends who also swears that when she was drunk, the gnomes were following her home. Yeah. If I introduce you to that, that's just...
Fox was in a public VC when this was happening, so multiple people got to listen to this.
Weren't the gnomes also the villains in the most recent Wallace and Gromit
Yes.
thing, Maduger?
Which is why I'm right. No.
Carry on.
Do you want to know why most gnomes wear red hats?
No, tell us.
Because they're evil French revolutionaries who wants to take away our monarchy and our freedoms.
Is it time for her medication?
Shall we grab the next question?
Yeah.
For all our sanity.
Next question. Stafford Thompson. Other than the powered iceberg, were there any plans to build carriers in Canada? And if so, could they have been loophole carriers for the RN, given it was technically a separate Navy building? No, because the RN was signing up for the Royal Navy, signing up for all the Empire. So the Britain in the treaty system, all the Royal Navies were counted as one Navy. Specifically, America ensured that because otherwise they knew the Royal Navy could just go, well, these battleships no longer belong to us. They belong to the Canadians. They belong to the Australians. And that's one of the reasons why the Australians lose their battle cruiser. And as for carriers built in Canada, they would have liked to, but they didn't have any yards which were sufficiently big at the time. And sufficiently capable of dealing with a ship and scale of that scale and complexity at the time. Please note what I'm saying, at the time. They really hadn't invested in that much in warship production in the 1920s and 30s, let alone prior to World War I. Seneca Nero, what if the modern Royal Navy shows up in World War I or World War II to help the RN from back then? Since there are so few ships nowadays, how would they be used? Well, the thing is, and there might not be many Royal Navy ships there back there today, but an Astute class submarine sitting off the coast of Germany would basically keep the German fleet in port in perpetuity. They ain't got nothing to deal with that scale of threat. Similarly with any invasion of the Far East. The Astute class can basically wipe out most things.
Command and control stuff would just eat everything.
Yeah. The Queen Elizabeth class carriers with even the F-35B complement we can currently put on them would probably win the war in Europe within about a day and a half. And the reason it takes a day and a half is because they actually have to fly there and back to drop the bombs. But they are pretty much, as near enough makes no difference, functionally invulnerable to everything that can be sent up against them. They can outpace it, it won't see them coming, and they can just go past and go above it, looking down it and go, ha ha, and then drop their bombs. So this is the thing: is you take the Royal Navy of today back to World War I or World War II, that it doesn't matter its size so much as the sheer scope of technology it now has at its disposal. It makes it an out of context problem beyond what anyone at the time can deal with. That's like taking the Grand Fleet back to Napoleonic Wars. We've talked about this before. In nicest way, if you took HMS Warrior back to Trafalgar, you could solo the entire Franco-Spanish fleet without ever waiting for any other ship to show up. And there is nothing any of them could really do to you.
Would you have enough ammunition to do that?
Yes.
Okay. No, I wasn't sure if you have enough powder and shot aboard to take out every ship of the line or not.
Because she can get close and fire with... Remember, she has 68 pounders.
Yeah. The more fun thing is, go back to Trafalgar with the Grand Fleet, and then explain HMS Iron Duke in 1805.
The Grand Fleet... You would be explaining HMS Warspite in 1805.
No, they will understand. Yes, this ship has a mind of its own. It's a bit psychotic, will break away and do strange things, but mostly it will try and kill the enemy. And they will go, the perfect flagship for Nelson.
Yes.
But you try and explain who Iron Duke is named for.
Yeah, that's a
10
more
years
interesting
before
one.
he made a Duke.
That will be a fun one. Bomeo Boy, what were the Dutch and French plans for war with Japan? Would they work alongside the British in going up the Chinese coast, or did they have their own plans? Basically, fold in with the British. For both of them, to extent. The Dutch were hoping to stay neutral, the French were going to back up the British, if they got involved. Because the British would have the far larger fleet, so they join in with the British. And it makes sense. Again, this is the thing. People always seem to look at thinking and go, well, of course, the British will go through the Pacific. Why? Why would the British go across the Pacific? The British have bases all the way around. They are going to be bringing in the Mediterranean fleet. They're going to be picking up ships from the Mediterranean fleet, and home fleet going to come along. They've got bases all the way through the Indian Ocean. Of course, they're going to be going out from Singapore. And you don't go from Singapore and go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go straight through the center of the Pacific. I'm going to go all the way out to come all the way in again. Why am I going to do two sides of a triangle when I can do one? Why? Just a waste of effort.
The other thing to say is, it's because it can sometimes sound as though it's, oh yes, of course they're just going to fold in with the British. Da, 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 da. This is in very much the same way that the BEF in kind of both the First and the Second World Wars were a small adjunct to the French army.
Yep.
You know, it's what have you as a nation prioritized in terms of your defense resources? And the French army in at the start of both World Wars was seen internationally as a really impressive thing.
Yeah.
It may not have. I mean, it kind of weathered the storm surprisingly well, considering. And when I say considering, it's that in World War II, it was kind of hamstrung by the political setup that had, been generating it and behind it and failing to equip
Yeah.
it.
We're not going to get
For
into
a
the
while.
radio topic again, because the nicest way you and I can just rant about the fact they didn't give them radios for a long, long time. Oh, Powder Monkey is picking up some there's some really interesting graphics out there you'll have as your image, and Powder Monkey is slowly picking some of them up. What books would you recommend for learning about the Littorio class battleships? Well, whilst you all talk, I'm just going to grab my book about the Italian fleet, the Italian Navy.
What has my digital child done today? Oh God!
Your digital child is doing many, many things. It's it's behaving very digitally.
Seneca, you're jumping the queue again.
That's the Italian heavy cruisers. Where's the Italian battleships? I know I have that book.
Stafford, I gave up.
Saltcraft.
The hyperfixation ran out.
Did you? So the Mississippi goes. Because I actually looked up where the Mississippi runs to, or where its origin point is the other day, and I can't now remember where it is.
There we go.
Mainly because it's in some foreign states, and in places I don't really remember and have any reason to remember the details of.
So, if you want to learn about Italian battleships, this is a series. I have the Conte de Cavour and Giulia classes by Emilio Bagnasco and Augusto de Toro. There is also one which is for the Littorios, okay? So, basically, no, stop licking my seat. It's very kind of you to love me so much you want to lick my seat, but please don't. Italian battleships. This is the series. This is the Conte de Cavour and Giulia classes, but there is another one which is the later vessels. So basically you can pick these up. They are by Emilio Bagnasco and Augusto de Toro, and they're worth reading. And I have the other one somewhere around here, but I found this one. Check it wasn't the one that literally sitting next to it. No, it wasn't. That was Anson's Navy. Oh. There we go. Done. It's not that one, is it? No, that's that cruiser one, isn't it? Yeah. I also have that cruiser one. They have. It's a whole series of books. It's a really cool series. Okay, you feel because I found a book, you have to, you deserve a PT for that. Okay. You're such a poodle.
Which I think his response is yes.
Are you asking?
Hello, Killerman. How you doing?
Are you asking Raleigh if he deserves a poodle treat? Because I can tell you what the answer is.
I
can tell you what his answer is going to be. His
Robert
answer is going to be yes.
It's always yes. Robert then Duvan. What is the result midway if Halsey wasn't sick and replaced by Spruance? Does the Honor Air Group not go on its flight to nowhere? This is when it sounds terrible.
Isn't the
but once you're there, nice way the commander has no responsibility once the aircraft in the air. The flight to nowhere happens because that's the information they've got, and they're going with the best information available. So it doesn't matter who's there; they're probably still going to do the flight to nowhere. That's... yeah. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. What if the Bowman Boy? What if the first 16-inch shell Lee fires at Guadalcanal is in flight replaced by a nuclear 16-inch shell from the Cold War with the same trajectory?
Um,
Well, that's a one-shot, one-kill scenario. That is a one-shot, one-kill.
I think you're going to get more than one kill out of that one, boss.
I think you probably killed quite a lot of the fleet around the thing you've just killed. I'm trying to figure out how close... I don't think you're close enough you'll kill yourself. But I wouldn't be surprised if a very large wave results and if you aren't surfing for a bit.
And
surfing a
South
battleship
Dakota
is not
had
fun.
South Dakota had enough electrical issues. So imagine what happens when that EMAG pulse slams into her.
Well,
Everything
probably-
reboots.
Yeah. That's
I
gonna
just
be
wouldn't want to be on one.
that's gonna be basically it's going to be probably sort of battle dead for everyone. Because, let's
Also,
be
you're going to
honest,
have these small.
You've just had a small sun appear in front of you in the middle of the night.
You're also going to have a small issue regarding anybody who is currently manning a optical rangefinder has a non-zero chance of being permanently blinded.
As long as they're looking in the right direction. Believe it or not, if
Even
they're
if they're
looking
not-
away, they're probably okay.
With the reflection and if they've got high-powered optics, they might not be. But my concern would be just anyone kind of on an exposed deck or something.
Yeah.
Would be having a fun time. Yeah. That's just
The bodies will hit the floor rapidly.
Right then, Poseidon 7307, December the 4th, 1941. Singapore had 60 short Sunderlands at its disposal, ready for sortie. How might you utilize this capability? A lot of reconnaissance. If I have 60 short Sunderlands sitting there, that's going to be a lot of reconnaissance going out.
And that's going to be a lot of chewed up zeros, which, yes, they can get close and they can put some of their... I can't remember how few cannon shells they actually carried, but it was a very small number from memory. They actually had fairly small ammo bins that may be around the fleet. But these are short Sunderlands, and they will take that and they will laugh it off because what you've probably done is damage their galley, and they will shoot you back with lots and lots of 303s. Lots and lots of 303s.
The more interesting scenario is what happens when Bettys bump into short Sutherlands. Because if the Bettys aren't carrying guns and they jump into they manage to bump into a short Sutherland, you might get lots of Bettys ceasing to exist as the Sutherland suddenly decides it's an air defense fighter.
I am the fat fighter. I can just imagine it. I will make the Bolton Pole Defiance concept work.
I have many turrets, and I am a flying boat, so I am built to slam into the sea. So I am structurally disturbing. I am the first incarnation of what will someday be known as Puff the Magic Dragon.
I will just fly through you. You lightly built Japanese thing.
The thing is, if you have that many, you're going to have very good reconnaissance information. You're going to know exactly what's going on around you with 60 Sutherlands wandering around. That means at any one time, you're probably going to have between 15 and 24 in the air. Okay? 15 to 24 in the air at any one time, guaranteed out on patrol. And considering the Sunderlands are big enough, they carry multiple crews, and they carry a lot of fuel, and they can stay in the air for a very long time. You're probably looking at that going up to about 30 to 36 on December 7th to the earlier period, because you'll be running them. They're going to be finding submarines. They're going to be hunting. They're going to be hunting everything they can. You have that many out looking. You're going to spot Japanese task groups, because it's basically going to be a case of, oh, there's a Sutherland, there's a Sutherland, there's a Sutherland. We've been
It will be like
isolated.
the Royal Navy with town-class cruisers in World War One.
Yes.
We have
Everywhere
a
you
Sunderland
go,
there. Well, at least we know the Japanese are there as well.
the IJN will start to have mild panic attacks associated with seeing this large 4-engined aircraft coming lumbering over the horizon. An aircraft which, by the way, could fly on less than 4 engines quite happily. So yeah, it's fun.
It would be fun for everyone who doesn't have a large red circle as their kind of national Air Force insignia.
Yeah. They'll be having interesting times.
They will indeed be having interesting times.
Stafford Thompson, HMS Warrior and her ship's doctor are caught in a fog bank and emerge in front of Edward Teach. How much fun would he have with her instead of Queen Anne's Revenge? And how panicked are the Americans? Nice the way everyone's panicked. If Teach gets Warrior, there is... let's put it this way. There is enough that you can... Warrior is simple enough you can probably keep her going back in the time of Teach. You can probably keep her going. And with the sheer amount of money they can get with her firepower and her survivability, and the fact she can technically function as a sailing ship, yeah, Teach becomes an out-of-context problem that is probably dealt with by a lot of troops lying in wait for him to go ashore somewhere and trying to take his ship out that way. You can't even take first rates up it. You might even have to see a combined Allied fleet to go deal with it, but I doubt it. It's probably the Royal Navy ends up having to deal with it, but they're going to have to deal with it by literally depositing a load of ships and a load of troops on various islands and lying in wait for him. Knight 6831. As by 1939 the Belgian Navy was unable to defend the Belgian Empire, how long would it have taken to rebuild the Belgian Navy?
How much money can you throw at the problem?
Rebuild the Belgian Navy suggests that the Belgian Navy was ever built to a level at which it could defend the Belgian Empire.
Belgian Navy couldn't defend the Belgian coastline against...
The Belgian Navy has long been the long-suffering secondary, tertiary service in Belgian funding circles. Okay? It just is. It's produced some interesting designs over the years, but no. Robert then Duvan. What is the result of Midway if Halsey wasn't sick and replaced by Spruance? I think we answered that one.
Yeah, we did.
Moshaw, can you tell us about your father's naval architecture and designs? P.S. The she in my first name is Moshe. Moshe Shaw. Huh, Moshe Shaw. Huh.
Like Moshe Diane.
Moshe Shaw. Basically, my dad starts his career not long after World War II. That's when he starts his apprenticeship in about... I don't think it was even 19... It was, I think, well before 1950. Not long after 1945, sort of in that period. And from that point on, he does his first apprenticeship with Camel Lairds. He then moves on to working with Lloyd's Register, working with naval constructors, working with various firms. He sets up his own surveyorship and consultancy naval architecture. And that's basically it for the rest of his life. He was pretty much working in naval architecture from the age of 19 to the age of 80... 1937. He was that. And he died in 1980. Oof, I'm making sure I get the maths right in my head. 83, 84, 83 years old. So basically from the age of 19 to the age of 83. And basically from the age of 24 to the age of 83, there wasn't a single thing painted grey for the Royal Navy. And lots of things which have anionic tiles, which he wasn't in some way at some point involved in. He was wandering around.
Bald parakeet, you can't pick stuff out of the queue individually. It's in the queue. It's going to get spat out eventually. So
yeah.
Don't worry. We'll just have the question. Wait a minute. I thought we answered this. Once we get to it.
That's what happens. But yeah, it's he was involved for a long, long time, and he was old when he had me. I was a very big surprise. There is quite a big age gap between me and my sister, and it was a case of, oh, they were really not expecting to have a second child, realistically, when I came along, and I was called a red herring and various other things by doctors, and then I popped out. And as my poor mum likes to say, both times she was told by doctors when she was going through childbirth that the baby wasn't coming. So both times she went through the entirety of childbirth with no pain medication. And then people tell her when she says she's in pain, she must be overstating it because she surely doesn't understand what pain is.
Pain is an entirely subjective experience. You can't tell somebody what isn't pain.
I know. I've had this debate with a doctor on her behalf. Pointing out that this is a woman who went through childbirth twice with no pain meds. If she says something's hurting her, it's hurting her.
Just to clarify.
Go ahead, Foxa.
So just to clarify, Dr. Dan, Team Fortress 2 has lied to me. Pain is not, in fact, weakness leaving the body.
Oh, pain is weakness leaving your body, but it's a subjective experience for everyone.
It is technically all in your head, but that's because that's where all the pain receptors go to fire off. Amusingly, the only bit of your body that doesn't have pain receptors in it is your brain. It has all the endings of the pain receptors from other bits, which is why you often don't get headaches that much as a symptom of brain tumours, particularly not on their own.
So what you're telling me is that I won't feel pain if I cut off my head?
No, you will still feel pain.
No, you will.
Until you reach the brainstem.
If you had a local anaesthetic applied sufficiently well and decided to cut a hole in your skull and then stuck a pencil in and which was poking your brain, you would not feel pain from the poking.
Mm-hmm. Please do not, because my mother has actually had her head cut open under local anaesthetic multiple times.
Can I just point out there are lots of people who are saying my sister doesn't appear that much older than me. In your good news, remember all the women in my family never get older than 21. I might be now nearing 40, but both my mother and my sister are only 21. Okay? The men age in my family, the women do not. They're all 21. They're just 21 again.
And while I can emphasize to a degree with this individual, I did have the wonderful anecdote relayed to me, Friday, while I was getting stabbed with a laser, that apparently most trans femmes have a higher pain tolerance than at least one currently serving member of the United States military, who compared one of the first treatments for laser hair removal as one of the most painful things they've ever experienced, and why is it hurting this much? It shouldn't hurt this much.
Yeah, life happens. Right. Moving on to a question which is not about people's pain. Bald parakeet. If a portal in the past opens up and you can get maybe one or can get one, maybe 2 books, depends on how close they are sent back. What books do you send?
Are we sending books back or bringing them forward?
Sending them back.
And to when or to whenever we wish.
I'm sending my own book because I'm being that egotistic. And I'm sending Norman Freeman's aircraft carrier design book back to Admiral Henderson.
You're not sending the nice book with all the maps of World War II back as well?
No, because if I send those books back to 1933, they've changed the technology enough. The maps won't be worth it. The maps won't work out the same way as the maps do.
A Conway's or a Jane's, all the kind of ships and things of World War II.
That sounds like I'm giving them too much of a. I could send back something like that, but the trouble is,
looking at my own book.
if I go with the Norman Freeman aircraft carrier design, it includes a lot of lists and explanations why, and a lot of information in there. And if I go my destroyer one, that includes a lot of lists and explanation of destroyer design in that period. And if you manage to give that much of an advantage, or basically a 30 year jump advantage to the Royal Navy in destroyer and carrier design in 1930, then that makes some differences.
You want them to be building Daring class in about 1935.
Exactly, my friend.
Doc, why are you so cruel?
I'm basically sending them back the advice on how to get the 4.5-inch UD systems to work in full auto, and radar fire control back to 1933.
You know, and to think that my idea was just to send back some nuclear physics textbooks and just go, that's how nuclear physics work. Now get to making the bomb.
The trouble is they'd actually use it, and I don't want that level of destruction.
But you just want to watch. You just want to set the world on fire, okay?
Yeah.
But if you could teach them how to make microprocessor, how to it's transistors, isn't it? That basically are the big leap from crystals.
Mm-hmm.
For radios and things. If you could do that, that would be interesting.
The big issue is that that's more than 2 books. That's a lot more than 2 books.
No, that's some very good books to cover. That's some of the things I was considering. But the problem is I just can't remember their names, because they're like multi-thousand-page books.
I've got some medical textbooks that would be quite interesting.
It's a good job your fans can't see you now, Poodle, because they would never believe you like this.
Poodle treat.
There's no way.
Apparently, Dr. Clarke, you had a tail for a second.
I have a tail.
Is there something you need to
So
tell us?
Clark's having tails, Runon's meowing. Oh dear.
I did not meow.
I would say Foxo what's next? Foxo yips, but she actually does that semi-frequently.
Yeah.
I
but you do
get a
that
tail,
to
thanks
spite
to the poodle.
people.
Here you go. Here's my tail. I have a tail.
All I'm going to say is if your ears aren't triangles, they're the wrong shape.
Foxo,
Right.
I have some bad news for you.
Okay.
Make a cat.
If the Ottoman Empire survived and stayed out of World War One, what kinds of reforms would their central government need to make to survive? They need
What
to
kind of reforms wouldn't they need to make?
basically need to reform everything. They basically haven't done. They've had lots of good intentions for the previous 150 years. They just haven't had lots of good actual implementations for the last 150 years. Because usually people implementing it have implemented all the reforms of, well, this is what we're going to enforce on all people we don't like, not on people we do like. You basically need to have a system where the rules are actually set up and managing to be popular enough that you can enforce them on people that are actually going to make it work as it's supposed to.
To my
Do not forget the right on the
understanding-
flyleaf sent Admiral Henderson on 6-month rest sabbatical in 1938 or 39. No, because I would just leave in my copy of Norman Freeman's book my entire description of what happens to him medically. Because I would just leave it in there as a chief notes in the section, so he could read it and could get himself sorted out.
No, more importantly, you need to include a note to Mrs. Henderson.
Yes.
Because he will still work himself into the grave, because he won't know when to stop and when he'll keep promising himself that holiday and that he'll go and see the doctor, but there's just too much stuff to do. Give it to Mrs. Henderson and then it'll happen.
Mm-hmm.
She sounds like a awesome lady.
Yes, and also, the thing is, if you've given him the carrier book and you give him the destroyer book, in a nice way that's going to add up so much, that's going to help him so much with his arguments and his cases. The interesting thing is you probably end up with the Royal Navy having, instead of pushing radar forward by about 2-3 years, and radar controlled gunnery forward by about 4 years, and that's going to make a big difference in World War II. Plus, there's the fact that in the books does include what happens to Courageous and Glorious. And Ark Royal.
Are we getting it back early enough that Henderson can actually just get put in more good things, like in terms of internal subdivision and stuff?
Oh yeah, if
Ark
it goes
Royal?
if it goes in 1933 to him in 1933, all these things are built under his command, under his time as Third Sea Lord. All of them are designed and built
Cool.
under his command.
Because Courageous and Glorious are lost due to operational issues, which are changed by certain ships' captains having accidents. Oh dear, you've fallen over and broken your leg. How terrible!
no.
You'll be pensioned off.
You just make sure, in the nicest way, Henderson will just make sure his doctrine of those carriers that are not going unescorted by at least a cruiser and without aircraft airborne is written in frigging blood. Sir Cavden, in 1938, after a bizarre storm in Norfolk Harbour, a concrete structure. Are we getting a lot of what if questions in tonight? Because we actually have a what if. We have a what if actual Bruships happening once a month, and that's usually we save them for. So if you are putting in what if questions, they usually do save them for the once a month what if one. Sir Cavden, in 1938,
I believe it's in 2 weeks, if memory serves.
Yeah, after a rather bizarre storm in Norfolk Harbour, a concrete structure the Navy and Marines find, the Red October. How does it affect things in 1938? And how does it go when it leaks to the press?
They can't replicate the Red October. It probably causes a lot of politicians in D.C. to go to brown alert, because there's going to be this implication that the USSR is so much is not just generations, but logarithmic generations beyond what the U.S. Navy is at.
Well, no, when it's released to the press, what do the Germans do? Think about it. When it gets to the press, learning the Soviet Union is so massively advanced, and the Soviet Union demanding it back, the Americans not wanting to give it back to them, and it's so super advanced. It's in 1938. That's going to open up an entire. You might get you might get. This is going to sound really strange. You might get a Polish, not a Polish Nazi Germany Baltic states Scandinavia alliance to deal with the Soviet threat. Hitler might have his reason for going to war against the Soviet Union, and everyone would be backing and supporting him, and be joining in. Because the Soviet Union, think about what she has on board her. She has nuclear weapons. She has ballistic missiles. She has massive torpedoes.
That work.
She has a caterpillar drive. She's nuclear reactor herself, nuclear powered. She has a Scotsman pretending to be a Russian as a captain. I'm sorry, I'm just talking about a movie version. You know, it's just going to cause trouble. Stafford, why were did you type index into there?
Why did... Well, no, it will work in about a minute, but it should work. All mods should be able to...
Yeah.
But apparently there's more than 40 in the queue, which is okay, because I've got a burger, fries, and shake coming, so, you know, I'm going to be well provisioned.
In the nicest way, we'll probably go on for we'll probably do about 5 hours like we normally do. Well, at least...
Remind me to go to bed soon, because I have to get my body back used to work after a week of doing virtually nothing.
Wait, you're permitted to take time off?
Yes.
I thought you weren't permitted to take time off, that the NHS was going to pound you into a fine mist.
No, it's done that. Amusingly, I booked annual leave and some other bits of time off, some of which happened to coincide with we used to call them junior doctors, they are now called resident doctors, apparently, which just makes my eyes roll. Taking industrial action, which was fun.
Wait, is that industrial action as in they are actively sabotaging the workings of the NHS?
Yeah, they went on strike for 5 days.
Okay, that's different than what I was thinking, but okay.
Because the pay rise they were offered wasn't enough. It was significantly more than has been offered to any other staff group I've heard about in the NHS, or in fact in any bit of public service. It's something like 5.2%, when the nurses, physiotherapists, etc., are all being offered 3.6%. And they wonder why they might not be getting quite so much support this time around. Oh, and they also went from 0 to 5-day strike, just in the middle of school holidays, when everyone's got like planned time off and things.
So whoever did their organization is either false flagging or not very bright.
I think it's a bit of both.
Or is the same person that the Just Stop Oil people use?
No, my mum's apparently met some of them, and there are some people within the BMA who have gone so political that I think they barely remember what doctoring is, let alone that they're there to represent kind of the interests of doctors in a negotiating position and things. And they have a particular left-wing bent that even I, as a Labour supporter, and with my mother as, I think, the local Labour Party chairperson, which is weird, but nobody else apparently wanted the job.
That's not unusual way to end up as chair of a local association. There is a reason I am avoiding my local association of a certain political party and of the Conservatives at the moment, because the odds are, in my experience, it's usually not long before you end up taking charge.
Yeah. But yeah, so none of us like them or their thoughts, and we're supposedly kind of vaguely in the same sort of political party and things. So please do, everyone, please feel free to wail on them. Just because somebody might happen to allegedly be from the same political party as you doesn't mean you agree with them on much of anything.
No, this is what I try and tell people regularly, because you've got the scenarios that there's me and Garius who probably have done similar things for the different parties, and yet we probably agree with each other more on some things than
I
we
think
agree with our
probably
party
on
line.
most. I
Yeah,
think you probably agree with each other on most stuff, and with the notional parties you would be affiliated with, a lot less of the time.
yeah,
In
and
both
that's
cases,
not
because both of you seem to, yeah, because you both are basically pro, I don't know, competence and
yes,
good sense and minimizing politicking and pragmatism and public goods.
yeah.
Strange concept, you know. Strange concept. Anyway,
It is.
enough
They are
politics.
strange concepts. They are very strange concepts.
Yeah.
It does cause trouble with people sometimes. To say, I have more allegiance to solving the problem than I do to the party or methodology of solving the problem.
But don't you vote blue no matter who?
No.
God help me. Please. I can't believe I said that. Oh.
And I think before I vote,
Yeah.
It just so happens it's always ends up being a red candidate, I think, but that's not automatic.
That's
There
the
have been
mistake.
times when
There are probably scenarios where if we lived in the same constituency and I was running, he would probably vote for me.
Yes.
Because it would depend if he met the Labour candidate and they were an absolute idiot, he'd probably go, rather have Alex doing the job. But as I've said before, I don't think I'd ever be selected by the UK Conservative Party because I am of the ideology that believes you shouldn't use ideology to run government, and that causes trouble.
Because too many people are too wedded to the ideologies and not enough to actually the outcomes.
Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Yes.
Which is also true in a lot of military stuff.
Oh yeah.
Don't get me started. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Yeah. Carl von Gasenberg, APG. Have you seen the new 120mm smoothbore Italian tank gun with volcano ammo? Thoughts?
I'm not surprised. The Italians are looking at making everything long range. And as I was talking about when I did the Otto Malera 76mm video, which, has it come out yet or hasn't it? I'm recording so far in advance now, I honestly can't remember when they've come out or not. I don't know if the Otto 76 has come out yet. That has a volcano
I don't believe
version
it has.
And let's be honest, when you start saying something is a close-range weapon system, and it has a range of 40 kilometers, I'm not sure it still counts as close range.
It does. If you're using nuclear ammunition. Because remember, close counts in 3 contexts. Horseshoes, hand grenades, and nukes.
Close is also a relative term because, 2,000 yards is knife fighting distance for a battleship, but it's a long freaking way if you're using infantry rifles.
Or a pistol.
It's functionally irrelevant if you're using pistols. I don't think they make a actual, most people will identify that as a pistol if they know anything about guns. Pistol chambering and barrel combination, which can breach 1,000 yards.
Oh,
let alone
Yes,
2.
Yes, there is. It's any of the massive American hunting revolvers. That chain like 47.
before we go too far down this passageway, to answer the question in chat from Lions, boring but competent party, BBC. We have threatened this regularly. The ship-shape crew have threatened regularly to set up the boring but competent party.
And I continue to tell you to choose a different acronym for God's sake.
In the nicest way, the thing about
Otherwise,
the
you will get
BBC,
banned for indecency.
No, in the UK, BBC. In the UK, the BBC is the main television broadcaster.
Saying it more does not make it less true.
Brunon, this is just your dirty mind playing up.
It's just your mind. In the UK, that is the state broadcaster. That is a symbol of unity and togetherness. And if we're called the BBC party, they will never be able to stop us turning up for question time. We will get so much free television
the UK just passed a censorship law. Nobody will be able to access your website without first coughing up their biometrics.
In the nicest way, they haven't affected the BBC site, so nice way they're not going to affect us either.
Not on a national level, just on a corporate substate.
You don't understand. BBC as a party name is brilliant to get white women to vote for us.
Yes! On so many levels, we win at every way.
Eternally crying.
Why do I hang out with you people? Why do I associate with you people? Somebody help me.
Because it's part of your court-mandated therapy?
I don't have court-mandated therapy.
Shh, she doesn't know. She's blacked
technically,
out.
Technically, legally, my court-mandated therapy is only inpatient now because of certain bullshit. Anyway, sorry.
9631. Which British aerospace industry companies were the RAF and Royal Navy's go-tos? Basically, Fairey, Supermarine, and Blackburn are broadly speaking kept going by Fleet Air Arm in the 1920s and 30s. Everyone else has kept going, including Vickers, of course, and Hawker, by the lovely people known as the Royal Air Force, mostly. Occasionally, Hawker gets in on Royal Navy, on Fleet Air Arm contracts with things like the various offshoots of the Hawker Heart that are turned into the Osprey and various other things like that. But yeah, and Gloucester. Gloucester is mainly loved by the Air Force, but post World War II, it's again Supermarine goes back to the Fleet Air Arm mainly. Blackburn. That's what sort of happens, and yeah, Gloucester and others go Royal Air Force pretty much. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Replace Winston Churchill with John Buchanan 1905. Impact of World War One. Okay, Buchanan in 1905 is about 30 years old. Let's be honest. At that point, he's graduated. He's just called to the bar in 1901. He's travelling to South Africa for Alfred Milner. Honestly, I wouldn't. It's going to change things sufficiently. We'd be literally at this point. It's about 5 minutes we have per question here, and B, Buchanan is an interesting enough individual that it's going to change some things.
No, isn't that John Buchan, the author of 39 Steps?
He's the author of many things. He's also Governor General of Canada and Lord Tweedsmuir. I know I keep calling him Buchanan, don't I, instead of Buchan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, he's... interestingly enough, gentlemen. But, replacing... it's kind of, you have to first of all sort of, because he doesn't actually go into politics much, he gets appointed positions, he doesn't really go for elected positions. You'd have to first work out what his elected position would be in, what political party he'd be in, and if you drop him into, let's say, into the Liberal Party, into Winston Churchill's slot, okay, what's his rationale for being there? How's he got promoted into those positions? Does he get promoted to the same positions? Is he as effective a public speaker as Winston Churchill? Is he as effective at campaigning as Winston Churchill? You're dropping him in, but you're not. The trouble is you're changing so much, changing that individual at that point. There are individuals you can change Winston Churchill for, but if you notice when I do it, it's usually people who are already in a position where I've got similar levels of information about their similarities with Winston Churchill. And this is where you can say, look, who are the options for Prime Minister in 1940? And it narrows down very quickly to, you've got two, Halifax or Churchill. Once you're asking for who has a large enough public profile, who has enough status within the House of Commons with parties on both sides, and who has enough status internationally in the world to actually be that, in the nicest way, Chamberlain is going to think of them, and he's going to put them in position, and you end up with those two as the options. So, Team 282, how many men would be needed if the autoloaders in the Des Moines class would stop working and they needed to fire the guns? More than they carried. Because the autoloaders are mixed into many sections.
And realistically, more than they could fit.
Yes,
Yeah, more than you could fit in space.
Because the 6-inch turrets are tight. I cannot imagine how tight the 8-inch turrets are.
Yeah. And also, hefting an 8-inch round is very different to hefting a 6-inch round. 6-inch round you can just about do as a human. 8-inch round is gonna be a 2-person lift.
At least. Depending on how awkward it is.
Jonathan Moon, there's a small trouble. Oh yeah, you're explaining. Steam retrofitted high level of ships, 6 freight frigates with Sea Down Mastercraft level increased, doubled, and new. Yeah, it's interesting. Pirates of the Burning Sea would be interesting in that scenario. We'll see what happens though. As said, my view is developers have a lot of grand ideas. What actually turns up though depends on what they have the money for. Poseidon 7307, you can pick any battleship to be constructed today. What might you choose, and how could it be used today in the Navy?
Long Tana, but use modern systems wherever possible and only give her one 1616.
I'm constructing an F3. I am replacing the forward turret with VLS. So I'm dropping it down one turret, and I'm replacing the forward turret with VLS space. I'm also putting a hangar aft. And I'm using it as a capital ship / flagship / oh good lord, do you really want to fight me ship. Stafford Thompson. Anyone else on the battleships they want to build, by the way? Anyone else?
Sorry, say again.
You could pick any battleship to be constructed today. What might you choose, and how could it be used in the modern Navy?
Ooh.
Okay, the only thing I can think of to be different would genuinely be if you built a G3.
Yeah.
Because if you have the ridiculous bit of superstructure between A, B, and Q turrets, you could actually make use of that because it would act as a bit of a shield if you have missile systems and things in place of Q, or you keep the guns turret in Q and you put a missile farm forward and smaller guns that are not going to do quite such disruptive things to your delicate electronics, and aviation aft along with more missiles. So actually make use of that abominable design decision.
Now, while you're saying, geez, honestly, I would go a bit more traditional, and just one that I would love to see built would be something, and this is probably going to make Fox so happy, would be something like K3.
What is K3? And should I be concerned?
K3 is Foxo's. K3 is the bigger brother to one of Foxo's favorite battlecruiser concepts, the J3. K3 is a 18-inch armed 3x3 battlecruiser capable of going like 32 odd knots. Well, max speed 30 knots, probably more like 32 knowing them. There is a ton of space. A, I just want to see what these things would have been like. And B, with some of the refit potential, there is a lot of spare space that could be done for a lot of shenanigans.
Have we brought up the 2 unfinished Iowas yet?
We can.
No,
I brought
don't
up
think
the
that's been
wrong cannon.
Have you heard of the plans to convert, I think it was Kentucky, into a guided missile battleship based off the Iowas?
Could also be amusing to see.
That could be interesting to see. It could be.
What sort of monster thing made out of they would have actually gone with had they chose to make an Iowa into a guided missile battleship in the age of Talos? What would it look like? Would it even be a battleship anymore?
They'd be interesting. They would be interesting. Now, next question.
I'm trying to make a joke about Kentucky Fried Something with the missile backblast, but I need a bit more time to actually work on it.
Okay,
Kentucky Fried
on
Sailor.
question.
Or Kentucky Fried Seaman.
Commissar, shoot this woman.
Okay.
You know I'm right.
Yeah, it's also
That doesn't stop the commissars.
You're also the only person who hears BBC and thinks anything other than Auntie, the great broadcasting company. That
You know that's a
makes Britain.
lie. You know that's a lie.
No,
I-
genuinely. Genuinely. I mean, look, Runon, my
Make your mechanism
parents
showing.
met working at the British Broadcasting Corporation. When I was growing up, a surprising number of bits of stationery and minor cutlery like teaspoons were branded because they'd accidentally fallen into handbags and things and come home and then failed to make it.
Accidentally.
Totally accidentally. And my mother in no way had plans to claim that they were from her uncle, Brian Cartmail. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's BBC is British Broadcasting Corporation. It is Auntie. It is the home of Blue Peter. It is goodness and things like that. It is morons shall speak unto morons. Actually, no, wait, that's not the official.
And I'm not in any way putting this up for the screen to wind up poor Runon.
Should we move on before Runon has missions or
Sapper
something.
Thompson, the Franklin expedition is successful. Does the British Empire then take Alaska from Russia, make it part of Canada, instead of it becoming part of USA? How does that change history? If they find that that part of the world is going to be that critical and there's a northern route to the Pacific, considering the British predilection for securing such routes, I have no doubt that Alaska suddenly finds itself being subtly invaded in so many ways until, you know what? Those Russians started a war! Oh, they did? Oh. Okay. Look, in the nicest way, for the poor Russians, at the height of the British Empire, there is something in it that they do find themselves set up. They keep pleading the case throughout modern history, but the reality is, these days they tend to set themselves up. In the period we're talking about, the 19th century, the British Empire sometimes does a lot of interesting things.
Remember, we had at least 2 drugs wars in the 19th century.
On the side of the drugs.
Oh,
Hey,
hell yeah.
they made us rich. People like to think it's the amount of money people have to spend going, it's the slave trade which makes the British Empire rich. No one has looked into the sheer amount of opium we pushed. Okay? The profits from that dwarf what we made on the slave trade. That's the sad thing. The slave trade's bad enough. The fact is we made even more money pushing opium.
There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, no, wait, there is.
Yeah. The thing is, this is the trouble when people sit there and go, you know, you can't think of anything worse than the slave trade. You go, no, but I agree, but there is certainly something on a similar level when you consider how the British basically swapped the slave trade for pushing drugs. And it was also they could get out of paying for silver from South America. And yeah.
Because we have to steal that off the Spanish.
No, by that point
added
we'd managed to make South America go independent of Spain. But it still cost us money.
Mm.
You know, you have to remember,
It's
the
'cause they
South
wouldn't
American
tell us
independence
to.
movements were beautifully well funded and had a surprisingly large and free-flowing supply of experienced British officers to support them.
Obviously, these
And-
British officers were all furloughed and really operating completely independently of any centralized command from London, of course, you know.
Yeah. Well, nicest way, if you stick someone like Alexander Cochrane down somewhere, in a nicest way, you don't really need to control and coordinate him. You just let him go.
Are you saying
Yeah.
that the British sailors are uncultured and will make trouble wherever they go?
No,
No.
but there are some
Not-
officers who are reliably going to cause trouble.
And
Paul,
and
yeah.
it wasn't just the Canadians who were involved in burning down the White House.
Paul Amos, 1962. What did the panel think would have happened if, in 1980, the UK said they would concentrate again on a navy and a smaller professional army and adequate air force? It's going to be an interesting conversation at NATO headquarters. It's going to send a very different message down south. The question is going to be, what are you going to do about Navy? To what extent is it going to be increased? But the thing is, if they carried that on for the next 10 years or so till the end of the Cold War, the Navy could grow quite a lot in those 10 years.
Mm. I mean, it'd be fun.
It would be interesting. The thing is, you probably get the Super Harriers built, the 1980s variant, And B, the Invincibles would not be the Invincibles as we remember them. They probably have to be CVO1s. Take 2. Rather than CVO1's Take 4, which is what the Queen Elizabeth class are. Right. So, Captain, either by some miracle or some interesting quirk of quantum physics, in 1932, prior to the Naval Treaty, Japan is replaced by another Japan with industrial capacity rivaling the US and a fleet to match. The treaties don't get the treaties don't happen, and there is a massive naval construction. Admittedly, still the Royal Navy is still the largest navy in the world, because if the Japanese match the American fleet, because the US Congress has consistently underfunded the US Navy, the US Navy is not actually built up to the same size as the Royal Navy. So, whilst on treaty allowance they are allowed to be the same, they're supposed to be the same, they're supposed to be equals, Congress never actually funds them enough to happen.
And there's a good question in this question of industrial capacity, i.e. factories and logistics, or okay, there's a good question of that industrial capacity include things like your mining and access to the raw materials?
No, they said industrial capacity, not economic capacity. So I took it as literally just they have the factory and production facilities. They still don't have the raw materials. They have the raw materials they have to get from elsewhere.
So they're still schnookered.
They are an export-dependent economy, but they're kind of like UK at this point. UK still has quite a lot of natural resources, coal, iron, etc. that it's drawing from its own sources, but the thing is, it's still importing quite a lot of raw materials and manufacturing and turning them out. So it's an export-led mercantilist economy at this period of transitioning to capitalist economy, perhaps. They're still schnookered in a time of war if you can put enough of a hurt on them in terms of submarines. But it's kind of like doing it to the UK. If you can, you're going to cause them trouble. If you can't, they're going to keep on fighting.
Yeah.
Sebastian Cronin. Now, the reason I took this question across is I've seen you've commented on videos of it, and I spotted it, so I thought I'd bring it across. Do you consider US Midway to be a supercarrier for a final rebuild? No. I've done a whole video where I actually did talk about the differences between light fleet and supercarriers and their various roles. I have it in I think it was in the year of the aircraft carrier, and I'm just looking up the results of it now to track it down. So, yeah, there are so many videos. I did so many videos in the year of the aircraft carrier. It should be modern aircraft carrier, shouldn't it? No, there's about a dozen videos in there which have it in and do have because I remember doing the slides and showing the things. I do love the way people think about these things and go, sorry, I've just seen another comment come through at the same time while I've been looking at the aircraft carriers. The comments come through on actually Admiral Moffat's flight deck cruisers, and they go, well, instead of being a forward deployed asset, a flight deck cruiser makes more sense to me as a flagship of convoy escort group and able to provide continuous ASW coverage and defense against small surface raiders with guns. And that is definitely sensible thinking for 2025. It's not how they were thinking in 1925. And this is the issue. It's how do they think about it in 1925, that's the issue. But there are videos on this channel which literally do have all of them divided off and carriers and goes into different sections on the aircraft carriers, Year of the Aircraft Carriers series. There's a whole series on there on this channel called Naval Aviation Aircraft Carriers. and you can find it in that series somewhere. There's about 3 or 4 different videos which have it in. So that's answer to your question, Sebastian. Killerben, question. You have an escort to escort a US military convoy across the Atlantic in 1975. What NATO warships do you assign to the convoy? 1975. Ooh. Okay, so they're not an option in 1975. Oh, I don't want those in 1975. Probably in 1975. If it is 1975, I'm looking at some batch-free Leanders. And if I'm doing an inter-service group, OHPs probably. Well, actually, no, not OHPs, because they don't come until 1977. I was remembering it, going, what is it? It'd be, oof. Actually, no, that'd be okay. If I can get some, I'd get some Noxes. I'd have some later Noxes, and I'd have some Leanders, and that's going to be quite a good ASW escort. And probably if I can get them. I'm just checking dates. Yes. Oh, can I? No. Oh, she's not commissioned in time. So. Oh, goody. All right. I will get the 2 California class cruisers, and I will get. Yes. I'll have Noxes, Leanders, and Californias. And I don't know if that's just my escort for a convoy. I probably want to carry a battle group somewhere sitting nearby as well, but the nicest way to carry a battle group will probably be up north and between me and the Fret. But California is about the best air defense vessel you can get at that time.
Also, to flag a comment from Paul Amos, apparently you have crossed the 16K mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
So congratulations, and thank you for pointing that out, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Only got 4K to go for winning the bet at Christmas, and 9K, and I get I can get that plushie. So if you want a plushie Tribal Class Destroyer, subscribe, please. We all need an emotional support Tribal Class, don't we?
Yeah.
We all need an emotional
No,
support
I kind
Tribal
of got
Class.
Foxo for that.
Yeah, but Foxo
you know what
needs
we
the
need
emotional
more?
support. Foxo needs the emotional support Tribal Class for when she's supporting you.
You know what we need
Yeah.
more?
I try not to let my weaknesses fall to her. I have to try and pretend to be strong.
Mark Harkness, the CBN Admirals are going to part with 2 CGNs. They are if I'm running that convoy. If it's the major convoy, which was supposed to be taking across about 2 divisions worth of equipment and all the personnel, yeah, they probably are passing of it just because that convoy matters.
Do you want to be the admiral who said no to giving an escort, and then a ship full of American troops got sunk?
Yeah, basically, if you part with your 2 newest air defense cruisers, you only have to part with 2, and you can say we've done this. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
guys.
I think we should get the Blackburn plush first.
No, I've said
No.
if you want that, you can do it. But in the nicest way, you are pushing that through to various people. Although, if I am being honest, I have talked with various people about it. I have a friend who's done a lot of stuff with Makeship. If you know who Makeship are, they do a lot of the plushies for various VTubers and things. And so I have been chatting with a friend about how you go about it, what you go and do, and how you set it up and how you sort it out. And as said, it seems to be you need to be a little bit bigger to be able to run a campaign on Makeship.
But just think of all the money you could make from a Blackburn plushie. A non-believer in the Twitch chat.
I don't want to give children the nightmare. Okay?
I mean, it could also be used for the,
Look,
dark, chthonic, Cthulhu-esque, demons.
here is what I will say. The year I make 25,000 subscribers, if I get that far, thanks to all your support, the first plushie I run will be a tribal class plushie. If that does well, in that same year at the Historiathon, there will be a target that if people raise enough money, let's say £2,000 in the Historiathon, I will go and track down the designs and all the drawings of the Blackburn in my research, and I will turn that into a plushie, and I will run that as a Christmas plushie. Okay? So there you go. That is what I'm signing up for.
More seriously, this will suggest that Drac does have enough subscribers that we could get him doing this.
He could do.
Why isn't he?
No, Stafford. A tribal would not be to please Slaanesh. A tribal would be to please Khorne.
Yeah.
I think tribals are sexy enough. They'd please both myself, but okay.
No, I think a battle class would please Slaanesh. It's that little bit more twisted and, how can I put this? Top heavy or front loaded.
Okay, y'all realize that Slaanesh is not just about horizontal refreshment, right?
No, but most people are distracted currently by the cartoons going around about with Slaanesh and the Big E hanging out together. But we'll leave that to one side. And why the fact that the Big E has done things to pretty much all the other gods of chaos, but hasn't done something at Slaanesh at this point. Mosh Shaw, I said no, yes, Mosh, Shepherd, Mosh,
Moshe
Shaw. Would there have been ways to make B-17s actually combat effective against warships? If you could give them laser-guided bombs, then that might actually work. Other than that, no.
Or
dropping bombs from high altitude just doesn't help.
Yeah, they need to be guided.
Yeah, torpedoes
Pigeon
could
guided.
help.
Pigeon guided.
Or thermal air-to-ground missiles.
No, pigeons.
Why is it
They're
that
easier.
there are now people in Twitch redeeming their highlighted messages to put forward Catalinas and praises?
Because we have been infiltrated by heretics of the evil and insidious Catalina cult.
I think that was Karl von Gasberg's Church of the Catalina.
It's a cult. I will not dignify it with calling it a religion.
Okay.
No, we're a cult. We haven't. We're just not getting the tax breaks by calling ourselves a religion, so we've given up on that one. We're back to being a cult. It means we're not less likely to get done for fraud when we are just trying to diddle people out of their money.
I thought we would.
For the love of God, phrasing.
I thought the Church of the Blackburn had become an official thing that you're allowed to sign up to on the UK's censor. What's it called?
Census.
National
yes.
census.
National census.
Yeah.
I thought you started writing in campaign where they could. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, leave that to one side. If it outpaces Jedi at any point, then we're going to get worried.
No census, no feeling?
Mm-hmm. Could a sub or sub pack deployed to the Wake Island area during the Japanese landing disrupt landings enough to let the release force arrive? It depends how early they start hitting the ships. If they manage to hit the landing ships before they start disgorging their troops, then they can cause a lot of issues and prevent it from actually operating.
And
you have to.
whether
The sub captains have to go after the landing ships rather than the warships. Hello, Drakenred.
and whether or not they have the functioning or non-functioning Mark 14s.
Yeah. We're
Because
presuming
realistically,
if they're actually going to have any impact, they need to have functioning torpedoes.
Because realistically, there is nothing under the White Ensign that is going to be able to be the firstest with the mostest, as it were, to impact Wake.
Yeah, if there was some, if you had a pack of if the American Mark 14s are working as they are historically, you basically want a pack of T class sitting there, going, "Hello, we'd like to fire a spread of 10 torpedoes each into your amphibious lift force. We'll see how many of your ships survive."
I'm not saying the June Nicole. I know that's auto-corrupt fighting that particular poster's statement, but I find it very funny just imagining that there's one individual person named June Nicole responsible for France's questionable naval armament decisions.
That'd be
I'm
so
going
fun.
with it's June, as in the colour yellow. Nicole, when you're saying it. So it's somebody called Yellow Nicole that is responsible for it. No? Just me?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just a you problem.
There are so many of those.
No. Sorry to say this, Catswood. There are 2 troop transports and a submarine tender involved in the first attempt on the 11th of December. The reinforcements on the 23rd of December that do the second attempt are the heavy cruisers, aircraft carriers, and 2 destroyers, bringing 2,500 extra infantry with them. Either way, a pack of torpedoes firing 10 torpedoes is probably going to take out their cruisers and their troop transports and quite a lot of other vessels in the first attempt. And in the second attempt, they're probably going to lose aircraft carriers as well as their... because you probably go for the aircraft carriers and the heavy cruisers because they're carrying the most troops. But, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, Katsud. These things happen, and you were quite rightly... You were remembering correctly the second attempt. And I was going... I wanted to... I went and I did go up and check, because I was going... I was sure the first attempt had them in. And I went and checked, and it was. The first attempt did have them in the second attempt. So these things happen. Oh, this. Right, Drakenred. Which ship on World of Warships, and which ship on World of Warships do you wish was actually an official ship, and which are you glad is not? I'm going to leave this again to Dragon. I would say Dragon and Foxo, but Foxo has disappeared.
Yes, she said she'll be back.
Yes.
Also,
and she's missing a question which is perfect for her, which is kind of cruel.
What do we class as an official ship?
While you're on this, I'm going to need to quickly turn my camera off and turn it back on again. I'm not going away, the camera's just going off for a second.
Because there's a whole bunch of ships in World Warships that were blueprints. But then there's also ones which are more wargaming fantasy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's hot. That camera is hot. frick, that almost burned me. It's so hot.
Going off a blueprint, honestly, I still would have loved to see what would happen with Design Z, aka Minotaur.
Mm-hmm.
Having 10 of those 6-inch turret, or 10 of those 6-inch guns,
Yeah.
yikes, would be incredibly nice to see.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, would give the RN a decent crew as a post-war. It's
Dan?
cheating to say something.
Yeah, I'm just gonna before
Go on.
Dan, think of your answer, but this is going to be your last question because you've been on here for 4 hours. You need to go off to bed because it's now 22 at midnight.
Yeah.
Actually, one ship I'd be very curious to know how they would use would be HMS Defense, which is a cruiser scale vessel with 6 14-inch guns, designed in apparently 1940 according to Wargaming, and armed with what's called 8 5.25s, as well as a whole bunch of fun Bofors, a sextuple Bofors, so I'm assuming that's a later edition. I'm just kind of curious how they would use her, because she's a kind of scaled down... No, but... Well, in terms of guns, she's only got 6 14-inch guns. But that's more than enough to deal with most enemy cruisers you'll come across, and she's not battleship in terms of tonnage. She's definitely on the larger end of heavy cruiser tonnage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious how the Royal Navy would actually use some of these things if they got them.
I'm sure that's a challenge they would actually like to have.
Because also they go pretty quickly as well, if I just take the
Fear of
flag off.
God into
Yeah, 33 knots. And then they're also in an all-forward arrangement as well, so...
putting the fear of God into Italian cruisers, the Italian refit battleships, anything German that's not Bismarck or Tirpitz. Yeah.
No, I don't think they would convert them to a carrier. They don't really have the design for it.
They don't need to in some regards.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But I would go with His Majesty's machine gun Minotaur as being the
Yeah.
thing that would be necessary.
Just so much firepower.
Yeah.
So much post-war modernization potential. Also, yes, I agree with Paul. You're rather quiet at the moment, Dr. Clarke.
I'm quiet?
Yes.
Wow, yeah, you're quiet.
I don't know why.
Your audio source has changed.
Oh, great.
Probably whatever your audio source goes to when it's not your camera, or it went to your camera from whatever it's supposed to be.
No, it's still on the mic for some reason, but it's seems to be gone very quiet for some reason. I do want to get a new. I've probably got to get a new microphone and a new camera at this rate. But there you go. That better?
Yes.
Yep.
That better? That's good.
Nope.
But you see, nicest way. New camera would be another £300. A new mic is about another £100. So at the moment, no. Keep this stuff going as long as I can. I do love that the new Tiny 2 webcam 4K system that they've got is £300. The one I got, which was the original Osbot Tiny 4K, was about half that price. And now they no longer produce that, so I can't even get another version of the old one, which works fine for me. I'd have to buy the new one. Which, yeah, it's a lot better. And it's a very advanced system. But no. I love Obspot. They basically are the only ones. Thank you, Jack Ray. I love Obspot. They're basically the only ones who make these cameras like this, and it's one of the things since I've found since I started doing this that yeah. And I've put Jack Ray's question in the thing. Thank you, Jack Ray. Also, but they have basically managed to develop a sort of chokehold over the market for streaming cameras, because there's no one who really competes with them with the software they're developing. Right? No one has really managed to compete with them, and you can tell that because the fact is the Shipshape crew universally are all using the same camera at the moment for streaming. And normally we are as diverse as you can get as a group when we're buying stuff, which Dan will back up. You know, when we're on the ships, we all have our equipment, and it's all different bits and pieces of different components and different configurations. If we all have exactly the same thing, that means there's pretty much only one option. And thank you for all the memberships, Jack Ray. That's very kind of you. Dan, are you speaking?
Yeah. No, sorry.
Only
I will
in
say
these
good.
shows.
Did you hear what I just said?
Wow.
Did you agree with me or disagree with me?
Oh no, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a group of individuals, and what's interesting is the way that everyone. There are actually certain things where everyone's basically gone for the same thing. It's just how they've got there is subtly different. So it's kind of you get interesting convergent evolution, basically. Looking at you all.
Yeah, but if we have gone to the same thing, that usually means there's pretty much only one option. Oh.
Yeah.
So, Captain,
Yeah.
what would be the worst carrier aircraft for the USSR to put to a flight deck in the Cold War? And what could be worst possible choice in NATO? Roughly F-104 not included. Thank you, Draken Red.
Good night, all. I will leave you up with this one.
Go on.
Fun though it's
Go on. Take care, Dan. Honestly, if... Okay, this is going to sound terrible. They pretty much put the worst aircraft they could at sea. Because if you know anything about the Forger, you know that, frankly, as brave an aircraft as it was, it's not an aircraft which should be in anyone's idea as a frontline aircraft for the Cold War. It should have been a test bed to develop the frontline aircraft from, not used as a frontline aircraft. So I would say that's what. But the other option for worst aircraft for them to put forward would be MiG-25 Foxbat, because the amounts of issues that trying to operate from a carrier would cause. Anyone else?
What's the question?
What could be the worst carrier aircraft for the USSR to put in a flight deck in the Cold War, and what could be the worst possible choice in NATO, roughly? F-104 not included.
Oh.
And for the NATO aircraft, it's got to be the Lightning. Carry on. Sorry.
So, okay, so it's aircraft that weren't on carriers, but putting
Yes.
them on carriers.
Yeah.
It's going to sound crazy, but for NATO, and it's already a carrier aircraft, the Sea Vixen.
Okay.
No,
I
see,
did the
that's
same as
something
the
that's wrong.
Forger.
That aircraft shouldn't have entered service.
Why not?
Because A, its primary armor was missiles that half the time, and most of the time, especially on its service, didn't work. It didn't have a secondary cannon armament. It had a reliability and crash rate, which makes the Buccaneer look safe.
I would point out a number of these things is because of the way people thought Doctrine was going at the time, that the missile would take over. So I'm not necessarily going to blame them for getting the wrong idea.
No, I will, because they do this over a decade, possibly a decade and a half, before that even becomes viable. And they
Yeah.
knew it was viable.
Not necessarily true. More the development of the Sea Vixen, but
If you look at the development of stuff like Red Top, yes, it wouldn't be viable. And as for the USSR, honestly, I want to say the Su-11, but they didn't really have carriers at that point.
Yep.
Anyway, let's move on. Unless anyone wants to say something.
none that really jumped to mind.
I have a
There's a
I have an extremely off-topic question, which some of the people either in this panel or on this chat will know, but I can wait.
Okay. With that being said, next question, I'm going to quickly jump to Jack Race, because he's popped in the chat and might be popping out, but he did do a super chat for this question. If the IJN had won both a tactical and strategic victory at Coral Sea, would the US have asked for peace? This is related to a recent History Undone video. No. No. The USN is... the US is going to be worried by them winning a battle, but they're just going to bring more resources to it. And honestly, it's going to probably lead to things like Torch and other things in European theatre being delayed as they chuck more resources, and they get the British to chuck more resources at it. That's what it's going to do. It's going to lengthen the war. It's not going to change the war in terms of the outcome, and they're probably going to keep fighting. The reason I say that, Jack Ray, is quite simple. The situation the Japanese have pushed them in by attacking American territory, there is no scenario politically where the Senate of the United States or the presidents of the United States or any of the politicians of the United States could survive in their positions if they accepted peace. Because at that point, they would have been defeated at Pearl Harbor, as far as everyone's concerned, and defeated at Coral Sea, and then they accepted peace. America has a national, identity of themselves as winners, and winning wars and winning in things. And this has been around a lot longer than some people like to imagine. And this is the problem here is if they are perceived to have lost this war, then that's going to cause them problems. So they would rather pour a huge amount of money into completing that Essex swarm as quickly as they physically can, and other things as quickly as they physically can, and then going out and blasting the Japanese asunder, because the Japanese still can't beat them in an infrastructure battle race, than they would in making peace. It's going to put slightly more emphasis and effort on the submarines as well.
And additionally, because of the opinions of the voting populace at the time, they would be conceding defeat in a war that was started in a sneak attack by a fundamentally inferior group of people, in the opinions of the people at the time.
Yes.
I am going to lean on that incredibly heavily.
Well, so Japan couldn't have pulled off the equivalent of a 1812 again.
No.
Where both sides come out thinking they've won it.
You have to remember the 1812 was reached because the Americans proposed peace, and the British basically went, frankly, we can't be bothered. You're not worth it. We're fighting the French and everyone else. We don't know. We can't be bothered to deal with you as well. this scenario, it would have to be the Americans proposing peace, and if the Americans propose peace to the Japanese at this time, I don't think the Japanese would take it, because they think they're winning. And whilst the Navy might advise them to take them, yeah. But also, if the Americans propose peace, I could say I can think of quicker ways for Roosevelt to get himself impeached, and easier ways to get himself impeached.
Which has some very interesting connotations for long-term U.S. domestic policy. And I think, remember too, I think in both chambers, for the declaration of war against Japan, there was maybe 3 dissenting votes across both chambers of the legislature.
And most of those people who dissented were not around for the next election.
And yeah, I mean, there was less actually for declaring war against Germany, but then again, too, Germany also had a formal declaration of war
on America, so they didn't really have a choice. Australia would stay in the war as well. They're not dropping out the war because of a Coral Sea being lost. And never doubt the Australians' preparedness to fight. There's a lot of interesting conversations done today, but the Australians in 1941, 1942 were going to fight. They were fighting out. There was an interesting thing where Darwin realized how lacking in defense they were. And there is an interesting conversation I've had with an Australian, which was why hadn't the British defend Darwin any more than they should have done? And the response was, you do realise that as part of becoming a Dominion, you were made responsible for your own local defence. You were supposed to put your own guns in there. We would supply you happily with 9.2-inch guns and other guns, but you were supposed to build them. And if you go to Perth, you will see some lovely 9.2-inch guns, some lovely positions set up. And they're all set up, and they're all doing well, and they're worthwhile going and seeing on Rottnest Island. But yeah, those are they didn't have that much around Darwin. Darwin hadn't got that much, which is one of the reasons why the Japanese can raid Darwin, because Darwin basically has nothing there.
Surprisingly, when you don't prepare in peace, you find yourself lacking in war.
And then you look for a scapegoat, and the Australian politicians basically managed to successfully blame the British government for a fair number of years, and that's where quite a lot of the abandonment of by the British. There is some truth. The British were overstretched, didn't have resources, and couldn't deliver what they promised because they were overstretched everywhere else, and there was all sorts of things going on. But it's more complicated and nuanced than the Australian government and the press realistically portray it post-World War II, because it's kind of like the Norwegian government and the defence of Norway. Whatever happens, they don't want to admit it was anyway their fault, because that would cause a crisis of confidence. And this is a common theme with quite a lot of governments in this period. There's worries about the crisis of confidence being caught false if people realise we made a mistake. Which admiral from the 1700s would you most like to have an hour-long interview with? Admiral Duncan. He'd be fun. Admiral St. Vincent would probably end up shouting at me. Admiral Duncan is who I'm going to pick. Also, because our family's that far apart in Scotland, I probably would have a relative who could translate for me. How about any of you? Anyone from the 1700s you want to have a meal with and a chat?
That one French admiral for Battle of the Chesapeake, just to say, I don't know whether I should thank you or curse you for not screwing up.
What century is that again?
Linguistics.
How's that linguistics?
Which admiral from the 1700s would you like to have a meal with and an interview? From 1700s. Thank you, Jack Ray, again.
I have no clue. because I'm in a bit of an awkward position for this, given me.
Hmm.
Like a new answer.
This is way out of my time period.
Okay, we'll move on.
Sorry.
Matthew Williams, what are your opinions on the Royal Navy ships without enough guns? Cruiser 4x8, knowingly undergunned. High level bling items only, or we won't run out of rockets, will we? The British had 8 8-inch guns on most their cruisers, 6 on the cut price counties. I don't think any of them had 4 8-inch guns. And the fact that I call Exeter and York, as lovely as the ships that are, cut price counties, I think makes my views on them kind of clear. The idea was we would make up for it in aggregate by buying more ships, because we get 5 for the tonnage allowance of 4. And so, they'd be able to provide commerce protection and presence around the world where we needed them. And that of course, didn't happen. But, that's life. This is the idea of dealing with the first London Treaty and then the second London Treaty. How about everyone else?
Huh? I'm trying to see what you mean by ships that are undergunned and run out. I guess you could argue the Arethusers, if anything.
Well, they're very
I
small
think you
light cruisers
could
with
make
6
them.
inch.
They are.
You can. But the thing is,
But
they're also...
I agree, they are small light cruisers. But they're more presence ships than anything else.
They were made
I
more
almost
to
feel
support
like...
the destroyers and fit with the destroyer groups. They're basically they're basically testing how small can we build a cruiser hull.
Because I do think then they get a very good design in the La Argentina, which is a move on from them.
Yes,
That's I think
of course
definitely the best way of doing it. But
that comes in after they developed the triple turret, so that's the trouble. The Refusers are still developed in parallel with the Leanders. La Argentina has the advantage of coming in parallel with the towns when they've got the triple turret working.
I wouldn't say those. I would say the Crown Colonies then, because they're post towns, and for their size, it's only 8 6-inch guns.
Colonies have 12.
Do they have 12?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
12.
Some of them drop down to 9.
Wait, I'm getting my ships mixed up. Never mind.
Yeah.
The Leanders have 8 6-inch guns. The Leanders do, but again, then their period, that's what they got, and so do the Amphions.
Yeah.
I think,
in my opinion, I'm sorry, go on.
I'm not sure, Matthew Williams. I think you're going to need to explain your question a bit more. I'll look out for it in the chat. Because
to me, the Royal Navy didn't really have any undergunned vessels. Not in the
really
same
in
way that
period.
it might be said. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is it has to be undergunned for the role or the task to which it is assigned.
Mm-hmm.
And for most of those cruisers, with how the doctrine's structured, they're not really undergunned. They're just they're undergunned for the orders that they may be assigned in wartime. But there's an argument, especially in AA fits, that every ship in World War II was undergunned for the task that it was assigned up until mid-late war.
Well, that was the interesting thing with working with the twin 4.5-inch video, which I've recorded. Once you have a twin 4.5 dual-purpose gun actually working in the period it could have been working, because if you look at Ark Royal, she's fitted with it. She's fitted with a UD twin 4.5 UD mount, upper deck mount, and if they sort out the ammunition, they could have fitted on wider ships. You'd have found that the twin 4.5 could replace the 4-inch across a lot of various ships, as well as replacing other things, and suddenly that makes the air fusers quite a scary asset. If they've got 5 twin 4.5-inch guns and 6 6-inch guns, then that's quite a scary little ship for dealing with enemy destroyers and even air defense wise, isn't it? And when you consider the capabilities of the 4.5-inch gun.
Paintbrush?
Okay, what's Fiji a crown colony?
Yes, it's Fiji.
Yes, it's a lot of sorry, wording. They often get intermingled between either the Fiji class or the Crown Colony class.
Yes.
The ones. Okay.
Okay. Sure. Mush, sure. Mush, sure. I think. I'm sorry if I'm mucking your name up. I'm trying my best. So you said it's like shepherd, and I'm trying to go mush. Mush, sure. What places would you like to go to visit for naval history touring? Have you considered doing guided tours for people to pay to sign up for? I have considered doing the guided tours thing. I haven't done it yet. The agency I do my TV work through, Passport Brothers, does them. Mainly I haven't done it because, don't take this the wrong way, organising the ship-shaped trips takes so much out of me that frankly I don't have the headspace to do more in the time I have got going. We're doing Japan hopefully this year if everything can be sorted out and everything can be worked through. We've got some other trips planned, and I know Drac would like to do an America trip and has said he will actually plan this one. I will, on Drac planning it, I am going to say this now. I love him dearly, but knowing how busy and how much work he's got going on, I will believe he plans it when I see it, rather than it getting somehow dropped onto me. Because I love my colleagues dearly, I do, and I want to note this is in full British. They're all very hard-working, very full-time, and because I have already been factoring in the time for organising these things into my yearly calendar in advance, I have the time set aside for it already, whereas they would have to rework their calendar to set aside the time for it. And I'm not sure if they necessarily realise how much time it does take to organise getting permissions for not just your channel but all the channels, getting permissions for all the people, making sure it's all sorted out that they can accommodate the fact you're turning up with 6, 7, 8 people on that day to do filming, that there might be others turning up on the same day who want to see you, that you need to make sure you have permissions, you need to have hotels, routes there and back, how you're going to coordinate. And it's all very different when you're organising a group of 8 than when you're organising for 1 or 2 people. But still, if he did it, I'd be very, very proud of him, and I'd be very, very happy, because I would want to be doing a ship-shaped trip where I don't have to worry about paperwork.
Permission to ask a question.
Yes.
For the F1 heads in chat, why is Leclerc pissed at Ferrari?
Counter question for you, Ronan. Why would Leclerc not be sufficiently annoyed at Ferrari?
Okay, I live under a rock to begin with, and the only reason I pay any attention to F1 to begin with is, 1, it's not 5 hours of just making a left-hand turn, and 2, there's a lot of very visible engineering on those cars.
That was said by the resident American, not by any of the Europeans. We do not condone or agree with this assessment, and do not wish to have the full NASCAR fan base descend on the comments to declare us persona non grata.
I have been to a NASCAR race, most boring 3 hours of my life. I wish I could have gotten them back.
I have driven in I don't think it was an official NASCAR race, but it was an amateur race for NASCAR, and it was a lot of fun.
But I'm sure it's fun to drive, and I understand the challenge of it.
Demolition Derby with added turning.
So, if Ron's question, so
Yeah.
Leclerc used to
Yes,
fall
Jack.
Ferrari and has been given an absolutely horrific car this year. And it seems he's having issues with some of the staff in the team now, which is fair enough.
Okay. I think that gives me slightly more context, or at least confirms some of what I'm seeing on some of the various forums.
And Clarke is a very, very patient man. But even patient men have their limits.
Leclerc is patient. Anyway, let's carry on.
By Formula One standards, yes.
I agree with the move on bit.
John Luke, what would be the impact of Nelson class with quad turrets and small tube boilers? The Nelson class did have smaller tube boilers, but I think you mean higher pressure boilers than they had, i.e., something akin to what we're later on talking about 600 psi pressure boilers. That would make them faster if they had quad turrets, so if they were mounting 12 16-inch guns and were capable of, let's say, something like 28 knots, and they'd managed to get that under 35,000 tons somehow, then I think there might be a fair number of people who would be crying whenever they heard about them. Because the US Navy would be going, well, we have the Colorado class, and they have, they have 8 16-inch guns, and we have 3 of those, and the 2 nail rods match them. And can do 28 knots, whereas the Colorados can do 21. That's the scenario you're talking about. So the impact is it raises the bar for probably what goes into the treaty system, because under that scenario, I don't think, if those are going around the world like that, I don't think anyone in 1930 or even 1936 is accepting dropping down to 14-inch guns. I just don't think they are. The other option is, of course, that you have a treaty system which allows you to have something larger than 35,000 tons. If that's the case, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting. And that could allow you to do it. Now, Robert Denduvan. Had Kimmel Pi concentrated all 3 US carriers, could they have taken on Hiru and Surrey off of Wake Island to cover reinforcements evacuation? I think if Kimmel had been allowed to do what he was planning to do, he would have had 2 carriers there, probably in time to do something about Wake. And if the Japanese don't see them coming and they manage to launch a strike, then there's no reason they don't win that fight. But you have to remember, at this point in the war, carriers are glass cannons. Whoever hits first tends to win in a carrier battle. They don't yet have the worked up air defense capabilities in the Pacific to be more than glass cannons. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You only have to hit once.
Yeah. Steph Thompson, how well would the panel do if they were cast away in a Swiss Family Robinson scenario?
What scenario?
A Swiss Family Robinson scenario. So we end up on a Paradise Island scenario. If the panel were cast away Swiss Family Robinson style, we end up on a Paradise Island, and we have basically no supplies, but we have lots of stuff around us to build up our own little society. We have fun. Honestly, enough
I
of
don't
us
know.
in this group have carpentry and practical skills. We probably build some quite nice properties to live in. Enough of us have probably experience with foraging and hunting to be able to provide food and understand how to get clean water. And we probably have enough creative imaginations enough that the nighttime chats around the fire will not get boring, and we'll be able to tell some interesting stories.
Do we DIY Foxo a bow first, or do we go straight for the crossbow?
DIYing a bow
What
is
does
going to
it,
be quicker than DIYing a crossbow. Crossbows were going to require some sinews and things we're going to need. So basically, both. Probably slingshot first, actually.
I'm not sure I trust her with slingshot, to be honest.
I can do the hunting.
How
With
do
slingshot.
I?
I can do the slingshot
I
hunting.
can't shoot bows. I can only shoot crossbows and rifles.
Well, luckily I can do slingshots and bows, and I'm quite good with both. Quite practiced with both. And then we'll hand over crossbows to you so you can take over the hunting.
Because the big issue with that is that requires me to leave whatever equivalent to a cave we've set up. And I don't do the sun.
You can go out hunting at night. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Did you know the Hebrew word Satan means prosecutor? Yes, I'd had heard that.
didn't know that explicitly, but I have heard. Sorry, Foxo, but I've heard enough contextual clues and statements to believe it.
Yeah, in some
It
translations,
usually translates as adversary / accuser. It can also mean prosecutor, but it depends on the translation and context what it actually means.
yeah, and some translations have it being prosecutor, but in prosecutor as in a devil's advocate kind of way.
Yeah.
So as someone who is purposefully contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew doesn't translate well to English.
It has a lot of context, and our best Hebrew speaker has left the chat tonight. He's gone to bed sensibly. Casanea, has there been an HMCS Quebec? Now that's an interesting one. There has been. There was a Crown Colony class cruiser. It was commissioned as Uganda and originally renamed as Quebec. And then there's a Royal Canadian Sea Cadets, and Quebec was planned for the Canada-class submarine, which was cancelled in 1989. And they would be planning to build 10 with up to 12 as an option. That was their proposed nuclear-powered attack submarines. Canada-class. So, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what, in the panel's opinion, on the Kirov-class battlecruiser, how effective would it be in World War II against the IJN? The Kirov-class battlecruiser. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, is this your design from the other night, which you had taken a Kirov-class and you'd added large guns to it? Just want that clarification in the chat.
I'm aware of a Kirov-class cruiser.
There was yes, but YouTube Minecraft Watcher has kept sharing video images, various pictures on Discord about their Kirov adapted battle cruiser from the Kirov class to modern vessels, adapted to a battle cruiser, and in nicest way with the combination of missiles and guns. If it is that one they are talking about, then in nicest way that annihilates either the IJN or the Kriegsmarine, because if I'm not mistaken. Just gonna check, but I'm quite certain that the gentlemen known as the Kriegsmarine have nothing that can survive being hit by a P700 Granite, aka the SSN-19 Shipwreck anti-ship missile. Someone might wish to correct me on this. They might be able to survive it, but I don't think they can. I don't think they would survive it, and I don't think even the modernized well, there's the Nakamov, which is theoretically has been modernized and still does carry its. Let's see, after modernization, yeah. Yeah, in the nicest way, no one wants to take shipwreck missiles to the face, even. It doesn't matter what you're in and what kind of ship you're in, you don't want to do it. So if that was that topic, yeah, no. John Luke, what is your assessment of the ability of the Klingon Defense Force during the Mini War era? For that answer to that, please wait for the video to come out with me and the absolutely wonderful Venom Geek Media. There is an entire video coming out on the Minion War era, a video series actually with Venom Geek Media, which I'm looking forward to it coming out. And I did something which Venom Geek Media has only possibly ever done once before. And we talked for so long, we actually went into a second day in the same recording. We started and we carried on talking long enough that it was and poor Venom was going, are you okay to carry on? I was going, this is normal for me. This is Bruships. I do this like for recording. That's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. But that's all going to be Venom Geek Media, and there's a whole stuff coming out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I will say, I'm not sure how they're going to produce it, whether they're going to produce everyone have the whole videos, or whether they're going to cut it down for their and then have the whole ramblings, because for people to go to, and I will use the word ramblings there, sorry Fleet, but I'm going to nick your word, because we did about 3 recordings, and I think the whole ramblings will probably be somewhere in the region of 10 to 11 hours of recording. If you can imagine me and Venom Geek Media having a chat about these things.
It will be interesting, because especially if you start picking up at certain points, because I like a good number of Venom Geek stuff. Others I question a lot.
Venom got the full Alex doing a full analysis as if these were one of the navies in World War II, and these were the battles in World War II. Let's go do some analysis. Let's work this one through.
Yeah, notable
scenario, and yeah,
because he's done that with a couple of other ships and made new lore for them, which like one of them is literally just directly copying Hunt for Bismarck, and it kind of irks me. I'll be honest. But yeah,
there is some stuff in there.
So be good listening.
But it makes sense. It should be interesting. It should be fun. So that's awesome. You're putting together a battle royale. Which ships are you inviting to fight it out for ultimate glory?
I'm gonna bring a Midway with her latest air complement, so I can just win. Latest refit, latest air complement, and just I win.
I was just gonna bring in that case, why don't I bring just a Ford class or a Seawolf?
Well, I was figuring I keep it to ships laid down in the World War II period, but yeah, we could do that too.
I could bring a Seawolf.
Or, as much as I hate to admit it, a either a Block 5 Virginia or an SSGN Ohio.
Yeah, that will cause a lot of trouble. But yeah.
Okay, which one
The
is
Black
the
Box
last
genius.
of the Russian boomers to carry nuclear torpedoes?
I feel like that's an officially or unofficially question.
Unofficially. No, sorry, officially. Because if it's a battle royale, you just bring the nuclear torpedoes and win. Like,
Are you trying to get to the end?
I'm just counting them out. Just seeing if I need to.
You know
Shall
you
I
can-
open opening the chat up? I know I could flick off what goes on, but if I flick off through Discord, I'm just seeing how far more I've got. Ooh, we're down to Scottish Nerds question, which I didn't see that long ago. Yeah, so that we've got a fair number. I think we'll be opening up again. Because we've got 2, 4,
I showed
6,
23 more in
8,
those.
10, 12, 14,
I showed 23 in the
16, 18, 20, 22, 23. Yes, 23. So I think we'll be opening up again before we get to the end. We've gone for a lot of questions this evening. I'm proud of us. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna start working on my shouldery boys.
Okay. Should the USN and Royal Navy collaborate on Arleigh-Burke replacement? The USN design process is disastrous, certainly in the Iron Khan order. Look.
No, not under this current administration. It is too mercurial and can't make up its mind about what it wants for lunch, let alone long-term strategic planning.
No, it's nothing to do with that at all. The reason why the US Navy and the Royal Navy can't work together on Arleigh-Burke's replacement is because they can't agree on crewing requirements. You see, the British and the rest of NATO navies work on a lean crewing system where they have automated systems to reduce the crewing numbers. Why do they do that? Is it because they hate damage control? No, they still like to consider damage control very important. But because they have the budgets they have and the nations they do in terms of the volume population they do, they can't afford to have a crew to the level the US Navy does. This is the main trouble. This is the reason why people keep asking, why are the Australians not just buying and copying Virginia design submarines? Why are they not just doing that? Why are they going for an AUKUS? Why are they going for the British sort of side design of the AUKUS? Because Australia cannot generate that many crew numbers to crew that number of subs. The differential, if you consider an Astute class submarine, that has a crew of, and I'm going to say this, put this way, of 98. A Virginia class submarine, and I'm checking these ones, has a crew of 135. Now, you might think, well, Alex, that's just 37 extra souls. But then you work it out. Okay, let's say you're talking 12 boats. Okay, well, that's no longer 37 extra souls. No. That's 444 extra souls just for the crews. And then when you consider training pipeline, maintaining the pipeline, the people you're going to have ashore, it works out an extra 2,000 people. Roughly over the whole scenario to support and sustain them. Which, if you're talking about a navy the size of the Royal Navy, which, if I go quickly and grab its numbers, current strength is roughly 32,000 personnel. Can you see why the extra 2,000 adds up in the Royal Navy? Whereas in the US Navy, its current strength is 335,000 active duty personnel. So this is the main reason why the American designs tend to not be that popular when people are buying them for current. If they're buying them and they are putting some money into them because they're converting an old design into something they're going to keep operating for a few years and they can cut the crewing down, they are very useful. And will do that. But, you know, until you can agree on crewing standards, you can't produce ships together. And this is why, at a certain point, there stops being joint ships between America and other allied nations. Literally the crewing standards. Take care, Steve. Thanks for helping out tonight. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if each panel suddenly found they're in position, each panel member, I presume, suddenly found they're in possession of a Providence-class dreadnought in modern times? What antics are everyone getting up to? Ooh.
If I'm going to be honest, a lot of people are going to end up perishing.
What is a Providence class dreadnought?
Providence class dreadnought is the CIS major mainstay capital ship during the Clone Wars.
I'm having fun with that. In the nicest way, I'm having fun with that.
I may be making the Canadians blush.
Also, this means I get a fully armed battalion of B1s and B2s.
Especially if it comes with a full complement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not go down this road, okay?
Oh no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm picking out which country I'm setting up as my holiday home.
The question is, Foxo, what if each member of the panel got a Providence-class dreadnought in modern days? What do you do with them? Considering these things come with 240 fighters split across 120 vulture droids, 120 tri-droids, and over 100 armoured vehicles, landing craft, and support? Oh boy. Theoretically speaking, all I need to do to actually crew this thing efficiently is find 29 other humans. I have enough friends I can do that. And then I've got all the droids. And as unintelligent as B1s may be, I can work with this.
To be fair,
I think I can
the thing
find...
I'm most worried about is the fact that poor Fleet isn't here, and Foxo will have one. And I can imagine Fleet not having one and Foxo having one. Foxo will find ways to not kill him or hurt him anyway, but to wind him up using using the lasers. I.e., he goes to his car disappears.
No. You're not thinking big enough. No. I've been given a starship.
Yes.
Since I was a little girl, I have had a dream of playing pinball with asteroids. Like, Earth is cool, but why would I not go start playing Celestial Pinball?
Why do I have a feeling I'm going to end up having to be the adult in this group? Admittedly, mine would be entirely crewed by my family, so it'd be fine.
Listen, I would just be protecting my ability to exist. That's all.
I might hire Leslie's ground forces coordinator.
Then are you telling me you wouldn't draw a smiley face on Uranus?
That would confuse scientists.
No. I might start doing some Martian terraforming.
Providence doesn't carry the equipment for it. Nor likely the actual information on it.
Might have the information on it.
I'd have the information on it, but also mostly what I'm going to need to do is just move some asteroid, get some things from the asteroid belt and start adding to Mars's mass. basically bombarded enough it gets hot again, but not so much in melts of asteroids, and is absorbing asteroids. And then once it's cooled down and its mass is cooled down, yeah, we've got a new planet. We got a new planet which is big enough and is just roughly in the habitable zone.
You realize that might take longer than your lifespan, right?
With all the medical facilities aboard that thing, I live for a long, long time.
Look, all I'm gonna say is I'm gonna crown myself the Queen of Albania.
And we're talking about 100 to 120 years, and that's without me at all putting myself into cryosleep.
Now that one I know I wouldn't trust the B1s with.
Yeah, but if you've got to okay, the train just fell right off the tracks.
You've got the medical droids. They'll put you into cryosleep.
Oh yeah, that would make gender affirming surgery really easy.
Also, to be honest, just Bacta in general is amazing.
Also, why does the base Horus Heresy transfer sheet only have salamanders and iron? And
Yeah, I know that annoyed me as well because it would have things for all the Legion.
Especially now because the 40K has like 5 different chapters on it.
All right. Next question. Comments on Star X-6 in the Perking space battles. Okay, anyone know what this is about?
Nope.
In a nice way, Wayne, save the question till we get to the sci-fi.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Is that what I think it is? Okay, no, it's not that one.
No, it's it's a 2005 parody film produced by 5 friends in a 2-room flat in Finland.
Oh god, no, it is that one. I hate them, and it's very rare. I want to inflict physical harm to people, but that's one of them.
Linky.
No.
Anyway, I've got a question for the panel.
No, because it is just...
Wayne, send a link to Foxo. She'd like to watch it, mainly to torture the dragon with it.
Do that, Foxo, and I get your brother to torture you.
Okay, I've got a question for the panel and chat. Should I open and drink a 750 milliliter bottle of American base Monster Energy?
No.
It'll
make you feel very sick. Because of the sugar, the source, because of the fact of what they have high fructose corn syrup in it.
Remember, we do not have food safety standards in the U.S.
Yes, but my body demands corn syrup.
It really doesn't, Foxo.
No,
it really doesn't.
Really does.
Cactus Stud, no.
Next question. Calvin Gasberg, what would you do the panel do as a capsular in Eve?
Why would I want to inflict myself as an immortal spreadsheet?
Actually, you're not immortal.
Why would I want to inflict myself as an eternally recloned spreadsheet generator?
You're not even eternally recloned. You actually have to be... You get charged for that. And as someone who's actually played Eve and enjoyed Eve for quite a while, cry because the universe is not exactly fun, and being Capsuleer is also not great. Do what I did in actual Eve before they changed rules in HiSec and got our station blown up when it shouldn't have been, which is just go around collecting nice-looking starships and create a museum.
Well, if you can, you might as well.
Why?
It's nice that what my family did.
Why do I want to be trapped? Why do I want to be trapped in Microsoft Excel, the video game?
And no, Runon, that's Aurora 4X.
Between Aurora 4X and
Okay.
Eve. The former is fun.
No,
Aurora has interesting content.
Let's move on to the
It's
next
just
conversation because this turns into a war zone.
Okay.
Seneca Nero,
The fact.
what are all the plushies on your shelf, and what is the Captain Raccoon up on the left?
All right,
Captain
I'm sorry,
Raccoon?
but the fact still remains that there have been economics professors which have used Eve as a teaching tool.
This is a meerkat who's a Royal Navy
Right.
officer. I
Right,
am
Runon,
moving
just
quickly
because
onto the
Eve is a-
plushies.
just
No,
because
no,
Eve
Runon,
has
I just gotta
actually
say,
affected
Runon.
at real-life economies.
This
No,
is
no,
the
no,
Kaiser
no, no.
platypus, because if I think the Kaiser's a platypus, it makes me be mildly more polite about him than if he's actually the Kaiser.
No, I just got to put one slight remark up, Runon, right? You are aware that the TF2 hat economy has been used in actual economic studies, right?
This is a killer whale, which sometimes I need to make my fellow pandas be quiet, because nothing's scarier than a killer whale coming to get you.
I just love how Dr. Clarke is trying to get us away from the Eve economics discussion with the plushies, and everybody else is just like, no, we're gonna.
This little person is called Nuts, and his claim to fame, as I've had him for a long time since I was about 5 years old, is once when I was doing something which I was technically invited to be along for, and something went off, because I had him sticking out my bag above my neck, he got burnt rather than me. So he stopped that burn from that getting to my neck, which would have caused me a lot of injury and a lot of problems. So he is very, very lucky, as he's actually sacrificed his tail to save me. So therefore, very much the lucky charm who travels around with me as a good symbol of luck.
So
And that's a
he's like that
Snowdonia
little
train.
goldfish. He's like that little goldfish that makes the rounds every so often.
To an extent. There we go. There we go. Right then. And this is the thing is, here's the thing with Eve. I played it for many years. My family had a family team. I don't want to go into what we did as a family group, but there were some very interesting people who kept trying to break us up and infiltrate us, and finding out they couldn't for some reason. They never worked out. The reason was because everyone involved was related to related to each other. And of course it meant we weren't going to flip on each other, because if we did, then there would be familial consequences. So Captain, how does the damage of Maine, Arizona, Roma and Hood compare in terms of magazines detonating?
No wonder I didn't see that, because Twitch broke the stream together thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whose stream restarted? Was it your stream or my stream?
Mine's been going for 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, so was mine. Whatever. I'll send you a new invite.
Oh, the confetti hype emote has been unlocked. I've
Yeah, we had
reached
a hype
hype
train
the
earlier.
train level 2 on Twitch. Anyway, in Maine, Arizona, Roma and Hood compare. Maine's devastating, but it's also to an extent not as splitting up. Arizona causes. In terms of comparing, it's like it's basically going, how do you want to be annihilated? Do you want to be annihilated by a Granny Smith apple, or by a Cox's apple? It doesn't matter how your magazine gets set off. Once your magazine goes boom, your ship goes boom. And that's pretty much the problem. According to the system, we're still streaming together.
It wasn't when I checked it earlier, but whatever. The system is great when it works, but sometimes it's very, very buggy.
Glitchy?
Yeah, that too. What? All right. You know what? I'm just gonna. Are we still sharing the chat? What's going on here? No, we're not. Come on, Twitch.
Okay. So, Nighthawk Productions. May 1945. Britain's finances revert to early 1920s levels. What of the existing fleet is retained for modernisation, and what new ships and infrastructure is built? Does Renown have any life left? No, Renown does not have any life left in it. Without, if it's gone to early 1920s levels, then new ships infrastructure, probably the Maltas are completed. Because let's be honest, you have the economics to it, and you're trying to pull everyone together. You're probably just going to do a complete fleet shift over. You're going to move to Darings. You're going to do all those things because that's the easiest way to keep the economy going at those levels, and to try and put some substance in it while you're transitioning from a total war economy to a peacetime economy. In 1945 onwards. So you probably finish off those ships and. Honestly, if Britain's returned to those levels of finances, so they don't have the massive debts, etc., from World War Two, then when the Americans decide they're changing Lend-Lease, it's probably not going to cause that as much of an issue. Believe it or not, I don't think Lucky Charms are actually a cereal in the UK.
They are.
They are? Oh.
You can. Yeah, they've been imported from the US.
Oh, it's probably something that's happened since I stopped being the target audience for those sort of cereals. My life is now granola.
Don't worry. The
I am
Lucky
old.
Charms in the UK aren't actually American Lucky Charms. They're European Lucky Charms.
Made to European food standards. Anyway,
In Canada.
Stafford Thompson, which Royal Navy admiral will be most disposable with the state of the service if they are brought back to life today? Disappointed with the status. Oh, Henderson. I'm bringing back Henderson.
Yeah.
Because he's the third Sea Lord who built Navy. If you bring back Fisher, he would just start committing harikiri, but I'm not sure if he'd be disappointed or angry. You've asked for disappointed, not angry. So yeah, I'm going to go for Henderson. Matthew Williams. If you were to control the more recent adjustments on spending on military, what would you build for the Royal Navy other than what is already in queue, or add more firepower and capabilities existing? I would build more units of what's on queue. I would have upped the order of Type 31s to at least 9 vessels. I'd have upped the order of Type 26s to at least 12, and I'd be pushing them along as fast as I can. And I'd be trying to order 9 Type 32s, and I'd have also done something similar with the OPVs from earlier, and I'd be working on trying to make an adjusted iron order of 12 Type 83s. So the plan would be to end up with 12 Type 83s, 12 at least Type 26s, preferably 18, and at least 18 18 of the Type 31s, 32s. That gives me a force of roughly 48 escorts to work from, which works out quite well. In nicest way, the reason why the Type 23s aren't being kept in service is because they've been wrecked by years of because they've been used years. You remember the Type 23 was supposed to be the cheap frigate. It was supposed to it was built with the shortest life expectancy, finished steel. They've re-steeled them. They've done all sorts of things to make their hull stronger and all these things. There's only so much you can do to keep them going. those hulls are old. The youngest Type 23 in service is... Just going to check this, the youngest Type 23 in service, because not all the... this is the point, not all, some of them have left service. The youngest Type 23 still in the Royal Navy in active service is St Albans, which was commissioned in 2002, laid down in 1999, and is 23 years old. The oldest still in active service is HMS Lancaster, which was laid down in 1987 and commissioned in 1992. It is 33 years old. These frigates were designed with a life expectancy of 20 years. And I don't know why you'd be buying from the French, because you obviously want to pay through the nose for something which isn't going to do any good for British industry. We have plenty of construction capability in the UK, we just need to use it.
So, just for context, all of these ships are older than me.
To be fair, one of them's not... the one laid down in 1987 is technically... Its metal was probably cut well before at the time it was laid down, so it's probably been around longer than as a piece of metal, longer than I've been alive on this earth.
That's almost twice as old as me.
Yeah. The French are great at constructing ships for themselves. But they are, if you have to look at the the Horizon project to find out what the issues are when you're trying to construct to for the Royal Navy, or the recent submarine issues for the Barracuda class. The French are not necessarily so good at constructing for other people's needs. You either have something which fits their needs, or you have something which doesn't fit your you either your needs align with theirs enough, like the Italians do, that they can tend to work together quite well with the French, and even that started to change a bit, or they don't fit your needs, and then it's no point buying it. And have a look at the French for ships and think, which one of those ships designs actually fits Royal Navy requirements and Britain's requirements? Which one of them actually fits the role the Royal Navy want for it? Because the reason the Horizon class didn't fit for the Royal Navy, but the Type 45 did, and there's not much difference in the weapons fit, realistically, it's because of the supportability and the long-range operations. The British requirement is that a vessel has to go and operate in the South Atlantic and has to be able to operate down at the Falklands. And French, also the thing is, the quickest way to lose funding in the UK is to start putting the money outside the UK in construction, especially in ship construction. We don't need to as well. We've got plenty of yards in the UK. There's Appledore, there's Camel Aids, there's Harland the Wolf. There's all sorts of yards sitting around waiting for work. There's yards which are a bit sitting mothballed. We've got plenty of them. You want a Roanoke to go in the Royal Navy? Seriously. So, your idea for the Royal Navy is you want a 4,500 ton frigate de defense intervention. Now, here's the thing. I like the frigate de defense intervention. It's coming up in a video soon, and I've talked about it. But we're talking about a vessel which has a single Altamilera 76mm Super Rapide, mounted in a stealth turret, which is always nice, and can carry 16 cells for Aster. 16 cells. It is designed as a presence vessel for the French in terms of inshore water supporting stuff in the Mediterranean, and for their distant colonies, distant parts of their sort of territories and protection and presence. it does not fit any of the Royal Navy requirements. The Royal Navy equivalent would be what they're building in a Type 31. The Type 31 fits the Royal Navy's requirements and Britain's requirements. The Roanoke doesn't. It doesn't mean they're not a good ship, it just means they don't fit the Royal Navy's requirements. Anyway, next question. Seth Johnson, has Runan figured out where the Mississippi River ends, or is one river with two large basins in the middle of it?
No, got got bored, moved on.
Eddie Rudolph, who was the best British battleship admiral or captain of World War II? I don't think there's really a question about that. He commanded HMS Rodney. I've run out of water. I'll be back in a second. But if anyone wants to talk about Dalrymple Hamilton, they're more than welcome to.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
So me and Dragon might have to go soon, by the way.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
what? 1 o'clock over there?
Because currently my internal BIOS has more red flags in than your average communist parade.
Okay, take care.
Not yet. Just like half an hour, maybe.
I don't think we're going that long. We'll probably go to 1 o'clock. We're already at 5.5 hours. Sonic Canero. Again, the Royal Navy shows up in World War II or World War I or World War II, but without submarines and nukes. There's still the Queen Elizabeth class and their F-35s. Let's be honest, the radar-guided 4.5-inch guns on most of the Royal Navy ships is just going to annihilate most of the quite a lot of the air attacks. Add in the close-in, the phalanxes, etc. You can still supply down plenty of ammunition and the 30mm. Something like Type 31 there is really going to be having fun. The Type 23s have 30mm systems. Yeah, it's not going to be nice. Again, it's an out-of-context problem. We're talking about ships which are near enough 80 years further on in the future. Eddie, what would the tribals do for the US Navy starting in 1939? Provide them with some gun-heavy destroyers, but they don't really need it because of the war they're planning on fighting and how they're planning on fighting. They are, for the US, the reason the Royal Navy likes the gun destroyers is they fill in the cruiser role and the cruiser scouting role for them. And they fill in some of the duties they want to do in terms of solo operations and gun-heavy formations. For the US Navy, the reason they don't go down that route is because, honestly, they're looking at operating in the wide area of the Pacific, and they think the torpedoes are going to be the decisive weapon. And realistically, by the point at which you actually get into World War II for them, and the volume of destroyers they're producing, they don't need them. They've got enough. They're making up for it in numbers.
Appropriate.
Catsid also said, does a Type 31 have that many cells? But honestly, stop being a French Navy salesman in the chat. They do good enough. They're good enough. They're selling them to enough people who they fit. They just don't fit the British requirements.
Just because Fleet isn't here doesn't mean you have to take his job.
And the nicest way, it's one of those things of, it's like also, if you ask me if I wanted to buy a Constellation class for the Royal Navy, I'd say no. Because it doesn't fit the Royal Navy's requirements. It fits the US Navy's requirements. It doesn't fit the Royal Navy's. Does it make it a bad ship? No. And that's not the question. It can be a good ship. It can just not fit the British requirements. Why doesn't this vessel fit the British requirements? Because the British are looking at operating their things a long way from home, but basically assisting in areas where they're not going to have much support and much refit or stuff like that, and much sustainment. So they've got to be able to operate independently, which means they've got to have more space internally for adaptable space and for maintenance space and those things. The French vessels are great for what the French need them to do, but they're going to require a level of basing support which the British ones aren't designed for. So that doesn't fit the British needs. You haven't stopped it ages ago. It keeps coming up in my messages quite regularly. So yeah. The nicest way I have timers and time systems showing up the timings. Literally, it's come up as 56:28, and I'm responding to said 58. So 90 seconds is not a long time ago. And the previous one was just as I left. 53:31 to go to water. That might be delayed. Okay, all right. Tribal versus Fletcher. Which would come out on top and fight? As I've said before, if it's Manticonis, it's a torpedo engagement. If they manage the torpedoes, the Fletcher has the advantage of torpedoes. If it turns into a gunfight, the Tribal's going to win that every time. Because the Tribal has more guns and can bring more to bear. And can cause a lot at the rate of fire and damage those guns are going to cause. Because the 4.7 is a destroyer killing weapon. And that's the differential, basically. If it's a torpedo engager, but the thing is, neither side's going to want to do that. The Royal Navy doesn't like it, and you don't like one-on-one destroyer engagements. You like groups of destroyers on groups of destroyers. So you'd be talking about 4 destroyers versus 4 Tribals versus multiple Fletchers bumping into each other. And how's that fight going to work out? Well, it's going to work out who hits who first, basically. If they manage to fire torpedoes at each other, the Fletchers have the advantage in the terms of spread of the torpedoes. But if the Tribals cone them, get close with guns, then they have the advantage in gunfire. In terms of torpedoes, they can fire, their torpedoes also might hit. And let's be honest, if it's the early war torpedoes for the US Navy, then their torpedoes might not go off, even if they do hit. So therefore, the Tribals might get pass. But there again, the Royal Navy's torpedoes have a habit of occasionally going a bit low, because they're designed to engage capital ships, and so they go underneath destroyers. So both sides, it's much of a muchness. It's going to depend on how the flow of the battle goes. Nighthand Productions. Would there been any way to modernize Renown and Repulse simultaneously in the mid-30s by keeping Tiger in service for a few more years, or do the treaties make that impossible? You could have done it if you'd been prepared, got that much money out of the budget of the Treasury. But you have to remember, the 10-year rule is dropped in 1932. Officially. Unofficially, it's not dropped till 1937. And unofficially, they're still trying to pay yards to close down, shipyards to close down in 1939. So, and some of the ratifications of those agreements actually don't go through into legal documents until 1940. And they actually let them go through. And then go, oh, we can't reopen this yard for war work because it's gone through legally. But you could have done it. The main trouble you have also, as well as the money, is the Spanish Civil War and the various commitments the Royal Navy has going on with the Abyssinia crisis, etc., which means they have to have capital ships out available. They can't just chuck them all into refit and refit. They have to have some wandering around the world doing what they need them to do. So yeah, if you had kept Tiger in service a bit longer, but yeah, there's treaty issues with that. There are treaty issues with that. NK33, why do you and Drac hate Beatty so much? We don't hate him, we just find him annoyingly frustrating and a fairly decent captain who should never have been put in the position he is. He's good at politics, so he's a fairly decent First Sea Lord, and as a peacetime admiral he'd be fine. But as a wartime admiral, he really has a nasty habit of putting all the blame on his staff when he's responsible for it. And personally, what I dislike about him is how he treats Seymour, because he selects Seymour over qualified officers because of Seymour's political connections and his social status. and that leads to the situation where Seymour is in the situation Seymour is in. Okay, so that's that, and then K33. And then Paul Seymour gets to blame and commits suicide over it, and that's what yeah. Staff Thompson, with satellites and drones, would we ever see a return of flyboats such as PBY or Sunderland? Potentially. There are some potential interesting ideas coming out there, but at the moment it's not likely, but there is a possibility.
Yeah, you've got to remember too, with satellites and drones both have drawbacks when in comparison to direct organically piloted stuff, because satellites have fixed orbits which are very difficult to move, and they don't have a lot of loiter time over a specific area, and drones can be significantly diminished in a non-electronically permissive environment.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a place for manned recon aircraft. It's just, what is that going to look like going forward?
Oh, yeah. And Nighthand Productions. Last one. Bristol Beaufighter and Hurricane Squadron in Malaya and Singapore in December 41, early 42 effects. If you have some Hurricane Squadrons and more Bristol Beaufighters in there, it is going to have an impact on the Japanese air performance and their capabilities in the air versus the Royal Air Force out there. It is going to give you slightly more slightly more presence and slightly more ability to interdict. What it's going to have overall in the campaign is hard to really tell, because mostly that's lost on the ground, because, as said, the British commander in Malaya is an excellent staff officer but needs someone to make a frigating decision. He can come up with great plans and great options, he just can't decide between them, and that's the problem. He needs someone there to make a decision, and giving him all the technology and resources in the world is not going to make him make a decision. Senator Canero, when did the first pre-planned sleeping arrangements sharpen ships?
Define pre-planned.
Well, that's the thing, is there's always been... it's going to sound strange. Do you consider pre-planned where they stuck the hooks up for the hammocks, or rather the nails up for the hammocks, on the wooden ships? Because that's been around for a long, long time. They've had their hammocks... and places where they string their hammocks stuck, ready to go. Yeah, sorry, but
So
it's
wouldn't
been
the
around
answer
for a
be
long
the
time.
first ship?
Hmm?
Wouldn't the answer be literally the first ships? Because pre-planning where you sleep has been a part of human civilization from...
Well, you have to
I would
remember,
say-
a lot of the first ships, the early ships like the Phoenicians used, the Greeks, the Romans, they didn't actually stay at sea overnight. They pulled into shore and slept ashore.
Yeah,
Really?
I would say.
Yes,
Yeah,
really.
I would say it's
they
the
hopped
first
along the
ships.
coast. For most
It's
of
I would say it's the first ships which were designed for overnight excursions, multi-day journeys where you were going to be afloat for multiple days. Stafford Thompson also was thinking about search and rescues. That was the PBY's secondary role. And as far as I know, the helos don't really have the range for such a duty nowadays. I think nowadays they just drop a survival buoy out the butt end of a conventional aircraft while they vector out some surface asset to go pick them up.
That's pretty much what they do. They drop something out over the area. And there are the Chinese and Japanese are working on their flying boat forces, but that's mostly to do with the idea of the bringing in heavier equipment to places which are in sort of their plans for island warfare. It's always interesting, a nice little resupply.
If memory serves, I think the U.S. Coast Guard has a couple of dive teams or C-130 squadrons that are configured to essentially not necessarily paradrop, but Gurkha drop a rescue diver out of them.
Yeah, they do.
They go maximum flaps, minimum throttle, and just boot a diver out the back with a little survival kit while a helo gets vectored out or a cutter gets
Yep.
vectored out.
They have fun. They have all sorts of interesting things they do. The interesting one from IO2 is, why is it the more I learn about the Treasury, the more they seem like the dumbest and most expensive group of penny pinchers around? The thing you learn about the Treasury is they know the cost of everything. They dispute the value of everything as well. But yes, it's always fun. It's always fun. Right then. Paul, what's the next question? Night Heron production. We've done that one. Done that one. Which pre-war admiral would adapt to the modern day if they appeared today?
To what purpose?
Pre-war admiral. Which war?
And to which purpose? Because like
Paul,
the admiral that
which
could
war?
adopt to modern operations may not be the same admiral which can adopt to modern lifestyle.
I'd say if we're going for World War II, I would say Lee is probably best for the Americans. And for the UK, similar tech-savvy one would be World War II British would be Henderson. Because he's basically the most tech-savvy admiral they have there. The other option is Somerville. Castanea, who has the most pets?
I think myself.
Probably.
Not me. I can tell you that much.
Four cats and a dog.
Hell breaks loose. If you've got a single question, put it in the chat and I'll copy it across. Because we are literally down to the last 2 questions. And we are 20 minutes off 6 hours. So I am tempted to do the still 6 hours, but I'm also conscious that it is now 10 past 1, and I've got the other people in the chat are not insomniacs, or other functioning insomniacs.
Trust me, I am not going to be allowed to sleep for a while. Not until I put someone else to sleep.
Oh, I've seen I've seen how late you two have been up.
No, you haven't. Because usually if you've seen us in VC after a certain point, we're not in VC, we're asleep.
All right, fair enough.
Like yourself, Runon, what were you doing in your streaming chat at 8 AM BST the other day? I think it was yesterday in particular.
Hey, it's Ronan doing sleep stream now.
Wasn't?
Cats at
You
similar
were.
place. Functioning insomniac is fun. Stafford, don't be naughty.
You only left the channel at about 9 AM, Runon? I know this because I was... But yeah.
Okay, last question.
Next question.
Scottish nerd. What would, and I'm saying last question because we've got no more in, as far as I know. What would the Royal Navy aircraft carrier squadrons consist of if the light carrier swarm had come online in time for the British Pacific Fleet? Quite a lot of them did come online, but if they did come in, they're just going to be the same aircraft they were churning out as it was. A load of Hellcats and Fireflies. Basically.
You wanna? The problem is I don't. I'm working the time conversion back, and I'm like, I was in my regular general population chat last night, briefly, and then I left. But Dr. Clarke, do you want to plunk Twitch over the head again because it's being twitchy?
Oh, what's it done this time?
I don't know. It says I disconnected you, but I don't know why it says I disconnected you.
It does say you disconnected me. It says you no longer like me.
It says I did it this minute. It says I keep. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says you don't like me.
Cuckoo for chew.
How cruel.
You don't like me. Don't like me anymore.
Hey, at least I showed up.
Oh. Right, as it hasn't picked up the question, I'm just going to copy it across for Draken Red. I'm just copying Draken Red's question across.
Join the call. Share chat is enabled. Now I'd like to. Good.
And IO2's question.
Yeah, apparently, about 30 minutes ago, I very emphatically disabled your video like 24 times.
You did?
That is weird.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Right. So, the next question. Drakenred. Which Navy in the 20th century made a warship that made you wonder what the heck? Okay, there's the Kriegsmarines light cruisers, which I have no idea what possessed them. I really don't. The Royal Navy has, for some reason, decided it's going to be the Mercedes-Benz of the submarine world, and are going to design a submarine for every frigating occasion rather just building on a standard. I have no idea why. If anyone can ever explain that to me, I don't know. The US Navy gets really, really into their scouting fleet concept, to the fact that they don't think about general purpose for some of their assets, which they're building in the late 1920s, early 1930s. And the Waratah Enjoyer, just stick the question in the chat. I'm picking them up now because it's the last questions. Just ask.
And if we open the bot, we're going to get flooded and we'll be here until I have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. You know. And it's just, you can go through each navy. Each navy has an interesting interesting moment in life. The Italians have lots of interesting moments. The French have many, many interesting moments. It's just a never stop interesting time.
Yeah, at least they're not the Russians.
Yeah, don't get me started on the Russian fleet. They do a lot of weird stuff.
You wonder what they were thinking of the Kirov class. Yes, let's cram those guns so close together and give them a single elevator.
Don't get me started on it. Okay.
No, Dragon, you think of ships like Krasny Kravkratz.
Oh,
Krasny
yeah.
Kremlin can vaguely understand.
I have to spend a lot of today, telling people that, sorry, I haven't been paid for the last 2 months, so I'm not sure if the NDA counts, so I'm just appearing in this to say thank you for employing me through this employment and all these things. So that's going to be a lot of my day today. And apologising, even though it's not my fault, but I'm the one who's actually talking to them. Not the rest of the company. So that's gonna be a fun time today. I'm gonna have. So please don't make me suffer thinking through all the Russian ships that are built badly. Please don't. I'm gonna be tortured enough.
There are Russian ships that are built well.
Actually,
one or two. There are a couple. IO2's
they're mostly
question:
built by the Italians.
Could the Royal Navy have potentially traded Hermes for the Third Audacious and mostly Majestics, with CVO-1 and Fearless replaced with an LHD order to replace Colossus in the commando carrier role? No. That's a simple answer. No. They'd like to. They'd like a third Audacious. It would have made things a lot easier if they'd had 3 Audaciouses. They could have worked with that group far better. But unfortunately, there's the mess is first caused by Victorious. And then going on, the reason why they're going CVO-1 and Fearless replacing, CVO-1 is about providing carrier strike. Replacing Fearless with an LHD, well, this is going to sound terrible, but when we're looking at replacing Fearless class, we're talking about the 1980s. That's well past the point at which CVO-1 has been cancelled. And the first of the landing helicopter docks to actually enter service as a landing helicopter dock were the Wasp class. They are preceded by the Tarawas. They are LHAs though, landing helicopter assault ships, rather than LHDs, even though they are technically, the difference between them and LHDs is very, very, they are LHDs, let's be honest. But they are technically called LHAs. And they're preceded by the IGUs, which are definitely not LHDs. The Tarawa class come into service are built between 71 and 80, so they're about the right time. But the trouble is, you're basically talking about the Invincibles more than CVO1. And so could the Invincibles have been LHDs? No. The Royal Navy barely got through an ASW helicopter carrier. Anything else would have been frigging impossible, the politics of the time. There is an interesting point, though. They could have gone for a bigger Invincible design with a flex deck to assist with amphibious operations, and also provide space for an extra squadron of Harriers in wartime by just having the internal lift go down that far. So yeah. You want to build an LHD instead of the Fearless class. Do you know how old the Fearless class are? IO2.
If not, I have a feeling you're about to learn.
Well, the thing is, they are first being designed in the late 1950s based off the pre-World War II ideas, and they are laid down in 1962. No, IO2, it's not a known concept. No, don't. I know there are people who like to market the IGN as doing that, and I have joked around with it occasionally myself, but it is not well deck, flight deck. No, don't go there. And it's definitely not a concept they're going for at this point. The idea was the nicest way. The scenario at this point was very much that any flight deck ship needed to keep moving to provide air over the deck to assist aerial operations. A dock ship doesn't want to be moving, and will also assume a posture and dock down posture, which will make landing and taking off incredibly difficult. And again, you're talking about the 1960s when a lot of the helicopter vertical assault stuff is in its infancy. So that's the trouble. Okay, it's a night. You've got. Let me put it this way: for those things to work out as a scenario, you have to. History has to change so much that honestly, we wouldn't be talking. We'd probably be talking about a completely different concept scenario. And it is not unusual. The British, with the commando carrier, these things concepts, the British did have various amphibious list helicopter operations and various scenarios, and there are designs, as said, for the Invincible class, which include them having, a flex deck and being a bit bigger, and all these things would have actually made them more useful. If you consider an Invincible class, you consider how small they are. Yeah, notes. There's my notes. They are 22,000 tons. There are designs which take them up to 30,000 tons. There were some designs for things, and that would have, especially the one that would given them a bigger main hangar, but also given them a far bigger small hangar. All things have given them a lower deck as well, which was an adaptable space, a flexi space, kind of like what you have on the Absalom class. But no. Yeah, and IO2, but in the nicest way, you've just given me a completely different idea from what you wrote in your first comment. You just said the idea is to use a Colossus instead of a Centaurus for a commando carrier. 3 Audacious built, sell Censure to Commonwealth, don't refit Victorious, which you didn't have in the first one. Instead, argue for a new built CV instead. You know, that's a completely different comment than you put in earlier. That's a whole new question and a whole new scenario. And even if you're doing that, you've got to justify that through the politics. You've got to make sure that the government is going to go along with it. From Stafford, you are teleported back to 1925. Given the current technology of the time, what do you try to convince your prospective nations to build for the upcoming world war that no one believes is coming?
Is that pre or post treaties?
Radar guided automated 1925. It's post Washington Naval Treaty. Radar guided auto 3-inch. No worries, IO2. But as I said, it changes things. This is the trouble sometimes. Sometimes these questions are almost too big for this format, and there is part of me considering trying to find another format to have the questions delivered through, to allow for longer questions. But I'm not sure how to set that up.
There are ways that can be done. It can't be integrated with the current Powder Monkey configuration. There's a website that one of the streamers I follow uses that can be put to the task fairly easily. It will not work with streamer mode.
I'm going to say questions closed. No more questions now, by the way. Questions closed. No more questions now. Okay. Because we have been almost broadcasting for 6 hours. We're almost at the 6-hour mark. Eddie Rudolph. Design a balanced fleet for Imperial Germany, a German Navy that is friendly in terms with the British. Focus on cruisers, have enough battleships for the Baltic, and that's it. Okay, focusing on cruisers. Don't try challenging a battle fleet. Get in the tech race. Tech race doesn't matter. The British will enjoy you being in tech race. The Royal Navy will love you being in tech race. They don't want people in the things. Extra people in the stuff. Extra people in the numbers race. Thank you, Paul.
Mm-hmm. So, quick question.
Yeah?
Am I the only one here that still has teddy bears?
Nope.
Teddy bears?
I've got one.
Does a monkey and a miniature poodle stuffed toy thing count?
Am I
Actually,
doing
2 monkeys. Bob the tomato.
I have these things above my head, and I was showing them off earlier.
This was the whole thing.
You know, I'm the only boy in 40 cousins, so yeah, they come
Excluding
through a lot of them.
Do you sleep with them? That's more what I mean.
No.
Oh, I mean, I technically sleep with an IKEA shark because it's actually perfect density and thickness to support my dome.
He is in a pride. Now he's in a pride of place, and partly because Puppy, who likes chewing things, is not getting the teddy bear I have had basically since I was born. Because I have an incredibly old Winnie the Pooh teddy bear, and it's like, nope, Puppy with sharp teeth is not getting this.
All right. Next question. What would you do if you were suddenly given the Vinny to Vittorio?
Neat. How much can I sell it for?
Yeah, pretty much. See if I can trade it to Italy for full citizenship. I don't know.
How much can I sell it for? And how much am I going to have to spend of that for lawyers to deal with selling it.
What's the question?
Well, I think it's the yeah. What would you do if you suddenly were given the Vittorio Veneto? I'm guessing. Well, yeah. I think I'm going to park it in Mounts Bay and set it up as a museum.
Do you think Rome or Italy, wherever the capital of Italy is, would trade a
Yes.
Rome or Italian citizenship for that ship?
Yes.
Okay. So what I would do, right, is head to Panama, get a valuation for the ship, then create a crypto coin called Latario coin, and then make money.
Okay. All right. Wilson triplets. Question: if France doesn't fall to Nazi Germany, either at all or until the start of 1941, and this really is a what-if question, do Italy and Japan still join Germany? If Italy, in the nicest way, if France is holding up Nazi Germany for that long, then honestly, I'm not sure how Nazi Germany is going to be doing, because if they fail to conquer France, so they're still fighting on the Western Front in 1941, their economies probably collapse by this point. Because they can't turn east if they're still fighting the French army, and the French army is organised by that point. And Italy joined in as quickly as they did, principally because they believed that Germany was going to win the war quickly, and they didn't want to miss out. If things had been in nice ways, the war's been going on for this long, the odds are they've not had the quick stuff at the beginning. In which case, Italy might not have joined the war at all, and that's going to mean there's no war in the Mediterranean, which means Japan's possibly still does its war calculation in 1941 for war, but if the Royal Navy's not committed in the Mediterranean, and the British have just been fighting in northern France, and potentially some sort of it's in the North Atlantic, but basically their battleships and carriers force is pretty much intact because they haven't suffered losses in the Mediterranean, then Japan's in for a bad time, because probably what Britain's done is to maintain its forces, part quite a lot of that force off in the Indian Ocean. So they can be pulled into the Mediterranean if need to be, but they can also deter, and so there could be quite a lot of ships sitting in the Indian Ocean, keeping an eye on things. And basically the Far East could have been turned over to the Navy completely.
Quick question.
And you're talking about Yonai's Minister of War. Yeah, if the army won't serve, that is what basically causes you to have to resign. But yeah. I'm not sure what bit exposed there, Alex, came out.
For where you were parking, Venita.
Oh. It makes sense. Mounts Bay is a lovely place to park it. Plus, it's right next to Penzance train station, so it's easy access for visitors, and I want to make me some money. And, more importantly, there is already an existing group of people who ferry people out to St. Michael's Mount from the shore, And so, if I can get in there with them and National Trust and the Perrin Estates, which organizes that, then they provide all the visitor infrastructure and all the charging stuff. So I don't need to set anything up myself. All I need to do is make sure I have tour guides on the ship to guide them around.
I wonder, could that get me a work visa?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. I support this plan.
The Marathon Enjoyer, what are the issues with Admiral Fisher's Baltic project? That first you have to destroy the German Navy. Realistically, to make it successful, first you have to fight the German Navy. If not, then you're pushing in, and frankly, the large light cruisers are not necessarily the sensible ships to do it with, and not what I would be doing with. But as a strategy, it actually works. I disagree with launching necessarily a full amphibious operation, but if you can start cutting off German trade in the Baltic, if you can extend the blockade of Germany to their Baltic coast, and so stop the trade that's coming through Sweden, stop the supplies that's coming down through the Baltic from various neutral nations, you can cause huge problems for their economy. Huge problems for their economy. So it works on paper. It does work on paper. It's just he's not building the force to actually implement it. Okay. With that being said, we have been live for over 6 hours. So I'm going to say thank you to everyone who's been here. Thank you, Dr. Dan, who's staying along with us, who's off to getting sleep. Thanks you, Foxo and Dragon, for turning up and chatting away. It's always fun to have you. It makes it a lot more enjoyable to have people to chat with. And thank you, Runon, for doing all the stuff you've been doing and all the supporting you have. Thank you to Paul.
Don't know what that is other than making wisecracks and bad jokes, but okay.
Well, here's the thing, Paul M. The other reason I picked some Mounts Bay is because that's pretty much the space where Warspite originally picked as her place, as her spot. And I have no idea what just happened on Twitch. Warspite picked that spot, so it's quite a good night and quite a nice spot. It would have been fine for Warspite, but also you can actually do the anchoring quite well. You could sink a concrete pylon and various things down that you could permanent moorings to that can go up and down with you. You could park it in some of the areas which are actually going to get slightly more fresh water. The other option, of course, would be to bring it in underneath the guns of Pendennis and Moors into the Foul Estuary. Maybe bring it up into the roads, but
Has Twitch?
No. Twitch died and then revived. Twitch died and revived.
Hey, now you've only been streaming for a minute, so you got another 6 hours to go, right?
For the first time in 6 hours, it died and revived. Anyway, with that being said, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you enjoyed, and take care. Toodles.
A quick